I've got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head constantly, thoughts jumbled round, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative, I don't wanna get lost in the sedative. Gotta show them what I got, I'm competitive. You know I'm about to go off, I won't let them win. I'll take a stab, I wanna chase a bag, I wanna weigh, I can change all the things I lack. I gotta face the facts, I got a taste in that. Got me obsessed with the rest, I got an itch to scratch. Lonely now, I'll give up everything. Daunting thought, if I could see my dreams, I'll make things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make what I want a reality. Don't let go, don't let go. I'll make things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make what I want a reality.
I just wanna find a way out, sick of the venom in my brain. Running from the past, wanna escape my pain. I just wanna be a better person, I deserve this, I just wanna break these chains. Always destined for greatness, true to myself, I never fake it. Seen too many once, I just so they get famous. And when I say the truth, most really can't take it. In spite of everything I've been through, I'ma make it. Fake friends, but on my downfall is toxic. Day one, started the outlaws for profit. Now all I do is write verses, no talking. All I do is put the work in, no option. This was everything I ever wanted. Created a legacy off of me, just being honest. And the fake ones hate, but it's all to no avail. They wanna see me lose, but you know I never fail.
I'll give up everything, daunting life. If I can see my dream, things right. 'Cause I'll do anything, want a reality. Lonely now, I'll give up everything, daunting life. If I can see my dream, things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make what I want a reality. Don't let go, don't let go. I'll make things right. 'Cause I'll do anything to make what I want a reality.
Hello, and welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Sky's on the camera. Oh, rainy days here where I'm at. Ah, rain always brings me pain. always, never fails. I felt this since yesterday, and I didn't even go on Doc's show because I was dealing with some of my issues, and I had a lot of pain. And yeah, the conversation was great yesterday. I mean, holy shit, that was a good show. You know, the echo part, I think we figured out what it is on Doc's end, but it was really cool. And here today, gonna broadcast for maybe a few hours and then wrap it up and try to relax this evening because I'm having a lot of pain. Like my shoulders, my spine hurts, and you don't want to know what spine pain is. When I have pain in my spine, it really affects my whole body. I mean, from my legs to my shoulders, my arms, even my hands, everything freaking hurts. I did take some of my medication, so it should calm it down. But when it's nerve pain, it's a little different from muscle pain or like bone pain. It's it attacks my whole nervous system from my head all the way down to my toes. It's pain everywhere, and it's like it's wild. It's just crazy how our bodies are, our nervous system, how it's in tune with the body, and how the mind can pick up these signals, and I can feel the signals all over my body, and I know where it's happening, and there's really little to nothing that I could do about it, but depend on pharmaceutical to help me out with that. It really sucks. But today I want to mention something. I had a wild dream last night, and I want to share that right now. I had a dream that I was possessed, and how I know I was possessed is because the things that was happening to me in the dream, and also I was coughing up hair out of my mouth. Mm. I was coughing up hair, black hair, out of my mouth, and I had this form of possession, and it was so real, and it didn't scare me. It didn't scare me at all. I was more intrigued into my dream. I got like deeper in my dream. And you know, when you have these dreams and then all of a sudden you need to use the restroom, and then you tend to wake up and then your dream is gone. Not this one. This one had a continuation. It's like part two of the possession of Rick. I was like, what? Because I went to use the restroom and went back to bed, and then the dream continued. I was like, holy shit, this is fucking awesome. So I it was just a really weird, and that's what I remembered. I remember being possessed. I remember doing these crazy ass shit. Like something was controlling me in my dream, and I remember the black hair that was coming out of my mouth, and it was just I was just looking at my hand, and it was just a lot of hair coming out. So it must be a sign. It's a sign. I got a hairy mouth or something. I don't know. I don't got hair in my mouth, but that was very unique. It's been raining here all morning. It's a very persistent rain shower that we've been having here, which is good for the grass and the trees. They need the rain. Um, mind you that it does affect me and it affects my health, and I don't want to be sleeping, because this type of weather will put you to sleep, because you can hear outside, like I can hear the water hitting the pavement, and it's just so relaxing, and it feels like I want to go back to sleep, but I don't want to, and I'm gonna fight the resistance on that one, and go ahead and put out the link so others can help me fight this battle of tiredness, because I'm still feel tired in a sense, because last night dream it took a lot of energy out of me. I felt like I didn't even get much rest. Go ahead and put that link out. I got my joint ready to smoke. Let's go ahead and do this and light it up. I'm actually today. It's pretty important. I got a lot of things to do this afternoon. I actually got to book all these trips and book all the stuff that's going to be coming up for me. I got to book the Niagara Falls trip. I got to book the road trip that I'm going to be going on, which I will be visiting 2 individuals this time. One of them you may know as Doc Illusions. He announced it on his show, so I was trying to keep it a little secret, but it's okay. I can share it with you guys. Yes, I am going to be visiting Doc Illusions, and I will be over at the casa of Mr. Illusions with his lovely girlfriend, which a very good friend of mine. They were both really good friend of mine, and they got together, and it was the most beautiful thing. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget when they got together because I played a pretty dramatic role in them getting together. And when they met, I played a dramatic role in that, and I'll never forget it, and she will never forget it. And I got goosebumps because it's so cool, you know. It's like I felt like Cupid. I felt like Cupid when I got them, like when they got together. It's like because I did her reading about illusions, but at that time she didn't tell me the name. She didn't want to tell me um the person's name. And I was like, that's fair. I don't need to know the person's name. And I gave her a reading, and it was such a positive reading. It was so freaking good. It was like I wished I would have recorded that and just given it to her, saying, "Look here." But I have it in my memories, and I'm so happy for them, and I'm going to be visiting them in September. When in September? Oh, we're talking about possibly, let's see, when am I going to visit them? It's going to be um I'm trying to figure out the date. I'm trying to hammer out the date for sure. Either I'm gonna drive out of here on Tuesday, spend Tuesday night, Wednesday, all day Wednesday. I'll be with Doc and Jessica, hopefully. And then come back Thursday, and then Thursday I'm gonna be visiting somebody else, and that person I'm gonna visit. I'm debating whether I'm gonna visit that person on the 4th of September or the 7th of September. But I am going to visit this individual along the way, and it's gonna be amazing. And that person name is Gigi. Gigi. Yes, I will be visiting Gigi, and most likely I probably end up doing a show from their location, depending on how the internet is. Because remember, it all depends on the internet. Um, Most likely, when I do my show with Mr. Illusions, I 9 out of 10 may have to use uh the hotel's internet because I'm gonna rent a room at a hotel. Because I like to, I don't know, I always stay in a hotel when I go visit people. I do. I just get a hotel nearby, and then I chill with them, and then I have my setup that I could set up, and then I could do my show from the hotel. And they have good Wi-Fi, so it's gonna be really, really cool. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be the beginning of September. I will be visiting Doc Illusions and Gigi. And not only that, I got one more person I'm gonna be visiting too, but that's more like family. But she's been on my show before. I'm not gonna mention her name, but I've done her reading on my show, and I will be visiting her. I'll give you a clue. She lives in Rochester, New York, and I will be there. Okay, I'll just tell you a name. Her name's Gabby. I'm going to be seeing her on that weekend of September 8th through the 10th because I'm going camping that weekend in Rochester. So a lot of interesting things coming up for me, a lot of fun activities coming up this weekend, depending on the weather and depending on what's going on. Most likely going to be going to New Hampshire. There's this thing that we were talking about. It all depends on the weather if we're going to be able to do it or not. And I have not checked the weather yet. Most likely it's gonna be like raining because it's raining now. And when the rain starts, it's like it'll pass through, but today's been lingering all day today, and I think it's gonna be raining this afternoon too. So let me check my weather real quick for that weekend. Well, for this weekend? No, it's not this weekend. Let me see. I got so many things coming up. Like I'm losing track of my days. Okay, today's the 12th. No, today's the 7th. So it is this weekend. Holy schmoly. Time is flying by so quick. It should be okay for Saturday. So all in all, most likely Saturday, I may be oh man, we still got a lot of rain to go. It's gonna be raining all day today, all night, and until tomorrow. It's gonna be raining. Ooh. Okay, well, eh, that's okay. No one else feeling so much pain because it's like, fuck, I'm hurting. I'm like really hurting. I was driving me crazy a little bit. I say, yeah, let me just come on here for a little bit and see what's up, see who comes through. Not many people come around this time. This is like an early show. That dream stuck with me, and I remembered it too. Well, I remember the part with the hair because that was like I thought I saw that in a movie one time. I think it was like The Grudge or the one of those movies where the person that was possessed came out with all the hair out of their mouths. Um, yeah, pretty wild. It was pretty wild dream, but I wasn't scared. In my dream, I was not scared. I was like, hell yeah, let's do this. I was more motivated to continue the dream. I was like, hell no, I'll hold this piss for as long as I can. It was so because it gave me so many powers and so many things. I was so capable of so much in my dream that I feel like it's in my reality. It's just I have to awaken it in a form, and I know I have it there. You know, I have special gifts. It's like honing in on your gifts. It's like you know, all these dreams are like signs of things that are going on in your life. Yeah. What's today? Monday, beginning of the week. I'm gonna be busy a little later. Like I said, I gotta book these trips. I waited till today because usually Mondays, um, they put the rates cheaper. Um, so I gotta book I gotta book hotel rooms. I gotta book a car rental. Um, I'm not. Oh well, I'm booking this month's trip and then September's trip, which is the road trip, and then October's trip. I'm booking it at the end of September. Um, I don't know yet what I'm doing. There's options. There's options. Um, and it's between doing something that I've done before, but something that is like pretty fun, and that's like Orlando. I've done Orlando so many times, and yeah, I always have a good time when I'm out there, and it's okay. But I want to do my bucket list. I gotta do my bucket list. I have to do it. Like my fear it's not really fear. It's just like having to fly over there. and it takes about, I think it's like 6 hours or so. I'm not 100% sure how long is the flight. I have to look it up to see how long is the flight from where I'm at. But I would either have to fly out of JFK or Boston LaGuardia. Most likely, I'll probably fly out of Boston. I've never flown out of Boston, so that would be interesting. I've never been to that airport, so JFK, I've been there, done that so many times. So, which one of the two is better? I think for pricing wise, I think JFK is cheaper to fly in and out of. Um, Boston is just more convenient and you get what you pay for. Take a moment to smoke. Enjoy the smoke. Actually, September is the big E. Now that I remember, that's why I don't have anything planned for the end of September because the big E comes in from September 15 until October 1st. So my plan is to go to the Big E a few times, more like about 3 times I'll go. I tend to go. I'll do like 2 times during the week and maybe 1 time in the weekend. But I go early, like because there's a lot of people. A lot of people go to the Big E. It's a state fair, and I like to go because I love animals. I love seeing the farm animals. I like seeing the cows. I like seeing all the animals they have on display. They have the baby chicks hatching, and it's like it's a such beautiful like seeing all these animals, but they're all caged up. So I feel bad because they're like caged up like in jail. That's the only thing I probably like don't like so much. It's like especially I don't like I'm not a big fan of elephants and camels, those rides that will the people sit on them and they walk around. I'm not a big fan of that because I feel like that's like slavery to the animals, and I feel like they're in jail and they're doing hard labor by carrying these individuals and going around in a circle. There's always protesters outside the fair about animal cruelty, and every time I go up to them, I always tell them I totally agree. I totally agree. These animals, these show animals, are they shouldn't be in the fair. They shouldn't be. Um, I was gonna say prostituted, but it's not really that deep. It's more like it's kind of be like used and abused, because they have to carry these people around and camels too. Like they always have elephants and camels, and I feel bad for these animals. And every time the protesters I see them, I always tell them this: look, I'm with you. I agree. You know, I totally am for banning animals from fairs and state fairs. Like it's not like they're in a zoo, they're in a freaking little area, and it's just and they're caged up, and then they have like chains on them, and I don't know, I just don't like it. I've never been I'm not an activist or anything like that, but I agree with them in that sense. I mean, zoos are one thing, traveling circus and fairs, is different. Like these animals, would be nice to be in a zoo where they can roam a little bit freer and have a life. Here it's like they're by themselves and they're doing slave work and hard labor for no freaking reason. This is so sad for the animals. But I like watching the horse. They have competition. They have like horse competitions, all different types of competitions. Um, but I really like to see the horses and how they do the jumps and I call it the crip walk. The crip walk horses. They make those sounds like it's like so cool. And like I call it a lot of people call it the crip walk. And the horses is the crip walk. And yeah, and you know what? I think this year I'm gonna do my show live from there. Oh, let's do it from the Big E. I'll broadcast a show from the Big E so you can see what I'm talking about. I was like, these are the fucking elephants I was telling you about. Free the elephants. Yeah. This is what I want everyone to do. I want everybody to have a good time in their life. And if you have the funds to do it, do it. If you don't have the funds to do it, it's okay. You can watch others and live vicariously through their energy. And, and you bring your own joy. You'll find a way to be happy. But for me, I when it's summertime, I'm trying to get out and be out and not be here. I need to be able to do stuff and go on adventures, and like the next few weeks is going to be pretty fun. And I'm looking forward to it. Let's bring an Angel.
Mm-hmm. Hey, happy Monday to you, Rick.
Happy Monday. What's going on?
Not much. Just you kind of felt some like bad energy a few weeks ago, right, or something like that.
No.
What was the energy that you felt again from me?
You?
Yeah, I know a few weeks ago when I was.
I don't keep that energy with me. I don't hold it. That show's done. That's the energy I had at that moment. I don't because if I keep that energy, Angel, what happens is I get sick. I get sick, and then I'm out of commission. So I always release the energy. I transfer it and let it go.
So it would be like if I kept the same energy of stuff that would make me stressful, it would not be good.
Yep, it would not be good. You have to learn to let go and release.
All right.
Because when you hold in stuff like that, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have had that to me, and I gotten sick, and I ended up in the hospital because of it. Because I'm holding way too much and I'm not expressing myself in a proper way. And it will get you sick. So I've learned, release it at that moment, let it go, and keep moving forward.
But today, this morning is going great so far. I had a great Sunday yesterday. But let's just say last week wasn't my best week of the summer this year so far. There.
But this week is better week than last week.
It's off to a great start, better start there. I could explain everything, but it's like you suggested. It's not good to hold on, even if I were to explain it to you there.
Yeah, it's as long as you learn, you could express yourself and what happened and talk about it, but to learn to leave it and move forward, that's
Yeah.
what you need to
Uh,
learn.
uh,
Because if you keep holding it, holding it,
uh,
holding it, I guarantee you, you
uh,
will get sick. I
Uh,
got sick
I,
because of that.
I understand where you're coming from, but yeah,
Mhm.
you all kind of know what happened. Last week I had my cousin stay with me from July 25th until last Thursday, August 3rd, and then if my math is correct, 8 or 9 days that he stayed here. In the beginning, it was great, but then as the new week came, which was last week of last Sunday to this past Saturday there. Um, as I was working over the weekend of the last weekend of July, and times when I did come home, I would often see messes around my house by him, and he wouldn't clean up after himself. And I even spent my last paycheck there on groceries for the both of us and some entertainment for him when I would be going to work the days that I was scheduled. But last week I had to call some time off just because it was getting a bit chaotic with my cousin in my house. And then last Wednesday, he said his probation officers were coming and advised or tried to tell me to not intervene or tell them anything. And how can I not tell them anything when, for one, he's not supposed to be out past 8 p.m. because of his curfew that I had no idea about when he was staying here in the earlier days of the 25th through the 29th of July. And two, he had me use a portion of my money from my account on a cigar on him, and it didn't feel comfortable with me. So last Wednesday, when his probation officers came and I told them anything, he gave me an attitude, and I wasn't gonna keep silence or lie to them or anything. I just want to be honest of what my cousin there, who appeared to did some kind of criminal behavior stuff there. I just need to be honest with his probation officers. And then that very same Wednesday, I just got too uncomfortable where I called a few people, and my people called my auntie, and they were going to come and pick up my cousin the following Thursday later on in the day. But when Thursday morning came around, I just didn't want him any longer, so I kicked him out. And on the top of me kicking him out of my house, I had seen him try to steal a few items of mine there, and I had to chase him around the block around my house for a few minutes there and tried to ask him to give my stuff back, and he was non-compliant there. And my
Can
next door neighbors had helped call the police for me there, and I reported everything to police and that. And that was just one of the several things last week that made it a tough week for me.
I give you the grandest advice that I could give you?
Yeah. Please.
This is gonna be so. It will make your life so much easier, and you will
All
never
right.
have to deal with the stress again.
All right.
My advice is, don't let people stay in your house.
Unless if I really, really know them and trust them
Nope,
good
nope,
enough.
nope,
Or
nope,
no,
nope.
or none at all.
Nobody. If they
Not
want to
even,
visit
not even.
you, not even your father, not even nobody stays over with
Not
you.
even like my girlfriend if I was to get one or
That's
have one.
different. That's different, Angel. We're talking about
Uh,
your family. This is a message to
yeah.
you.
Oh, okay, okay.
If they want to visit you, that's fine, but it's not to be staying with you.
Yeah.
You're not staying night. You're not staying over the night. You're not staying a day. You're not staying nothing. Like nobody stays with me overnight. You could visit me. You could come for a few, like an hour or two. That's fine. But
Like
after
come
that,
during the day, but can't stay at night.
exactly, and you can't. And I'm not changing my stance
Um,
on it. Like you have to,
yeah,
because
that,
every
yeah.
time you have someone staying with you, there's always an issue, always,
Um,
and we need to stop that.
and I, as you can well imagine, was just being generous because on July 25th, the last week of July, my auntie called me and asked if I'd be willing to let my cousin stay with me. And it
No,
was kind of like
no,
one of
that's what
those
you're.
kind of like the moments that like, wait, like unexpectedly, if you know what I mean.
Okay, that's easy to tell her. No,
Yeah.
no,
But I was
I
just being generous, but at the
no,
same time, I didn't know
no,
the reasoning
no.
until a few days
It's
afterwards.
not it's not
Yeah,
generous if you're gonna be going what you went through. That's
yeah.
not nowhere generous. That's fucking torture. That's
It's
fucking
kind of,
a
well,
headache.
now that I think about it, it's kind of like my auntie knew I had my own house, but at the same time, is like putting me on the spot there.
Exactly. No. Just say no. Okay? Say no. They call
All
you?
right.
No. Your father? No. If you
No.
want to visit, you can come and visit for a
Yes,
few hours.
but do you want to live here? There?
No.
No. You can
No.
visit during the day, but you can't stay or live here 24/7.
No, and you can't visit me for a week, and you're not gonna stay a weekend here. No, if you want to, you could rent a hotel, and you could come visit me if you want to. But other than that, no one is staying with me, and you need to put your foot down and not
Yeah.
let people take you for granted because that's what they're doing. They're using you. You're being
That's kind of
used.
like now that you mention it, and I also thought about it. That's what it did feel like
Yeah,
prior to me kicking my cousin out.
and not only that, the same shit happened to your father. So it's like it's like, no, don't put me in this position. I don't want it. I don't need it. Listen, I do the same thing here. I go, if you want to visit me, okay, you can visit me, but you're not staying here. You could stay in a hotel. There's a few of them down the road that I could put you in, and that's fine. But they can pay for themselves their room, and that's fine. And if they want to
Yeah,
come spend the day with me, that's fine. But you're not sleeping over here, and you're not staying here for, because remember, there's laws and craziness. If a certain person stays in your place for a certain amount of time, they could say that they live there, and you can't even remove them out. Even if you call the police is gonna say, "Listen, he's been living here for this long amount of time. He's already claimed residency, and there's nothing we could do about it. You will have to go through the court system. You will have to hire an attorney. You will have to. It's a fucking mess. You have to take it,
it's a circus. It would be a circus at the end of it.
dude. It's not fucking worth it. And the
Yeah,
way
you're
your
right.
family, the way your family looks, they look very opportunistic. Okay, and that's the energy that I could do you a reading right now. That's why I feel it. Feeling
Thank you.
the
Speaking of family, there. Let's just say, as of right now, I'm not communicative or want my brother or my sister in my life as of right now. Let's just say on July 29th, the last Saturday of July, there. I went to a birthday party where me and my brother were celebrating our sister's daughters or our nieces' birthdays that they had in July, but more as a together celebratory event for the both of them there, even though their birthdays had passed already. And then when the things were going great, and I was talking to someone on YouTube about a problem I was have been having with a video game download on my Xbox, and I get up and was going to explain the same thing to my brother. My brother like says, "Don't repeat yourself, Angel," in like anger tone, and it kind of just felt like, oh, I was shot in the heart there. It made me really uncomfortable, and really emotional there, and so much so that I spoke to my sister about what my brother had said and how I felt. And then she said, well, he had already heard you, so you don't have to repeat yourself there. And that's why he said what he said to you there. And then I explained to her that he didn't have to come in like an angered tone towards me. He could have been more respectful. So I just was too uncomfortable, where I just took a lift back to my house. And then I also told them that I don't want them in my life no more there, just because of how I felt at that time.
Well, that's why you stay your ass home, you keep to yourself, and focus. Because everything right now, it seems like is going against you at this moment. So it's like you're adding drama to your situation, more drama, and it's just overwhelming. I'm already overwhelmed. It's just too much. It's like, no. First of all, everyone stays in there. Don't Nobody's staying over with me. Two, with your family, with your sister, your brother, and that miscommunication or whatever, whatever. Yeah, it could have been handled differently and so forth. So you could pull yourself out of the situation and be like, you know what, I'm not going to talk to them for a while, because I just feel like, I just feel a little, a certain way. I feel a certain way, and I just want to pull myself out of that situation. That's it. You
You're
know,
right.
I
You're right.
I learned to put family in the back burner. Okay, I've learned how to do that, and I don't depend on them for anything. I take care of myself. I'm number one, and I'm moving forward as number one. Okay, and I don't look for handouts, or I don't look for nothing like that. Like, I'm taking care of myself. I'm trying to do the stuff that I want to do, focus on my future, my near future, not my long term future, my near right now. And
Just what is like at that time and that moment there of not like what is ahead of me or like what's in furthest of me, just what is like of me at that moment of what I'm doing there, planning to go to the movies there.
yeah, or just, just do you, man. It's
Yeah.
just like what happened to you right now last week. That's just shouldn't even have happened. Look what a good deed did to you. It put you in the fucking shitter, and not only that, but it caused you problems to the point that you have correctional officers coming to your house. You have police being called. Like, what kind of fucking delinquency is going on there?
Uh,
Like, it's
uh,
just too much.
yeah.
Like, for a normal, like, I'm putting myself in that position and what you went through, and I'm fucking overwhelmed. Like, it's just too much. You need to back away. You can't put yourself in that position anymore, and
Uh,
you've done it too many times that it's just not worth
worth
it.
it anymore.
It's not worth it to be kind. You can still be kind, and they
But
have
just
to
in a
respect
different kind
you.
of way. Like I could pay
No,
for
respect.
someone's order at a restaurant or do the littlest of things, but don't allow like a family member to stay at my house, even if it's my brother that calls and wants to stay. No.
I don't even care if it's your father. Like, I don't even. And you already had your issues with that dude.
Yeah.
And I already dealt with that issue also.
But Rick, I love you there, and we've known each other for a very long time. There, you always give me the greatest of advice, and I love you so much, man. And I wish I
No,
could lock you in as family for life. There.
well, you've been around for a long time, so I ain't going anywhere until I die. So
Well, I will always love you and support your channel.
Awesome. No, I appreciate it, man. You know,
I'm
that's what.
gonna like continue to hang up here, hang out up here with you, if that's all right. There, because like I said last week, with everything that went through yesterday and so far today is going much better. But I just hope things continue to be more bright and beautiful throughout the rest of the week. I know this Friday is payday once more there, but with all the days that I had to call off last week, it made me miss a lot of hours. So I'm like not going to be getting as big of a paycheck this time around there, because I think with the 4 days that I was scheduled there of the 6 yesterday for Saturday, it would have made a loss of like about 18 hours for me of the 4 days total there.
See, your decision fucked you up. To being kind and being generous, it cost you so much energy, so much money, so much patience. It costed
me my like hours of losing, and it's just because of how stressful and I was feeling the last week. I just needed a time off from my job. I even called management there and asked for the days that was supposed to be scheduled there off. And with those hours, I could have had a bigger paycheck. But with what, like you saying, the good deed I was doing, it costed me my hours.
Hours, money, chasing someone down with your stuff. That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry. Hey, Maggie. Woodward,
hey Maggie, long time no see, Maggie. I know we haven't seen each other in a while, but I just figured I'd come up, hang out with Rick, and just let him know how things been. But with the crazy kind of week that I had last week there, I just wanted to come up.
Crazy. You can fucking make a movie out of it. That's how.
Yeah,
like, you can write a book and a movie. Like it would be like a freaking wild movie too, and I probably watch it.
I don't know what a good title would be for what I went through. That does sound like a good movie.
I will call it Mistake.
The Mistake.
Mistake. Yeah, because you mistakenly said yes, which you should have said no. You would have had less headaches, less stress, less anxiety. Like you would have had any of that police and correction officers and like what the fuck? Why did you dump this shit on me? If I was you, I would have said like, why are you dumping this shit on me? Like, what the fuck did I do to get this shit?
That's kind of like what I was just about to bring up. I think my auntie obviously knew my cousin was on probation there.
Somebody had to know.
Yeah.
Someone had to know. That's crazy. That's crazy. She dumped him on you because she didn't want to deal with that shit. No wonder. Fuck. She was slick. Hell no. That's not family. That's crazy. Like, hell no. Shit. If my family did that to me, what? Oh, hell to the no. Oh, I never did that before. That's the first time.
But on also a better note, from the yesterday and today, I actually in the last month to month and a half, I've been able to find 5 different discounts offers. In July of last month, I got a new computer that I think I was on a few weeks ago when I was on here with you, Rick. I only got that computer for $330 before tax, but after it was only $361, and it is a Asus VivoBook 15 laptop. There, it looks like it's more of a 2023 version there, because it looks a bit newer with the 12th gen Intel Core i3 processor of up to 4.4 gigahertz and the 8 gigs of RAM and the 256 gig solid state drive. I got that last month at the price that I couldn't refuse there. And then just recently, I rejoined Amazon Prime because they sent me an email, offered me another 30-day free trial. And also a part of the Amazon Prime free trial, apparently they're now giving away a 1-year subscription to Grubhub Plus, which is similar to DoorDash Pass there. I was able to get both of those there. And then yesterday, as I was scrolling through YouTube of some channels I'm subscribed to and go to some of their community tab walls, one channel had paid for 15 free tickets to go see The Sound of Freedom, and I was worried because the post was from 6 days ago, and I was thinking that maybe the tickets were already claimed there, but I was still lucky enough to get a free ticket, and I have a reserved seat for this Thursday at a 2:15 p.m. Showing here in Arizona for The Sound of Freedom that I don't have to pay the ticket for because of a YouTuber giving away the tickets. And then when I reserved my ticket through Ton Tickets, if you know that website there, Rick, when I created my account and reserved my ticket, they were also gave me a promotional 4-month free trial for SiriusXM. So now I have like a music streaming service for 4 free months there, and this has been like the deals and offers I've been able to get my hands on.
You don't really need to get because Prime has music. They have Prime Music. When you have Prime, they have Prime Music, so you can always listen to music on Prime Music. I think the free trial for the 4 months is just it's gonna be a trap if you don't remember to that you have that and you forget about it. Then they're gonna charge you for services, and it's like,
yeah, obviously I'm gonna I have 33 days with Amazon Prime, so I would have to cancel before the end of the free trial period.
I have Prime. And it's I like it, because like if I want to listen to music, I have Prime Music. If I want to watch a movie, I watch a movie. If I need to order something, I order something. I mean, it's convenient.
Does Amazon Prime still offer the yearly subscription? Because when I had Prime, I had paid for the yearly, but now I just see as though it's just monthly now.
I'm not sure about that because I have it as a deal with my phone that I have. I have free Amazon Prime, and I get to, enjoy.
But hey, Maggie, I saw your comment where you said, "OMG, bless you, Angel." Yeah, I just want us to give some of the good deals, offers, and discounts I've been able to get my hands on in the last month here. Just as a little bit of a good side note of what I've seen and caught my eyes on, besides everything that I had went through last week there, and it's just with everything that I had seen and was able to get my hands on. It's like I said, the YouTuber that was giving away 15 free tickets for The Sound of Freedom, I thought those tickets were going to be claimed and gone there, but there were still some left there that made me reserve a seat for this Thursday.
Well, it's good. Enjoy the movies. Get a nice size popcorn and a drink, and Enjoy.
Have a great,
It's a good movie. I've seen it.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah,
it.
I've been wanting to see it, but I was wanting to reserve a seat for this Friday because that's when I get paid this week. But the theater that I reserved my ticket seems that the last showings are or the last day of showings is this Thursday because there's no showings for this Friday.
Yeah, so enjoy the movie. It's gonna be a good movie. It's based on a true story,
Yep.
and it does touch a lot with anxiety, and it does plays with your anxiety and stress, and it's a very it's a good movie. So enjoy it because I'm not gonna tell you anything about it. You go watch it, and you'll have a good time. You got three
Most
days.
definitely. And I people often complain about not finding the best deals and all that, or how some people are often lucky as opposed to others. Look, you just have to find the right timing when something is offered there, and it's all about looking around there, like I did with the computer when I saw it for the price that it was last month for only two for only 330, and now it's back up to 350. So it went up $20 since the time of the initial purchase. There, I was looking around and saw a couple of different computers, and one was 780, and the one that I got was 330. But the 281 there didn't have a fast enough processor of what I was looking for, and it was a Chromebook, which is like cheaply made there. And so I like looked around at the staples, and then when I saw the one for 330 with the processor and all the specs I was looking for the price that really caught my eye, I was like, oh, I have to get it. So it's always good to look around and also be on the eye of special offers of what services like Amazon Prime did, where I was able to get my hands on a 1 year subscription to Grubhub plus food delivery there. And so just look around. Don't think as though there are
But
no
but
type of
yeah, but also you have to look for the deals, right? So because
yeah.
that's you want to save as much as possible, right? But like for me, a lot of the deals, a lot of stuff I have like that Grubhub Plus. I have it, but I have it through my bank
Uh,
because I had a deal with Bank of America. So they had a subscription. Like if you have an account with Bank of America, you could get Grubhub for free for a whole year, and it's pretty cool. Like with my cell phone, I shopped around and saw who had the best deal, and I went with a company that had the best deal that included the Amazon Prime. And not only that, I can order things and get it within 2 days. I could watch movies, shows, and listen to music anytime I want. So, and their library is pretty good. So, you know, it's kind of like dancing with the devil.
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
At the time when I had an Amazon Prime subscription, they most definitely do have a great variety of entertainment there. Even though there's a lot on their freebie service, but for what's included in the Prime membership, it's a better selection as opposed to what the freebie has to offer, in my opinion. Just because you get more higher quality entertainment and newer releases and all that with your Prime
Yeah.
membership.
Yeah. Prime is good. I have Prime and I have Peacock that I have a subscription with. And if anytime I want to watch a movie or show, or I watch my WWE premium events, I watch on my Peacock. Like Prime is good because now they're showing NFL football games too on
Mm.
Thursday nights. So it's
Yeah,
kind of like it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
yeah, I heard that the Amazon got a deal with the NFL to
Mhm.
exclusively show Thursday night footballs on there, where
Yep.
the rest of the games for Sunday night football or NFL Sunday Ticket is now with YouTube TV. If I hear correctly, there,
Yeah,
because
they're changing.
DirecTV was the primary holder for NFL Sunday Ticket
Yeah,
before it went over to YouTube TV.
yeah, they're doing a lot of deals. A lot of these deals are done with these companies, um, like with Amazon getting the Thursday nights, and then you have exclusively on Amazon, and then you have all the other. It's competition. It's listen.
And,
This is all for their gains. This is
yeah,
it's not benefiting us, the people. It's only
I mean,
entertaining us. It's not helping us.
uh,
Like we're that's why I said dance with the devil,
yeah.
because that's what it is. They grab your attention, you lose focus, you entertain yourself in a game that has zero like anything to do, or if it's gonna benefit your life. It's not. It's more of an attention seeking machine. That's what
Well,
they do. They take your attention, and they just keep you there like a zombie, hoping that your team wins, and you're so focused into that, whether you could be doing something else, in reality. um
well,
and
obviously, to those that are big fans of their favorite team, it'll be beneficial if
don't
they're
get me wrong, I
huge.
have a favorite team. I have a favorite team. My
Yeah,
team is
yeah,
bad.
but like personally, or like individual wise, or for yourself, it isn't really beneficial unless if you are a huge football fanatic. Then sure,
Not
it may
even.
be beneficial, but really, what will it do for you in terms of the long way and like your future at the end of it?
It's not gonna do anything. It's just entertainment.
Exactly. Yeah,
It's
just for
entertainment.
entertainment.
It's like watching a movie, but this is a play because they're playing plays. So this is like a Broadway play. It's scripted. Okay, they have plays that they call in and they perform. So how much of it is a game than something that's scripted, like wrestling? Wrestling
I
is
mean,
scripted.
it's pretty much like any other
You could,
sport, whether it's like football, basketball, baseball, hockey. You
it's
can go
all
there for
scripted.
the experience, but it won't be beneficial in your life there.
No, it's just there for the moment, but it's like it's a
Yeah,
distraction, okay? And not only that, it plays with your feelings. And the problem is that every other sports have plays. They have plays, the hockey, they have plays that they do, formations they get into. Every single sport, it's like a Broadway show. It's just an attention seeking sports that just takes attention, energy, and money from you. How is that beneficial? That sounds like your cousin from last week. That's like
yeah.
it's just crazy. Like
Like it,
it's they take all your
like it was hard on me, and it didn't really benefit me of helping him when my auntie had like asked me on the spot and kind of put me in a tough road where I just had to go with what I felt was best, but did it benefit me or help me in any way? No, I had to spend my a majority of my money from my paycheck that I got on July 28th, last payday, on stuff that I thought he was gonna enjoy while staying here, and at the same time some entertainment. But I ended up paying for
you got set up. You got set up. That's
yeah.
what it is.
I ended up paying
You got punked.
subscription renewal to my Netflix. I ended up paying over like 16 for Max, as it's called now, formerly HBO Max there. And I also signed up for YouTube TV, where I paid almost $78 for the month there after tax there. And just with everything, in addition to the almost $124 worth of groceries I got for the both of us, It's like you said. It's like I
You
got
need
set
to,
up.
you know what you need to do? You need to go back and watch the show that I did with you, the last one.
Yeah.
Something just told me to tell you to rewatch that show again. I don't know which one it was. I don't, but it's within a certain time frame. You're gonna have to probably go looking for it. But something telling me you need to go back and watch that because there's stuff that I told you that could resolve a lot of this.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Like for real. Like I don't watch cable. I watch like YouTube. I have the Prime, the premium on YouTube, and that's it. I'm not looking for no cable TV. Like everything I find is on YouTube. Like I don't understand why people still watch cable. Like cut that cord, cut that out of your mind. That's just poison. Like YouTube is like a shot of poison. Fucking the cable is like drinking the whole fucking bottle. You know, it's like you gotta cut and budget. You gotta watch your budget. Let me go ahead and bring in Doc Illusions. Yo, what's up, Doc? He's there in the background. There you go.
Hey,
Yo,
dog.
What's
Rick,
up?
Rick,
What's up?
I gotta pick with you, bro.
Hold on, let me fix your
How
echo.
you, how you trying to go live when I'm going live?
Oh man, I didn't even know you were. I've been on here for a while now.
Me too. I was devil.
How long I've been on here? Hold on. An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on
Me
here.
too.
I didn't know you were online.
We went live
Did I
like
get
the
a
same time.
notification?
No, I'm messing with you,
That's
bro.
funny.
It's just
Oh, I was about to
like,
say. I was like,
no, yeah, I was live for like an hour. It's cool though. I
Yeah.
came to support you, say what's up. It's all good. I finished
what's
mine.
up.
Go back, watch the replay. It was good, but it
all
crashed.
right.
But no, I didn't even know you were live till now, actually, because I started another video to do a panel because I did my one video and then it crashed, and I was like, well, fuck it, like it could have crashed at a worse time because it was a good time for me to stop, and so like people could watch the replay, so it's cool. Like
Yeah,
it
I watched the replay on it.
didn't crash. It didn't crash like in the middle of anything important. Like it was right like.
Like you said what you needed to say, and it cut you. Like that's it. That's all you needed to say.
Well, yeah, it was like, well, it was getting to, well, no, I mean, I was saying stuff that it doesn't want me to talk about, like the immortality
Exactly.
of people and how you don't need anybody but yourself, and it don't like that. But it like
Yeah.
it was right when the chapter was changing, and I was ranting, so it was okay. But no, I didn't know you were live, and so I'm kind of poking at you because I didn't even know you were live, bro. Because
I didn't even know you were live either. I usually get a notification.
I stopped my show. I'm like, yo, I gotta say what's up with Rick. Because I started the second show after it crashed. And I'm like, well, fuck that. I gotta go say what's up with Rick. That's my
Yeah, you
homie.
see, I got the notification here.
Yeah. But you can check. I don't know why. I didn't know that you were live. But I
Yeah,
stopped my
you know
show.
that sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
That happens. It's okay, because we tend to do that sometimes, and we don't even talk. We don't even message each other, right? We just end up at this. That's how connected we are. That we have to get online because it's like that's our energy trying to get us connected, and then we come on at the same time on different shows.
I thought you were out or maybe sleeping or something, because usually you would be on my live. So I was like, Rick's probably sleeping or he's probably out, whatever.
And I'm here
traveling.
doing a show.
Yeah, I didn't know. And so I was like, well, fuck this. I mean, it already crashed, so I'll just stop my show and go say what's up with Rick.
Yeah, man.
So I was just kind of poking, man.
All right, that's what's up. Hold on,
are
let
you
me bring it. We're doing good, man. Just here trying to. It's been raining over here, so it's been
Yeah,
like
it's been
nonstop here. Now here's been
crazy.
consistent. It's been a long time since we had consistent rain like that. Because usually when it rains here, it'll rain for a couple of hours and it'll just push through, right? this thing's been on since early in the morning, and it's already early afternoon, and it's still raining, and we're expecting more rain to come. So it's all good. Paula, if you want to come on, you can come on, girl. Let me put the link out again. If
Yeah,
Maggie
Paula's
wants to come on, Maggie,
were
if you just
live.
want to come on and talk, you don't need to turn on your camera. You know that.
Paula's
You
the one
want
who
to
told me
talk?
you were live.
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
come in
Maggie's
there.
here? Yo, Maggie,
Maggie's
you should
here.
come on. We haven't talked
But hey,
forever.
Doc, long time no see, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, Angel. How you been, bro?
My life there last week, if you heard, it wasn't the best week I had
You're gonna
there.
have to watch it.
You gotta
Yeah,
stop
I'm
spending
gonna
money,
explain it.
me,
Watch
bro.
the replay.
Stop. We're telling you stop spending money.
I came as he was talking about that. I came in just as
Yeah.
he was talking. What the hell are you spending money on, man? You gotta save money, bro. You know how much money I have saved right now? You know how good my credit score is right now? Like I got no bills,
You gotta
bro.
save.
Me and my girl, like we're about to move. You know what I'm saying? Like we got no bills. My credit score is going up. Like you got to know how to handle money. I'm not saying not to enjoy yourself, but you got to know like how to be patient and strategic with money, bro. Me and Rick can help you.
Yeah, because you gotta save, and in order to be able to enjoy yourself and your life, you need to save,
You got to
and know when to say no. Learn how to say no, even to products like yeah, I could definitely use it. Yeah, it would definitely benefit me, but I'd rather save that money for a rainy day when something out of the blue pops up and you need that money for something else. It's just
Maggie,
really got
get your
to
butt on here. I didn't even know you were here.
bring in Paula.
I haven't talked to Maggie.
Let's bring in
But
Maggie.
yeah, Angel, besides that, man.
Yeah, I will talk to Maggie. Hi, Maggie.
Shit.
1 second.
It's been a long time there, Doc. But whenever the last time we have seen each other there, I have a job that I've been working at for going on for 3.5 months now there. And
Well, that's good.
last month, July 1st, marked the 2-year anniversary that I lived at my house that I've owned for that long now. And trying to think of what else. Besides the bad stuff, trying to give you the good stuff of what's been going on in my life there.
Hey.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi,
It's
Rick.
that-
Hi, Doc. Long time no see. Hi, Angel.
No kidding.
Long time.
A
That's why I
long,
did the
long
show
time.
early. I'm trying to do the show early now, so that way Maggie come and enjoy, and people from the UK could come on. Because I feel
Brilliant.
like the earlier I
Yeah,
do it, probably the better. Because the
I'm
late
loving
night,
it. I'm loving it because I've turned my notifications on again because I stopped for a long time with BoobTube, as I call it. And since I've seen Doc going live again and you going live, I've put them back on.
Yeah,
Okay.
we took like a 2-year break, but
I took a break.
I needed
No,
it. I needed in that time. I was changing my life. So
yes, yeah.
You know,
No,
I
I've
wasn't
been
sitting on
doing
the-
live shows on another channel for 2.5 years. I stopped about this time last year. You didn't like the person, Doc. I should have taken your advice.
Mhm.
I
You've
just had
been
a
on it
lot.
as well, Rick. It was the Granny Show.
Oh boy.
It's like,
I just,
you
I
know,
just,
you
we
live
took-
and learn.
I just had.
Yeah, we took a good break. We took breaks and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's
It was
helpful and it's needed.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm happy.
It seems,
I'm happier than I've been in a long time, Maggie.
I know, I can see it. You look
I'm-
great.
I'm happy
You look-
too.
Yeah.
Me
You
and my
look
girl have
fab.
been together for. Me and my girl have been together for over 2 years now. We've been together for over 5 years. We just had our 5-year anniversary. Like,
Brilliant.
and we have no bills. You know what I'm saying? I've been putting money aside. My credit score is going up, up, up. I didn't talk to my dad for like, you know, like I had to basically disown everybody. But
Yeah.
recently, just yesterday, is trying to get back my life and be nice to me and whatever. We're not best friends, but like we're at least talking.
Yeah.
As of yesterday, Rick, I forgot to tell you.
That's good.
Yeah.
He wants to help me with this and that and the third, and I'm just like, okay. But at first I was like, eh. But the one thing I can say, because even though I got mad at him and even said things that like really he can't take back, and he never really apologized to me. Okay, I'm not fucking evil just because I'm a Luciferian or whatever the fuck, which I'm not. I am, but I'm not, because I agree with a lot of it. I definitely do, but I'm still hot, which is constantly changing, constantly morphing, constantly. I don't adhere to anything, but like, you know, he told me basically, I'm glad things are working out for you, and he gave me a hug. So, what the fuck do I say?
That's ace.
That the last time he gave me a hug, I was this high, you know.
Yeah. Is this Paula from way back when? Integrity.
Yep.
This is Paula. Yeah.
I bet you don't remember me because it's so long ago.
It's
Oh,
been
she.
a while. Yes, it's me.
Yeah. I wasn't sure.
He wants to help me get land. He wants to help me get land. I can't be mad at that because I want to get off this you know.
It'd be the best
as much
thing
as I
you
can.
ever did. Get some land.
Yeah.
We keep telling our son to do that.
It's the best thing you can do. If you have, I'm not going to get into all the maritime law and all that, but if you have what's called a allodial title, if you own something allodial, it belongs to you. The government, this Satan, hey, nothing can take it from you. It's yours. Absolutely nothing can take it. It's allodial. So if you buy, you got to get a allodial title. You buy a house, you got to get a allodial title. You buy land, you got to get a allodial title. That means you own. Nothing can take it from you.
Absolutely.
I have information that I've collected over the years, you know, so everyone can stop. Because I was talking to Rick, private time, about like everyone talks about everything that's going on in the world, and I'm not gonna lie, yeah, it's really fucked up, especially recently. And now they got Congress talking about like UFOs and aliens, and like the FBI and the CIA are gonna tell us the fucking truth about this shit that they've covered up for the last 50, 100 years. Like, okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like a thief. Yeah. Like I'm sorry I stole everything from you, but I've turned over a new leaf. Listen, I stay with you. I promise I won't steal anything. Like, yeah, okay, you know. But I mean,
They made a bunch of songs that they're gonna use some stuff.
way, I guess because it's coming out. But at the same time, it's like, okay, what the fuck are they planning? Because if it's out, it means that they're hiding something else. And we know all the shit with Epstein and all this type of shit. But what I say is, when you understand how to become a sovereign, not only spiritually, but legally, because the information does exist, where you can disconnect from DC, from the District of Columbia, from, you know, the Virginia Company, from the United States Incorporated, which is not the same as America. Okay?
No, two different entities.
I'm channeling Jordan Maxwell right now. Okay, Rip Jordan Maxwell.
Are you sure it's not Bill Cooper?
Him too. They were friends too. If you listen to his old work, he made references on how to actually get free of this. Not just how we were controlled, but how to actually get free of it. And he actually wrote a book anonymously. I shouldn't talk about this, but he wrote a book anonymously. And in this book, he gave all the legal I have it. It's called the Commerce Game, and in it, it gives all the legalese, okay, on how to actually disconnect and become a sovereign man of the land. Okay. And I've talked to actual attorneys, and I've actually been through this fucking system before. Okay. And you can disconnect from the UCC Universal Commercial Code and become a not you are no longer a part of, you are no longer on the boat. You become a sovereign of America, whose capital is Philadelphia, the capital of the Virginia Company of America. Washington
Is it?
D.C. is United States Virginia Company is a privately owned corporation. It has nothing to do with America. So if you are a United States citizen, don't sit and talk about the First Amendment and all that. It has nothing to do with you. You don't. It doesn't belong to you. The Bill of Rights, the Constitution, all that only applies to sovereigns of America, whose capital is in. And what's crazy is you can actually call. I can give you a number. This shit is real. You can call the office in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, okay, which was started by the real Freemasons before it was taken over, before it was infiltrated. The original Freemasons were actually good guys. And so Philadelphia is the capital of America. And they have their own office, and you can call. And they have an entirely different constitution and everything. There's two. So this is all very real. And so the only thing is that to actually go through this process, you might end up in jail for a few days. So you have to be okay with that. It's part of the process. I'm dead serious. But for anyone who seriously wants to disconnect from the system, you know, I know how to do it. We're getting to a point now to where things are getting really heavy. But ultimately, beyond all that, my first priority is to make everyone realize that they are divine and that we have all the power that we need. And magic and all of this that's been considered evil is the ultimate power within us. There's been everything that's been called evil is evil because it's power. Can it be used for evil? Sure. So can everything else. You know, but understanding your own divinity and your own power, there's no evil about that. And also changing your life for the better, manipulating energies and circumstances and whatever in your favor is not evil. It's called survival. As long as you're not stomping on somebody's will, which you can do that, but there's a price. There's a price for that. Do that, and there's a price. Just like they sacrifice animals, they think it's gonna fucking appease the gods, which is insane. But whatever. I know people.
I have enough, Jay.
You know, and Satanism and all that. I don't agree with all of it, but I agree with most of it. Okay.
Yeah.
And
That's where I'm at.
I always love hearing your voice, Doc.
understand that, like, you have shit like the Satanic Temple and all that. They're a political edifice. They are atheists. Okay. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Most people that are really into this are not atheists. Shocking, right? It's true though. The ones who are really deep into magic and really into, they're not atheists. So all the ones you say are atheists and they say, we're the true. No, they're not. No, they're not. The generational witches and Satanists and Lucifer, they are the original. And they know that this force exists. They have different ideas on what that is, but they know it exists. And it exists within us. So, you know, they call it the black flame. isolate consciousness. I'm going to be getting really deep into this. For me, my goddess is Lilith, which is just the dark half of Sophia. You know, it's they're one and the same. No one told me this, but through my own experiences, direct experiences with Lilith, it's been made very fucking clear. So I don't, you know, my own philosophy, my own experiences are wildly different than anything that's written down. So I take a little bit from everything, you know, and that's how it'll always be. But the point is that anyone can do it, and it's all within us. We don't need anybody or anything. No government, no priest, no God, no.
That's the whole truth.
That's the end of it. It's the end of it. You know?
Yeah.
I've come to free the captives.
I have an update on my birth rune I would like to share with everyone here.
I'm still Jesus because I think Jesus was a black magician, the real one.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
It was Egyptian. They faked a fake Jesus. It was Caesar. Caesar. They created a fake. Fucking dead serious. I know that sounds insane, but they created
very good.
No, I believe you.
He was part of the Kenobi priesthood. There's Masonic texts from the 1800s that talk about it. That's what's so fucking crazy. And Lilith is the one who connected the last dots. I thought I was out of my mind. And she showed like it was part of the Kenobi. It's just about this in the Matrix and in Star Wars because they fucking know.
I'm going to come back in a minute on my laptop because my phone keeps going divvy.
Okay.
So you'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. Well, let me update you on this. It's pretty cool.
I'll say that.
So my rune.
Now I'm chill. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Can you hear me?
Paramount.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm echoing. Well, this rune was Wunjo, but it changed. And you're not going to believe what it is now. I'm going to tell you how to say it in English instead of in runic speak. It's Thor's hammer.
Oh, I'm going to be getting into the runes
Thor's
and all that
hammer
too.
is in the birth room now.
Odin is connected to the adversary as well, actually. By the way. I'm going to be getting into that too. I shouldn't be telling you this because it's kind of like a surprise thing, but I guess.
Hey, Doc, I know I already said that I love hearing from you, but it's been a while since we've been up together like this. And every time I see and hear you, I always get the brotherly kind of vibes from you. In fact, if I could, I would like to lock you in for life as my YouTube brother here, there.
We are brothers.
I love you, man. Great to hear from you again.
You too, man. You just need to fucking. I just know I'm not. I feel like Rick does, man.
I understand.
But but I appreciate you, man, and I consider you a friend. And don't get the wrong idea.
I know. It's been for a very long time. I think
you need to get a pad, and you need to get a paper, and you need to write stuff down.
I told him that the last show.
No, Rick, I heard it, and I'm like, yo, you need to listen to Rick, bro.
I've been writing with
I want you to have a successful, happy life, bro, because you're my friend. You understand? That's why.
We're looking out.
Successful. I want you to be happy.
Oh, excuse me. If you guys heard me burp, sorry about that.
Nah, I didn't even hear it, but we're trying to help you out and you know, give us you give us your problems and we give you our opinion.
Yeah, like the
And
solutions I could take and make things better.
yeah, we're trying to better it for you
Yeah.
to you not be making these horrible decisions. And I feel like when you need to make a big decision, come to us and then ask us. 'Cause we could fill you in and some kind of like help you.
I mean, if I was like no, like an advantage or ahead of my auntie, I will came up and asked what you think I should do there, but she put me on the spot and needed my cousin to find a
Yeah,
place.
because she didn't want to handle that headache. She didn't want the headache. She wanted to get the headache away. She was like, "Fuck this shit. I need to get him the fuck out of here somehow. Let's throw him over to Angel's house because he's gullible and he's the one that we could take advantage of." Like that's what they did. You got used.
That's true. And we don't want that. We don't want that.
You got used and they didn't care.
Somebody. It just makes me want to punch somebody. Like
I want to punch myself. That's like oh, because it's like I tell Angel these things, right? And I tell him stuff because he had this issue before. And it's like I just wish that nobody asked him to stay over anymore. Like he's so like he wants to be like, okay, you know, that's attention. So let me go ahead and let him, you know, come and stay over here. Myself, I say, fuck no, there's a hotel down the road. You can stay over there. You could come and visit me. That's cool. But to stay over here, that's gonna be an issue, you know. And plus, no, like there's plenty of hotels here, and you can have your private time at night, and I'll see you in the morning. That's like when I go visit people. I don't stay in their houses. I stay in a hotel. I stay in a hotel. I'll see you today. I'll spend the time with you. I'm going to spend a lot of time with you, but I'll stay in a hotel. You know, it's like that's me, and it's worked out for me very well. Even my family, I'm like, no, I'll stay in a hotel.
One of the things I need to stop doing, and a lot of you are right, and maybe it's just I'm always a respectful, kind person there. But one of the things obviously is know my limitations of how and when to be generous. Like I told you a little bit ago, if I want to pay for someone's meal at McDonald's, that is just me being courteous. But in
Hell
terms
no,
of
no, that's not how you save money. That's not how you save money, though, Angel. I know you have this art.
Gotta be smart.
It's nothing wrong with it, but stop being like you're not that wealthy to be doing stuff like that. You need to start saving your money. You know, you need for yourself. Don't worry about others. You worry about yourself. You know what I mean? I know you're a little Care Bear and you want a Care Bear stare at everybody, and that's fine. I love it. I love that energy, but reflect that energy at a mirror and bring it back to you, because you need that energy. You need that. You need those funds for yourself.
Yeah.
Who's helping you, Angel? It's a give and take. You know, if someone is helping you, that's one thing. You know, that's courtesy, and that's respect. If somebody is helping you, but if you're helping everybody and no one's helping you, that's not right, man. You're being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
You know,
and they're opportunistic people that love to take advantage of you.
Right.
Because you're too gullible.
They'll take and take and take, and they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not right.
Nope.
I'll punch them in the face. If I was
Hell
there.
yeah. Hell yeah, I'll join.
These days, if somebody that you've got enough money to pay for other people's food, you could get robbed. So you need to be really super careful.
Yeah,
If they
I totally agree.
think you're rich, they will mug you. That to happen to you.
Yup. It's true.
This world is wild. Just benefit yourself. Get a mirror. Get your little Care Bear stare. Face that mirror. Let that stare comes back to you. because you need that energy for yourself. You need that money for yourself. You need to take care of you. You come number one. You put yourself number one. Like, don't let people take advantage of you, and they continue to take advantage of you. It's like, when are you going to put your foot down and say, all right, it's enough is enough? Like, nobody's going to take advantage of me.
You're right. Even even though I do get you're serious and joking at the same time when you say that I'm a little Care Bear, and it's like I mentioned, it's like you said, Doc. Oh, it looks like you are gone for a sec there, Doc. It's like he said there. If someone helps me, that's them. But if I help everyone else there, or like every customer in line, and then you don't do anything in return for me, I'm like losing out.
Okay, you're right there.
I think a piece of a boiled egg had went down the wrong hole in my throat there.
Well, drink some water.
That's what I'm about to do. Because thankfully I have a cup of water to the side of my table in my living room.
Water.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just getting something to eat myself.
Yeah, I made some boiled eggs this morning.
Water.
All right. I'm trying to work on the echo. I'm working on the echoes, so it's happening more frequently. But it's okay. I'm working on it behind the scenes. It's making me work today because I could fix I'm fixing the mics, but it's constantly going like in and out constantly. So, Angel, I told you already. I told you what I needed to say. Hopefully, you go back and watch the last show that you were on, and listen to what I told you, and and listen to my tone. Because
Get a pen.
Most definitely there.
Yeah, because I know I gave you good information.
But you know me, it takes a while for me to process. Because remember the first time we met, and I told you about my services there, and where the way I was under back in 2018 or 17 when we first met, and you.
It's recorded. It's recorded, so it's there. It's always going to be there. Yeah, I don't hold on too much, to the past.
Yeah,
I gotta move forward.
Yep.
Because what happens is you stay stuck in that emotions from that time frame, and then you're just gonna make yourself sick.
Yep.
So let's move forward, Angel. It's kind of like playing. It's a game. Life is a game, and you just gotta better yourself throughout the game.
I'm here though. I just got super hungry. I'm making a ridiculous sandwich.
Oh boy.
What are you putting on your sandwich there?
Everything.
Maggie.
It's just see through a timer. Enjoy your crunching, Doc. Oh God, is that me?
Doc is going to town.
A spicy Italian, but I'm using like salami.
That sounds good.
And I'm using like 3 kinds of cheese and I just I'm just hungry. I got really hungry all of a sudden.
That's good.
Yeah. I love onion. I have to have onion.
I eat raw onion most days. It's really good for you.
I love onion. I love garlic. I love
Yeah.
peppers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Um,
peppers, of course. I got jalapenos.
Yeah.
Oh, I love jalapenos.
Oh no.
No,
What
I
goes
don't
in
like
has
it too
to come
spicy,
out.
but I like the peppercino. I think they call it or something.
Uh-huh.
I
Yep.
love those.
Did Paula go?
All right, let me see here. I've been working overtime on everyone's mics, making sure I control the echo.
Bless
That's
you.
what I've been doing this whole time when people are talking. I'm trying to like work on the microphones because I don't know, it's between StreamYard or YouTube. I think it's more StreamYard
That's
that
it.
they don't got their shit together. And it only happens really with StreamYard
Yeah.
where we have issues with echo. And it really sucks because we didn't have this problem before. And it seems like the more we speak about certain topics, the more interference we get. Like they
Rick,
don't
you like Reuben?
You know your
happened?
setup is amazing.
Amazing.
Do you like Reubens?
Yes.
Yeah. I just realized I had roast beef and so I'm making 2 sandwiches. Yeah. I'm hungry.
Everybody's starving.
I think that's more than what you would need there. But if you can like devour 2 sandwiches there, then hey, good on you.
I love sandwiches and subs and yeah.
Mm.
I don't feel like making anything huge right now, so
That's what I had for lunch. I made myself.
but I don't really feel like it right now. My body's kind of sore. I need more medicine. I need to get some. I still need to get some groceries. There's some things I'm missing.
I had
I got
a
lots of lunch.
sandwich for lunch too.
But I got lots of lunch meat, so I'm good. Lots of lunch meat.
Yeah. I was gonna make
Got
myself a salad.
I got bacon. I got like
Mhm.
Creole and Cajun spices and
Oh, that's delicious of what you're putting on there, Doc.
Actually,
I
talking about that, let me take out some meat.
I can make butter chicken. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. Right now, I'm just eating a sandwich, but I might make some butter chicken or something if I have it.
Oh, don't mention butter chicken. I love that stuff. I've gone mad on it. Me and Darren have.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's
It's
like
about something that he can tolerate because he's been quite poorly. Strangely enough.
I like wings a lot. I like wings.
Doc, your birthday, say it out loud, but it's in December.
Yes.
Same date as Darren's, if I remember. You're a Sag.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah. I thought I was right.
Mhm.
I love your accent there, Maggie.
You've heard it before.
I know,
Angel.
and I missed it. And I
Oh,
miss
bless
you.
I miss you too, Angel. It's been
Okay,
a long,
I'm
long
back.
time.
Yeah, Maggie. Like what I told you yesterday, it's almost a for sure thing. The only thing is that I'm gonna have to apply for a visa because there's something new they're changed.
Yeah.
So, but I'm in the plans of making that to fruition.
Yeah, I want to come over there, but I can't because I haven't had the...
Yeah. So,
I'm
definitely-
getting travel points right now. I'm getting travel points right now on my credit.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to the UK.
I'm getting
Yeah.
like hotel and travel credits as we speak. So it's building up. Just give it some time.
Brilliant.
I
Yeah.
plan
How far,
to travel big time. Once-
Maggie?
once-
How far are you from London?
I'm an hour and a half away.
Okay.
I'm in the dead centre of the island, Midland.
Okay. It's good to know because, like, I'm gonna figure something out so we could have.
I've got lots of family down there
Okay.
in London. In
Okay.
fact, I'm planning to go down. I want to see my cousins because we're all.
Okay.
I think I've hit that 60 mark, and I want to do stuff.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go to London and I wanted to go to Amsterdam also.
Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been to the. I did the coffee shop thing. When my best friend died, as Doc knows, she sat up in bed and had a heart attack, and that was our plan to do the coffee shop. So I did it with her mum instead. We went
wow.
over to. I went over to the Netherlands with her mum to her brother's, and he took me out to the coffee shop. I had 3 drags and fell out the door. It wasn't.
Wow.
I literally fell out the shop. But Amsterdam, me kids have been, and they said it's fantastic, depending where you go, because there's a nice side, and then there's the everybody
Yeah,
hanging out the Linda's side.
Yeah, I want to split my time because I'm gonna go for a week, and then I wanted to spend like a few days in London, and then a few days in Amsterdam, and then fly back
Get
home.
back. Yeah.
But yeah, I might do Amsterdam first, and then London, and then from London to fly back home because it might be more convenient and probably
It would,
cheaper.
but mind you, Enschede is a big, massive airport as well as we've got here, Heathrow and that, where you'd land.
Yeah, so.
But to do it, it's like I've been wanting to go over there forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Are you still in Philly, Doc?
He's on the other side.
I'm on the other side. Right. Yeah, no. I'm close to the Great Lakes, Erie. Closer to I'm like Pittsburgh. Yeah, my family has really strong ties in Pennsylvania. Going back.
Pennsylvania, that's it. That was the name I was thinking of.
Yeah, mine's too. I have family from Philadelphia. My father was born in Philadelphia.
Oh, really?
Yep. I got aunts and cousins, uncles and cousins.
Well, that's why that place was overriding my brain then, if both of you are connected to it.
Yeah, we have Philadelphia background.
Deep ties.
Yeah, deep ties.
Yeah.
That's why me and Doc, we have so much in common.
Wait, so that means you're connected to Florida and Pennsylvania, just like me.
Yeah.
That is interesting. And then before that, everyone on my dad's side is from Italy.
Nice.
Your collection has really grown, Rick. Can you remember when we used to get our stuff from Pamela, Stefana?
Long time.
Wow.
Over 5 years ago.
Yeah, well over. That is.
And look how time flies.
I know. It's gone nowhere. It really hasn't gone nowhere.
We just got a little older, a little wiser, and and we look good.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
I feel good. I really do. I always have a smile on my face.
Seeing you in Salem was amazing because at one
you like the Salem?
Yeah, because I mean, your back was broke. I can remember way back when you were in a bad way,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
and out of hospital and everything.
Mhm.
I remember
Yeah.
that.
I
So
went
to
through a
see
lot.
you walking around was absolutely. I've got goosebumps.
Yeah.
It was
And
amazing to see. It really was.
yeah, I had a really good experience there. It's kind of like the energy there is so hyping, and I feel so good when I walk through there.
Yeah.
And it was it,
Yes.
I feel so comfortable, and I'm doing a
And
lot more. I'm getting out a lot more. Um, going on trips and
it's brilliant. That's brilliant. It
trying to
really
live
is.
life
Good to
happy
see.
and enjoy life.
Yeah.
Me and
Really
Rick are
good.
meeting very soon.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
gonna go. I'm gonna be going to Doc's house.
Oh God, that'll be amazing. You are going to film it, aren't you?
Yeah, we're gonna do a show together.
Well, you know, some of my future plans is one for quite possibly for this month in October of this year. I'm thinking of traveling to with a woman on Instagram for the last few months, and we both want to make travel to see each other. And I'm going to try to do all that I can to save up for my travel expense and leisures and that kind of stuff for my trip to Florida. But one thing's for sure is by the end of this month, a YouTube friend of mine who once used to live here in Arizona is moving back down here, and he and I will be seeing each other. So it'll be like my first ever YouTube meetup.
That's good, but save your money too.
I
Because
know.
you want to do stuff in October, right? We're in
Yeah, but
August.
I want to like travel, but of course I need to make sure I still supply food for myself, but saving money at the same time and keeping myself entertained, but not like having all my money, even if it's only $200, be wasteful.
Save your money.
Mm.
Yeah.
Save.
So
Spend money on what you
that's
actually need.
Yeah, 'cause the more you spend, the less you're gonna have when you go on your trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to think ahead.
You don't realise how important that is until later on in life, really.
Yeah.
I mean, having children, it was hard.
I still want this vision that Lilith showed you, Rick.
Mhm.
I want to know what that's about.
Yeah, I want to know too because she showed herself twice, so
Yeah.
it was unique too because the way I saw her and the way she did, I would never forget it.
Well, the fact that she showed herself at all is right. I don't know if you realize.
So what are you
Because
telling me? I have like 30 days? No, it's like the movie The Ring, 7 days.
like what I'm saying is Lilith doesn't like. Okay, there are people that go to Lilith and try to get her attention, and she'll just ignore.
Mhm.
Okay, and they'll because they have the Russians or they don't. She's picky with who she deals with, and most of humanity she just doesn't really vibe. Like we kind of have, not even kind of, we have a similar perspective on things with that. Like she sees most of humanity as just like robots and not really wanting to understand, her or their own deeper essence and divinity and all these things. And, they sure the hell don't want equality. They want to control her or, find some way to manipulate others or whatever. So she'll indulge some of these people like that are abusive and control freaks and, like the elite, for instance, but she'll lead them to their doom eventually. But my point is that there are people that are practitioners that have been practitioners, witches, Satanists, flavor, that'll go to her and she'll, the fact that you're not even a practitioner like that, and she appeared to you, and you're male, because she already don't like people in general for the most part. Okay, so she's selective with the females she attends to. With males, it's even more so. That's why I feel so fucking humbled. Okay, she doesn't fuck with too many males. So the fact that she appeared to you like that, to me, is more than just a little interesting. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be elitist, but like it's nothing to do with like anything special. It's just that she's a very good judge of character, and she doesn't mess around. She doesn't mess about with anybody. As I said, there are people that like almost beg to work with her and tell them to fuck off. It's kind of funny. Like there are practitioners that are literally mad at me because I have a connection with her. They're literally like jealous, and it's kind of funny because like I said, she taught me everything that I needed to know. She opened all the doors. She introduced me to people that have been practicing for fucking decades, who helped confirm my experiences that I was having. A whole another conversation entirely, but like what I'm trying to tell you is there have been occasions, and so many like brought onto the show Demonosophy, who came on. That's my boy. Like we talk almost daily when we can. And when we talk like me and you, Rick. We'll sit and talk for 3-4 hours. And we're introduced by Lilith. My friend Turamir, we met through Lilith. You know what I'm saying? Like she has a way of bringing people together. There's a high priestess that I met, who's like 10 years older than me. There are people online and offline that I've met through Lilith. She has a way of creating circumstances where she basically brings her children together. And so that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, this is legit paranormal, okay? What people would call, it's not really, but it's what people would call paranormal. People talk about like chills and all that type of stuff. I've had wind, heavy wind, come through me, physical and emotionally, when I was calling her, when there was no way that wind could come in naturally. The windows open, there was no door open, there was no, I've had a lot of experiences with her, and so that's why you tell me that you saw her and what you saw, and it's not all that dissimilar to people that have been being with her. Like when you have 3 practitioners from 3 different countries, same thing. There might be something to that. It might be hallucinations. It might not be fantasy. When you tell something very subjective, and personal that you experienced, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about." Like, no, that doesn't happen. And so I say, I'm not, even though I say that this is all like within us and all that, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not an atheist. Okay, it's just that what these spirits are, what these energies are, cannot find in the way that normally defined. And it's not some anthropomorphic being, but it's a living, conscious, plasmic energy that is outside of space and time. It is acausal, before cause and effect. So I'm going to be getting it on my channel as well. But what I'm saying, Rick, is I know you're not make shit up, and so she would stop the show like that. Like you saw it, Rick. She stopped. She's like, everyone needs to go. Everyone, I need to talk to him, and that's never happened before. She's never done that before. She's never, because she likes what I do, and she likes that I like get the truth about her out. Like when I was doing those readings from my Bible, okay, from that grimoire, okay, like I dedicated that, like what do you call it? I made it a sacrament, and I devoted it to her. I ritualized it. I'm like, this is to you, like this is for you, and this is to better know you, and to also and also to for my own selfish reasons, in the sense of, by doing so, I want you to teach me more about you. I want you to teach me more on how I can uplift myself, and how I can uplift others, and how I can, unlock my potential. And so that was the pact, you could say, that we made. And so since then, I've had all kinds of stuff happen, and all kinds of people come forward. And people either ask me about how they can get in touch with Lilith, how they were curious about her, they they saw her in a dream, like it's all real. And so this is just another instance that I need to write down in my book of shadows, basically. But the fact of what you said, like about the white light and all that, to me is just it's too much, because like remember when everything stopped and I did her and all that. All you gotta do is go watch the video "Lucifer is Inside Me" to the first 40 minutes. I mean, the whole thing is good, but you skip the first 40 minutes and you'll see that I was in the middle of doing a presentation, and Lilith is just, actually, no, it wasn't even. We were just bullshitting. I was just chilling. And Lilith told Rick, like, no. You need to do this now. And she never does that.
Yeah.
And so I did. And when I did that, I had to send me a message at the same time, right after I called Lilith, asking me, hey, I met somebody who is a son of Lilith, and I want you to vet him, because I really think that we could be like, something special, like her other half or something. But I want you to vet him for me. And then if you look at the fucking bibliomancy that I did and the tarot cards that I pulled at the same time that she was messaging me, you tell me that's all coincidence. And then after the show, I had private talk with her and this dude, and him and I are on the same path. And there are all these similarities between us. And he subscribed and whatnot. And we were following some of the same people. And I basically said, if you guys hook up, you better fucking treat her right, because she's special, because she is. And she's my friend. She's been my friend, and she's been through hell. And like really been through hell. And mistreated, and she very much aligns with Lilith. And she was never into any of that. She got out of Christianity. When I first met her, she was just getting out of Christianity. And I was like, yo, you are like a natural witch. Like, you have so much power and you don't realize it. And we would just like talk about it. She started having dreams about like ancient Egyptian goddesses. And she's like, who's that? And who's that? She was explaining it to me, and I was like looking them up. Presented. And I'm like, these are like masks of Lilith. I'm thinking to myself, I didn't tell her that, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay, these are draconian energy. What is this about? And I just kind of like slowly over, and this is over like a few years time. And then she meets this dude and he starts telling her everything that I've been telling her. The same thing. You don't know who you are. You don't realize your power. You don't. And so I'm like, well, I can't vet nobody in one fucking day. I said, I have a good impression, but he's also a magician and we have glamours. I said, so that doesn't mean anything. I said, I mean, I have no bad vibes. I said, but can I tell you right off the bat that he's the one for you? No, I can't. I like him so far. I mean, that doesn't mean anything though, really. You know, but I just thought it was hella coincidental that I'm pulling these cards about unfulfilled desires and all. Like I said, go back, okay? And Rick is like, "Yo, you need to call her." And
I think I must admit that must have been when I was asleep when that happened.
Yeah, you was asleep, I think.
it was just a lot, Maggie.
Yeah, but
It
there's
was
no
a lot at once.
coincidences in my world.
Way too many at once. And like my girlfriend too has had. I don't want to talk about it because she's not here. But the shit she would tell you, the connection between her and Lilith, and how Lilith helped us accomplish what we accomplished. I'm telling you, this is why. Like she I don't worship anything or anyone.
No,
she is my goddess. Like I don't worship her, but I respect that of her.
Yeah.
And,
there's a difference, and people.
You know, I honor her. Well, she honors me too. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, they do.
That's the thing. And I had a high priestess tell me, like, now I understand why Lilith likes you so much. And I about turned red. I was like, well, what do you mean she likes me so much? I mean, I know we're cool, but you know, but she like laughed. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, I know we're cool, but I didn't think it was like that.
Yeah.
And yeah. And then like he talked, my friend, like my friend, like speak through her, you know, telling me like all this stuff. Like she was reaching into my mind. And there's no way this person could have pretended to know this stuff. She was reaching into my mind and telling me things about myself. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, is she very real?
Oh, I believe it 100%.
Is what they say? Hell no.
They usually aren't.
No, she goes back to shamanism because I had experiences similar when I was altered states with plant teachers. And like I said, she is a part of nature. She is a force of nature. She is connected to Sophia. There's no question about it. And I talked to her about it and she just laughed. So she didn't deny it. She didn't say yes, but she didn't deny it either.
But you can see the progression from Sophia to Lilith.
Yeah, they're one. So, you know, a lot of these so-called gods and gods, they are egregores, but there are some that are not. One that is not is Lucifer, Asmodeus. They are pre-Christian. Asmodeus was Ashmedeva, which was Zoroastrian in God, and he was the god of lust and fury, and that is my they call patron. Okay, Lilith is my matron. Asmodeus is my patron. He's the divine, infernal divine, whatever the fuck you want to call it, masculine. And Lilith is the one who made me aware of that because I didn't know. I wanted to know her more, and she's like, if you want to know me more, you need to know him. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? I'm like, whoa, 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 hold on a second. Because at first I was kind of like, I don't know. I was a little hesitant. And she's like, just do it. And I was like, okay. So I invoked him. Invoked, meaning I allowed him into me. First time I ever did that. And I was freaked out. I'm not going to lie. The first time I did it. And then afterwards, I was like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? Because it was the most natural feeling. And that's when I realized this whatever this energy is, it's already a part of me from something further back. And so basically what Lilith showed me is the reason why I needed to get to know him is because it's the same reason why we are connected in the first place. And it goes back to lives beyond this one.
It's ancestral.
It's ancestral.
Yes. And so, and this also connects again to.
And I know you were back there.
Because
she's not here right now, so I don't want to say too much. But this also connects to my girlfriend. Both of us have a prior past life connection to these forces, and so you know, it's almost like a big joke because I was born in such a religious upbringing. And was told from the time I was 6 years old, basically, you know, that I would burn in hell if I even thought about any of this. And it's almost like it was a test from the gods, you could say, to see if I would still, you know, heed the call somewhat. And you think, all I got to do is talk about the crazy experiences I had in my life before I got into the occult, because they're just as interesting. When I was 9 years old, I was initiated into something I don't even know what it was. This guy was twice my age. He initiated me into becoming my own god. I forgot about the details of it, because it was so strange. And at the time, I was just like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. It's kind of freaky, but all right. It's kind of like, you know, like I didn't really take it seriously. But like looking back, there was a whole. See, this is the thing. When I was younger, I was very skeptical of magic. I thought it was pretend. That's what's so funny. There's my buddy. The universe is hearing me. When I met through Lewis, that was on the show. I'm gonna tell him on the show right now. He can tell you the same shit. We've talked about Lilith, and he got really close to her. He just messaged me. But anyways, and there's Turamir. Turamir, explain to everyone who Lilith is and how she brings people together. Like met in the tattoo, and just like I'm trying to like make people understand that like most of this stuff is pretend, but like when you get into certain, you know,
I don't think it's pretend.
I mean, it's crazy. Like when I first started to, and hi everyone,
I just want to
from
get
Finland, from Finland. So
that's my brother.
I'm working also. So yeah, so I'm working. So if I have to drop out, then you know that I'm just busy with work. Anyhow,
Yep.
when I first started to chat with Twilight in Skype, he started to talk about Lilith, and without knowing anything about me. And I have a tattoo of my very first tattoo, which I had, is Lilith's sigil in my left calf. And he didn't know a freaking thing about it. And also, funny thing is that after I got this one, where is it? Hold on. I don't know if you can see this one. Anyway, in my right arm, I don't know. Oh boy.
What's
Anyway,
part of it?
I have the name of Lilith written here in my right arm. And by the way, I have echo again. Anyhow,
We all have to keep muting because of that.
one week after, a female friend of mine started to talk about her tattoo in her neck, which is the name of her mom. And her name of her mom is in Finnish Lilli, and Lilia, which is also a flower. But her nickname with her friends is Lily, and it translates into English as Lilith. And she didn't have an idea that what do I have here. I didn't tell her that I have name of Lilith with written in Hebrew here. So that was 1 week after I got this. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if you can see it that well, but like.
I can see some of it, but it's hard to direct yourself when you're on a camera that's reversed.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's cool tattoo.
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Anyhow, there was also there was also some weird stuff happening after I had this one taken, like only few hours after. Like I was there was 3 paper cups like for coffee, which were on a table, and they were kind of thrown towards me when I was passing the table. Like I didn't see it as negative. It was like I got the impression that someone, most likely Lilith, was trying to say that she's there. Like
hello, I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. Despite it was like a poltergeist activity, which has not happened before, really. The gut feeling I had was that it was just someone telling me that, hey, I'm here, motherfucker. Excuse me.
If you both
Or,
want
hey,
validation, if you both want validation about what's going on here, I'll validate you both because as you're both speaking, I'm getting chills all the way through me, and I've got, it's all right, my husband's giving me telling me about the grandkids coming tomorrow. I've got someone behind me that's saying the connection is going round and round and round. There's more people involved in this, and there's more people to come.
Yeah. That's what she said. This is the beginning. She said she's gathering. It goes further.
I didn't know that.
It goes even further. Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. My friend of 2 years, okay?
I'm not cold.
I've been talking to, had no interest in any of this, and now all of a sudden her friend, her new soulmate, because she had some inkling to change her icon to Lilith's avatar, because I guess I'm just spreading the word of Lilith. I'm converting people to and he saw her and he's like, that's a sign, because he's on the path. He's going through the initiations like I am. Yeah. And when you're going through those initiations, those subtle signs are important.
Yeah.
So they're like in love, okay? And you know how he just talked about his friend's mom is my friend's daughter's name is Lily.
My auntie, my godmother, who passed, was Lily. My mum's best friend.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
As your friend here, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll probably say it wrong. As he was explaining about his tattoo and everything, and said Lily.
Yeah.
Instantly, my godmother came to mind.
Yeah.
And I am a skeptic, Maggie, but I'm not anymore.
No.
Not when it comes to. I mean, I'm still careful with what. I don't just believe everything.
No, but you can't. But it's too in your face.
When it comes to
both of you.
There's stuff I can't even talk about. There's stuff I can't even talk about. That rituals that I've done that have caused dramatic changes in my life.
Yeah.
You know, they're undeniable. So, but my point is, she's not fucking evil,
No.
and and she's been repressed and denigrated and demonized, and it's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough.
By the way, Twilight, did you notice that Rick is having burb? So he asked you to take over for a while.
No, fine, I can do that.
Yeah. So
Magi,
please do take over for a moment.
Jesus. It's like when Christians talk about Jesus. So yeah, I'm good.
My mate. I've always called him my mate, but as my mate, not on someone who's up here. I've said that right from the beginning. To you, Doc, you know that.
Mm-hmm.
He's not around so much now. Well, you move on, don't you? You get different.
Lilith literally told me that she wanted to have an embodiment.
Oh,
She wanted me and her to unite. To put it, I don't want to kiss and tell. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I about fell the fuck over and lost consciousness. Like, what? Why?
Yeah.
Why? Who am I to deserve that? Like, what?
There you go. You're putting yourself down.
She told me that there was gnosis that needed to be transferred that was only possible through that act, but it was much more than physical.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't at all deny or say there was anything wrong with the physical, mind you, but that there was something much deeper that needed to be communicated that was only possible through that altered state of surrender and ecstasy, that ecstatic union. And
It goes with your personality. What can I say, Doc?
Well, it's because I'm connected. It's also because I'm connected to Asmodeus, and according to some of the myths, that is her consort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Her main consort supposedly is Samael, but
I think myths are more real than the dictated stuff that we keep getting.
It is. It is. Myths are real. They're just written in poetic, esoteric language.
Yep.
They are. All the myths have truth in them. It's just that it's not. None of it's literal. It's all written in poetic and esoteric language that our ancestors understood. That we've been made. It's been made sure that we don't have those keys of decipherment.
Yeah.
It is not fiction to them. It was very real. Their experiences. But then on the masculine side of things, Ashmodai, Asmodeus, Ashmodeva, whatever the fuck you want to call him, is also incredible. But defining where he begins and I end is difficult. Because we're very in tune. I invoke him daily. Ever since Lilith told me that we were connected, I invoke him daily, like every single day for probably over a year now. So our energies are so that ever since Lilith told me. Well, because like I said, there's a connection between us to the point that I sometimes forget. So there's times he's probably speaking through me and I just don't even know it.
Yeah. Longest period I have been doing daily devotions or calling someone was Azazel, and I did it for 90 days in a row without missing a single day.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a list of people who I did way back in 2009. I've got the paperwork for it and all, and we were trying to shut down CERN many moons ago. I was into this stuff, but I've not done it since, and it's so powerful, so powerful. It knocks you off your feet, and that's when I was introduced to my dragons.
Yeah. The old gods are not evil.
No, there's more evil in the Vatican than there is anywhere else in the world, and I'm sorry if that offends anybody.
Yeah, well, the truth is the truth, man.
Yeah.
Twilight knows I have become a strange shooter, so there are very little things that could offend me. So
Yeah.
so you can shoot me with live rounds, no worries.
You'd be surprised how people do get offended. Seriously,
Oh, yeah.
by someone else's opinion,
Yeah.
and everybody's opinion is like your fingerprint. Different.
Oh, my dad's all about the Pope, and he's not even really religious. He just because of because, like I said, all of my family on my dad's side are Italian, and they're like they're Catholic because of family.
Yeah.
Practically fucking. Well, I wouldn't say they're atheists. But they act like it. They don't go to church. They don't really read the Bible. It's more like a familial thing. Like it doesn't. Really
It's like going with the crowd. It's like I was brought up Catholic, Irish Catholic, because my parents and grandparents came over. My parents were kids. They met here. I was born here, but I'm 100% Irish as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You know, like the beef.
Yeah, see, my mom's side is Irish.
Yeah.
And Ojibwa and Norse. My mom actually broke the cycle because, like I said, all my family on my dad's side is Italian, going back centuries. My mom broke that cycle because she's not.
Yeah, you know, we've got a thing about Italian looking man. I married one. He's not Italian, but he looked like one.
So I'm Irish, Italian, Norse, and Ojibwa, Native American.
And he loves. We both love Italy. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
it really is.
I really want to go.
Beautiful place.
And I want to go to Ireland really bad.
Oh yeah, I want to go back to Ireland. We went for was it our 30th wedding anniversary? 30th to Ireland.
I got a lot.
Even knows I'm talking to him.
I got a lot.
Yeah, we went over for our 30th, and we took my mum for her 70th. All right, now I'm live. Yeah. Shocking. That was my grandson going past. I used to do live shows twice a week, regular, and I just go to the family. I'm live. Feck off.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. After you got involved with magic, and especially connecting with more with spiritual or esoteric world, whatever you want to call it, have you noticed that? Have you been more like tuned in with the nature and different weather?
Yeah.
Weather patterns or so forth.
Yeah.
Like, do you like
this country has been raining now for 2 months. It's supposed to be our summer. Now my eldest son, I turned 60 in May, and my eldest son paid for me to go to Mallorca for a week. We were freezing. As soon as we went through the clouds, it was red hot. You can actually, I've seen cloud seeding in real time.
Oh.
It's the only way I can explain it, because the whole country was covered. They're manipulating the weather, they're manipulating our food, they're manipulating everything we touch, feel, hear.
Are you in the UK or where are you?
I'm in the UK.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the changes I have noticed, especially lately, are like I have been more in tune with the wind for some reason. I don't know how to explain it, but
Yeah. You get
like
connected.
I can feel and sense different things what the wind is saying, like, and okay, we have had weather forecast that there is supposedly a storm coming, but regardless of the forecast, I'm able to feel things about the wind,
Yeah.
that the weather is going to change even before the meteorologists tell on the telly that hey, the
Because you're now connected.
weather is about to change. So
Yeah.
it's
You're
been
connected to Gaia, Mother Earth, solidly.
so it's been interesting to suddenly realize that okay, like okay,
Yeah, it's weird because you self-doubt yourself over and over again. I've been seeing spirit and scary things since I was a kid. I got belted for it because my dad was a Catholic and didn't believe in any of that stuff. You know,
Okay.
ghosts, tarot. I've got a collection of over nearly 200 tarot cards. I'm absolutely obsessed. Yeah, I love them. All the different pictures, all the different vibes you get off them. And I'm still been waiting now nearly 7 years for Doc to read my tarot.
Mm-hmm.
You still haven't read me, Doc.
Are you serious? I can.
I'm serious. Yeah.
All the times I've done tarot.
Yeah,
I can do that. That's not a problem.
Brilliant.
Last time we had some tarot reading. We had like 8 of Cups all over the place. And what else did we have?
Emotions.
Like,
letting go.
You remember
emotions that have been going on forever in the infinity from the 8.
Was it last week, Twilight?
I think he's gone to fetch his tarot.
That's
okay.
That's when Lilith came through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when Lilith came through. You were there, yeah.
It's an eternal thing. It's all about.
Was it 8 of Wands, 8 of Wands, and 8 of Cups, and 8 of Cups in reverse, and what did we have? Something like that.
Yeah, I pulled 8 of Cups and 8 of Wands, and then you pulled 8 of Cups too, but yours was in reverse.
Yeah. It's like the one.
And then it was Queen of Cups too. And then when my girlfriend, it connected to those cards connected to my girlfriend too.
It's about emotions, being in the moment, messages coming forward really fast, things moving fast with the 8 of Wands.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Passion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Paula.
About passion, bringing things into reality.
Is it Paula?
Yes, Paula.
Hi.
It's taking what is in the archetypal world and bringing it into the physical.
Yeah.
It's the mastery of the 4 elements. Fire is the final element. Because it like if you look at the magician card, it has the 4 symbols of the cup, the wand, the pentacle.
I'm just going to nip to the ladies' room a minute. I'll be right back. I promise.
No worries. Enjoy.
But with the fire is the fire of will. Fire of will, black flame.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it's like I said, it's no longer an idea anymore because it's passion overflowing. And when you go past the 7, 7 is rest. 4 is balance. 8 is double balance. So the 7 is when you sit back. You know, it's like 7 days. The 7th day is the day of rest.
Mhm.
If you look at it from a non-dual perspective, okay, so the 7th day of rest of God is your rest, not the God in the Bible, but your rest. Okay, so the 8 when you're starting to move again. Okay, and the 9 is the completion. So it's right before the complete. It's between the completion and the rest. So it's things moving quick. It's the 8 is also the Ouroboros. The you know the infinity. 8 on its side is infinity. It's also the number of the serpent. It's also the number of the goddess in her active phase. It's and when you have cups, obviously we're talking about emotions.
Mhm.
So it's an internal movement. It's not so much external. But when you have fire and water, you know, fire and water are supposed to cancel each other out. But when you do the alchemy, they create ether. So you're going beyond the 4 to the 5th to the quintessence.
Mhm.
And
I gotta go. Bye.
you gotta go. It's a lot. It's a lot. I did a whole action hates swiftness, rapid change of pace, quick change of direction, busy schedule, enthusiasm, great energy and vitality, strong motivation, productivity, accomplishment, success, rapid results, competition, intense effort, short-term goals, working against the clock. Yeah. Time to prepare, brainstorming, inspiration, pushing things to the limit, overcoming obstacles, readiness, willpower, and travel.
Moment of silence.
Cups provide us information about how a client is feeling. They reveal their emotional temperament and undercurrents they may or may not be consciously aware of. Reveals one's emotional and psychological state and commonly help us discern what lies beneath the surface and facade. Cup indicates the nature and progress of creative endeavors as well as the nature and depth of emotional, romantic, and spiritual experiences. So basically what I'm saying, they connote or intimate connections with other people or attachments and sexual interests. They provide warnings and alert us to possible deception. Reverse cups inform us about the traits and proclivities we need to strengthen or release for overall emotional and spiritual well-being. Temporarily, cups represent periods of weeks. Yeah. Yeah, so it's really about what lies beneath things, too. One is distance and one is movement. Cups is pulling away, wands is moving forward. I'm going to start doing tarot like you've never seen before. It's going to be a little while, but once I start it up, you think I did readings before?
That's going to be interesting.
Oh, because I'm going to be incorporating all kinds of other disciplines into it. So it's yeah, I'm going to be using the spirits, and it's going to be crazy. I took some notes here. See, here's a breakdown by correspondence of the major arcana. Even in an upright position, each card has several levels of meaning, and no card corresponds to a single proclivity or situation. The correspondence is below enable you to master the various permutations of the major arcana.
I'm back.
But using the occult tarot that you got me, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know this, but it has like entire ritual before you even pull the cards.
Oh, cool.
And it's not an actual tarot deck. It's like, I'll read it to you. And this is the one that Rick got me. It's like intuitively. He didn't even know what he was getting. Let me
I got paid for your birthday.
Yeah, he got this for my birthday. He didn't know what he was getting.
I love this picture.
It has all the Goetia demons and Lucifer.
Oh.
But it's preparation and offerings. Before the conjurer begins using the cards, they should make offerings to the demon they wish to summon. That's the first words out of this. So this is not a normal tarot card. Without a proper offering, the demons may not answer your call, and your workings might not be productive. The conjurer should select some simple item that shows respect to the demon and will attract it to your presence. The offering should be something that is both valuable to the conjurer and desirable to the demon. See, this is what happens. See, I don't got to worry about that because I have a good relationship with them.
Yeah.
But this is what people usually have to do. And this is what I was saying. Like Lilith, you could do all the conjurations and bring items, and they don't even come to you. That's why when Rick is like, "Yeah, she appeared to me," I'm like, "Whoa, what?"
Because they're attached to Rick.
Because people, will sit and beg and scream and offer, food and blood and all this shit, and they just ignore it.
Yeah.
So
it's to do with the connection of the souls, your energy and everything. It's more than a physical. It's something you can't really put into words as a physical person, if you know what I mean, where I'm coming from.
Yes.
It's a connection that can't I don't know. I've often pondered or wondered about it, and I'm still doing it at 60. Everybody doesn't know everything.
Yeah, it says to conjure any demon you wish to ask for favors or gain divination of the future, you must use cards of the occult tarot which bear the images and sigils of the 72 demons that great Solomon summoned. I'm going to be getting into the Goetia soon, as well as the 6 rulers, the grand princes of hell, totaling 78 infernal spirits from the darkest realms. You must then create an infernal circle in which the demon shall be contained by aligning 5 red candles in a rising crescent formation, with the central candle, the closest to the west, being taller than the rest. From the flame of the candles, light some sticks of incense and draw with the smoke a circle around the conjurer and the infernal circle. Place the incense in holders on the south and north sides of the circle. Select the card bearing the image and sigil of the demon you wish to summon. This is called the significator, and place it in the center of the circle. Then it has a incantation I'm not going to repeat right now. Place your offering in a metal dish reserved for the special purpose of doing commerce with the demon into the infernal circle at the northwest point. While gazing upon the image of the demon, shuffle your cards, letting your mind drift over the image and pondering the nature of the demon. Divide the deck into 3 piles and shuffle together again, gazing upon the center candle and letting your mind go blank while shuffling. Again, divide the deck into 3 piles and shuffle together, this time pondering upon that which you intend to ask. Divide the deck into 3 piles a third time, then stack the piles. You now adequately prepared to question the demon. And then you will be laying your cards in a version of the traditional Celtic cross. Lay the first card over the significator. Should the demon, this shall be your guide during the reading. So you have a guide, and then Lay the second across the first. This shows the demon that shall challenge you in the future. Lay the third card above the first. This reveals the outcome of future events. The fourth card below the first. This reveals the abilities you shall need to achieve your goal. The fifth card to the right of the first. This reveals the forces that have passed from influence. Lay the sixth card to the left of the first. This reveals the forces that are working at your bidding and the result they shall attain. Lay the seventh card by itself to the right of the cross of cards you have formed. This is the conjurer, showing your heart and spirit. Lay the eighth card above the seventh. This is the force surrounding the conjurer in your home and elsewhere. Lay the ninth card above the eighth. This reveals either the worst or the best that might happen. It is not a sign of what shall be or what shall come, but of what is possible at the highest or lowest levels. I'm glad they say that. Lay the 10th and final card above the 9th. This reveals the demon to which you shall pay the price of receiving your desires. This demon shall trouble you with all the skills of its office until... Okay, the 10th card bears a demon that you can predict. The conjurer may ask of it a question. The answer shall be found in the following 3 cards turned over from your deck in the order of past, present, and future. When the questioning of the demon has finished, the conjurer should sit in silent meditation, remaining within the circle when all the smoke from the incense has ceased as an incantation. Replace the cards into the pile, leaving the demon. You summon them atop. Slowly extinguish the candles from south to north, leaving the center candle as the last to be pulled out with your breath. Puffed out, sorry. The demons have departed and you are free to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You may expect the demon that surface in card positions 3, 6, and 10 to influence your life in the future. They can also be at the bidding of the demon you summon, so if you wish, you control them, command them through your significator demon. Remember, you have power over the demons, and although they can influence events, they do not have power over you. Do not misuse that which you have achieved. So yeah, not normal. And Rick didn't even know. But I don't have to follow that exactly because I got Lilith. But for the most part, it's right. And I can use it in conjunction with my...
They were meant to be with you, Doc. Otherwise, they wouldn't be with you.
I use them both, actually. I use the two decks together. Because the one I have is called Tabula Mundi. I heard it like really jumped out to me. And I want to get the bigger version because I got like little cards that are basically like for meditation. Yeah. I mean, they still work fine. Yeah. But the fucking artwork on it is just incredible.
That's what attracts me to them all. The artwork.
Yeah. It's based off the Thoth Tarot. And the person who created them knew what the hell they're talking about. It didn't come with any book or anything though. So it's very esoteric, but it's because I understand it. So
yeah, that's it. To be fair, I've never used the books on mine. I've gone with my gut and what.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. You use it one time and throw it away.
Yeah, I've never. In fact, on the show where I used to do tarot readings, the person didn't believe in it because all they'd done was a face-to-face reading with someone. So cold readings, if you like, watching people, how they move, watching expressions as you're doing the reading. So they're picking up on what they're doing to see if they're going in the right direction. I've read for people all over the world without even, all I know is their, what's it name? Like yours is Twilight Sun. They're cool. I like that. Shiva's my candle snuffer, by the way. I do like a bit of Shiva.
But yeah, it's they're not normal. But that's fine with me. But yeah, these are actually I put these cards the opposite direction to save them.
Has that got a monkey on the front?
But 8 of Wands, 8 of Pentacles.
Oh.
Doc, define normal.
Yeah. Because I can't. I don't know what it is. In our world, there isn't.
Sorry, I got a customer, so
No, don't worry. I can't see.
and
Oh,
I'm
Baphomet.
kids, don't try this at home. I'm driving and
Yeah,
trying to follow you guys, and
just listen
Try
in.
to
He's the magician.
Drive, be
This
careful.
one.
yeah, no worries.
James,
There is no other traffic practically, so it's easy to
Yeah.
drive and focus on driving and so forth. So you're doing live readings now.
He's reading for me, I hope. Oh,
Ah, okay, nice.
oh, is that Lucifer? I can't see properly, Doc. I'm 60, for God's sakes. Oh, I'm getting them all tonight. Very nice.
Lucifer. Yeah. Yeah, so this is like it's
Intriguing.
more like this is more like what can I use, like okay, I'm gonna be doing this soon, so I don't want to get too much into it. But
Yeah.
what the Goetia and all of this is for is you can call on these different demons, which are really ancient gods.
Yeah. There's nothing new under the sun.
They can help you learn different sciences. Like you can
Yeah.
call a demon and be like, I want to learn astronomy.
Hmm.
And no, I'm serious. Okay?
Yeah, I know you are.
Astronomy. I want to learn mathematics. I want to learn how to be invisible. I want to learn how to make this court case disappear. That's really how it works.
Is
Like
Paula trying to get in? Sorry, I've just seen a little.
Belial is one of the most interesting. When you're talking about like practical magic, you know, magic is just shamanism, witchcraft. You know, witchcraft. Yeah.
Yes.
It just takes it. It takes it further, and it's you know, like I said, you want to learn astronomy, you want to learn mathematics, you want to learn how to make that court case disappear, you want to learn how to make your enemy your friend.
Yeah.
You want to influence the, you know,
like all the top knobs do.
If people want to consider that evil, well, then you know you can.
No, it depends.
Slave to circumstance, you know. It's well, you know, in this world, the way it is right now.
Yeah.
You know,
it's self-preservation at the minute.
Yeah. I mean, why would you not want to be able to improve your life? Like if you are looking for a job, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? You can call on a daemon, okay, a spirit, and it can create opportunities and open up doors that wouldn't necessarily be there.
Yeah.
So it can influence the air. Like it's kind of like meteorology or like you know, like
it's right there, but you can't.
Thermostat. The thermostat can determine the temperature of something.
Yeah.
Well,
is
this
mercury
can influence that temperature. Okay? Yeah. It's not like you're literally calling upon hell. They say that because it's written for magicians.
The Catholic. I told you what happened to me on my first Holy Communion. That was a satanic ritual. It's got to have been for me, my whole body to react to that as a 7-year-old.
Go.
I exploded as a 7-year-old. I was a 7-year-old walking down the aisle, dressed like a bride. That's a good book. Yeah.
I forgot I even had this.
I don't possess that, but I do.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to explain this to you. I forgot I even had this. Okay.
Yeah, this is what happens every time Doc goes to read my cards.
Oh no. If I read, no. If I do a reading for you, I want to do it right.
Yeah.
I want to do a whole damn like.
I know. I know it'll be a good one.
Yeah, no, I want to do it right.
Yeah. We'll have to arrange that.
Yeah. But like, okay. Pathway. Okay. It has been claimed that every demon has the power to do anything you ask of it, but each has a specialty, office, or power that makes it the most appropriate choice for the issue you choose to address. It could also be said that most people can hold a paintbrush, but how many can paint a portrait? And how many could create a masterpiece? In selecting a demon, you are finding the spirit who can create a masterpiece from the challenge of your situation. It is tempting to become ensnared in speculation about the nature and origin of demons, attempting to ascertain their meaning and purpose in your life. I am of the opinion that when you perform magic that summons a demon through pathworking, you will gain a definite sense of the demons that surpasses the speculation of all theologians. I would not deter you from research into this subject, but should warn you that every document is as incomplete as this one when it comes to the philosophy of demons. And you may find that expressing and developing your purpose and pleasure is more important than answering mystical questions that may inevitably be unanswerable. Having selected a problem or situation that requires magical influence, you are required to choose a demon most appropriate to match the essence of the result. The following short chapters are a key to finding the demon you wish to work with. You may choose to read the book and search for the power you need by gaining a complete understanding of each demon, but the following pages should make it easier to find the power you need. I also recommend that you read through all the powers of the demon kings and dukes before beginning any magical work. These can be found in the chapters, the 4 demon kings and the 8 dukes of Lucifer. The categories on the following pages are, and then it gives, this is what I'm talking about. To manipulate reality, influence, compelling and controlling, financial situations, sex, passion and seduction, persuasion, charm and trust, healing the body, guidance and wisdom, to find peace, legal problems and justice, willpower and personality, protection and binding, personal skills and creativity, corruption and cursing, causing disease and injury, for mental suffering, to create illusion. Having found the name of the demon you think will be appropriate, you can use the contents page to find that demon and check the full description of its powers to be certain they match your desire. So to manipulate this, make a situation reach its conclusion more rapidly by manipulating time. Cause confusion. Discover and intensify psychic and magical abilities. So to unlock things that are buried within you, in other words. And then there's also, if you need to, if you have someone attacking you, or you have a situation where it's you or them, I mean, it gets to a point to where, you know, are you just going to allow the situation to overcome you? Are you going to allow someone to steal from you? Are you going to allow someone to take advantage of you? Are you going to allow someone to harm you? Or are you going to take matters into your own hands? You know, is that evil? If it is, then I guess I'm evil. You know,
I say smite away.
I've been fucked over more times than I can count. You know, and I'm taking charge now. You know, so influence, compelling, and controlling, to make somebody succumb to temptation, to compel somebody to decide swiftly and in your favor. So you got a boss you don't like, all of a sudden they like you. Cause somebody to doubt your magic. To influence through the calm power of your voice. make a competitor waste money, compel someone to feel remorse for their actions, to quieten nosy people, including neighbors, create harmony in a workplace you manage, to cause somebody to feel submissive in your presence, make your partner more loving, compel somebody to pay what they owe, cause a competitor to believe they have done all that can be done to make them relax too much, to compel a person to leave their home, workplace, or any other position, to cause one person to be violent to another, to cause somebody to change their mind or reverse a decision, to make those who work for you respectful and obedient, to make a lover faithful, force someone to reveal secrets they plan to keep, to win competitions by influencing judges, to quell an argument and bring peace. Now, it's not like some off-the-wall shit like win the lottery. It's all very subtle. The real magic is.
Yeah.
But you can do anything.
Make the government give us their money back.
You know, to make somebody to cause somebody to have sexual dreams about you. I definitely don't need that one. That happens.
No, you don't.
Make somebody it's in me. This is make somebody succumb to temptation. I don't.
In fact, it was in Rick's chat that happened, that we were all triggered. Way back when. Laura,
I've had people tell me way before I got into any of this about seeing me in the astral plane and yeah.
I've never. It was too real.
And I swear to the goddess, like I and this is another part of the reason why I got into all this, because I was having a lot of people tell me things like that.
Yeah.
Were involved like in white magic or like really like deep in astral projection, because I can't astral project, at least not consciously, and I don't dream and none of that. And so because and this is another thing, because of all that, I didn't think I could do this.
But you can, and you are.
But I can.
In real time.
Because I haven't had a dream since I was before pre-elementary school. Before school. Like, that's how long ago it was.
Yeah. I can remember saying this before.
Just, like, I've never dreamed that I can really
saying this, but this was too real, Doc. I can remember it.
I believe my girlfriends had dreams about me.
Yeah.
My girlfriends had dreams about me. And I actually set an intention before I went to sleep to have an experience.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't experience it, she did.
Yeah.
I was like, what did you experience? And it was exactly the intention I set. So apparently, regardless if I experience it or not, if I set the intention, other people will.
Yeah.
So basically, I am doing it. I am having the experience. It's just for some reason it's blocked. And that's something I need to talk to Lilith about. And that goes back to the first time I contacted her. The very first time I contacted, oh God, I just got a chill.
Yeah, that's something you need to sort out yourself.
The first time I contacted her, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't see you. I don't know, if I'm doing this right. And that's when I got that chill, that wind. And she's like, you don't have to see me to know that I am here. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Because that's basically what I was thinking. It's like, I know you're here. Everyone's telling me I need to have this ability and that ability and da-da-da-da, and I can't do it otherwise. I'm thinking to myself, that's bullshit. And then she's like, you're right.
Everybody goes their own way at their own time.
I've been here. She's like, you think it's you that have called me. She's like, she says, my child, you are mistaken. She says, who do you think put all these thoughts into your head? She says, who do you think brought you? She says, for all you know, I am the devil. She says, you were raised. Think of how you were raised. She says, you're coming to me. Think of how think of how you were raised, the indoctrination. All through your life, even now, you're being prayed for. Anytime you would even listen to anything about me or anything about the darkness, your mom would be like, oh, what's this? What are you listening to? What are you doing? And yet here you are. You wake up and I'm on your mind. Why do you think that is? And I'm just like, whoa, what the fuck? And she's like, I've always been with you. Who do you think Kali is? And I'm just like, get the fuck out of here, dude. She's like, you were with when you were, practicing, white tantra and working with Kali, which is the first goddess. One of Lilith's names in the grimoires is Kali. They're one and the same. If you go back to that video, and if you, I don't know if you saw any of this, but I'm gonna refresh because I did a ritual, an invocation. In fact, I feel like I should do it again. First off, this is the one that popped up, bibliomancy. This is the spirit that Rick saw. Okay, I don't know if Rick is back yet, but this is the spirit that Rick saw. Okay, this book is 450 pages. There's 300 masks of Lilith.
Yeah.
Okay.
That reminds me of Helen, my friend who passed.
When I called, when he told me to stop everything, I called her. And I feel like I should right now. I don't want to freak everybody out, but like I'm getting that energy. Like I should call her. Like for real, call her. Like I called her because she's like, she wants your attention. She wants your attention. I'm like, I don't know what the hell she wants. Like she's always there. I never dismiss her. She's always present. She's always on my mind on some level, whether it's unconscious or whatever, So I don't know what the hell she possibly wants from me. But I called her and I was just like, okay, like, so be it. And then that's when he's like, I see her. And then I was like, bibliomancy. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to open the book and see where it takes me. And he's like, I see her. And he's explaining what he's seeing. 300 masks. And I open the book and I'm looking at it and he's explaining to me what he's seeing. And I'm looking at her, the mask that I'm looking at. And by the way, this is a very rare one, coincidentally. Okay. And he's telling me what he's seeing. And I'm like, is this it? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm reading it. Look at the sigil. Okay. And Ita.
That's nice, by the way. I keep forgetting I'm muted.
Ita. Okay.
I like that.
Another forgotten mask of the goddess. So it's always these obscure ones that I happen across. Her sigil shows a broken heart adorned with lilies and flames, holding her eye inside. The flames in the image represent yearning for love and fulfillment. This is when my friend messages me. Lilies are symbols of both purity and death. They are funeral flowers placed on graves and near the coffins of the deceased. The eye represents the sleeping one. She who cannot die, cannot cross over, but sleeps and dreams of what she never got in her life. This suggests we are dealing here with a symbol of unfulfilled desires, unrealized passions, fantasies that never became reality. The domain of the dead maiden. The sigil should be painted in gold or silver on black. Ita is the sleeping one. She comes with visions of lily flowers and dead maidens. She appears in a white dress, which is either a wedding gown or a funeral outfit. She is surrounded by white lilies. Her hair is golden and loose. But what's crazy is when he tells me that he sees her carrying this is another time he sees her carrying a child and it has like white light.
Before you even mentioned the child bit, I knew you were going to say that. I don't know why. I just visualized it there, like this.
So, but I never called her. But like a week prior to all of this happening, I did my own personal private ritual. I did the actual ritual, the actual invocation. And And the one I did was Kali. It was bibliomancy, and I'm like, oh, this is way too much. Like, what is the likelihood of me falling upon Kali? And
let me tell you something now. I watch a lot of tarot readers, not for the tarot thing, because I can do that myself, but to see their tarot cards. An awful lot of big, I'm talking 600,000 plus subs people have started using the Kali Oracle.
She's becoming more...
With you saying that just come into my head. An awful lot of people are using that Oracle deck at the minute. People that you wouldn't think would use that type of deck. I have a multitude of different ones, as you know.
Well, she was the first that I ever worked with through the Maha Vidyas. I worked with the Maha Vidyas, which is
I'm not going to say I know what you're on about, Doc, because I don't.
It's like it's in the Vedic tradition.
Oh, the Vedas.
They have what's Maha Vidyas, which are goddesses that are really one. Okay, and so that's what I was into before I got into anything else. And so, and Kali was the main one I worked with, because Hanuman. Well, Hanuman is an aspect of Shiva. Here it is, right here. This is brilliant, though. And this is the one I actually did. And when I did the ritual for this, I had happy tears come down my eyes for the first time in 11 years. Okay? Kali. This sigil shows a lotus with 8 petals, like the Kali Yantra. The petals are black, signifying the connection of this mass with darkness and the other side. There is a circle in the middle, symbolic of infinity, in the shape of the serpent Ouroboros Leviathan. Inside the serpent is a diamond made of 2 parts, one white, the other black, joined by the glyph of an eye. The symbolism refers to the bright and dark aspects of the goddess, benevolent and vicious. Connected by the eye, it refers to the ability to see beyond illusions and to transcend limitations of perception. It also shows that we are dealing here with a force that acts as an intermediary between the daylight and the night side. The sigil is both draconian and referring to the yantras of the Hindu goddess Kali. I have met with opinions that Lilith Kali has nothing to do with the Hindu goddess, and with claims that this is one and the same being. By working with her, you will see that giving a clear answer here is not really possible, because the goddess is in some aspects similar to the Hindu character and in others completely different. From the perspective of draconian tradition, these similarities are more common than differences, which is reflected in the sigil channel through my work with Lilith Kali, highly reminiscent of the Hindu imagery. Also, her gnosis has a lot to do with certain aspects or concepts that Kali represents, especially those connected with the concept of Kundalini. In rites of magic, Lilith Kali appears in a meditative posture sitting inside a black lotus flower. She may also appear as a dark silhouette with her hands forming mudras as shown in her portrait included here. The eye appearing in the sigil is on her forehead, referring to the third eye, dissemination, and awakened consciousness. Sometimes she shows herself as a golden serpent with ruby eyes, referring to the golden current that exists in Sushumna, and which in my ritual system is referred to as ascending flame. It's talking about one of the what's known as a hidden chakra. She can also be seen with all her chakras open and activated, and with golden light radiating from both Anahata and Shunyata. Another thing that belongs to her current are spiders, which also connects her with Arachne, the spider goddess of the void. Kali Lilith is a personification of cosmic consciousness. She is not the black destructive goddess with the weapons of war, but rather an embodiment of a cosmic force imparting the secrets of the universe. She is covered in darkness and only her contours are visible. Like Kali, who is believed to be a black goddess, her name is believed to be derived from Sanskrit and translates to she who is black. Lilith Kali is black as well. Her skin is made of pure darkness, reflecting nothing and absorbing everything. Her one pair of arms is raised and forms a black triangle. This is Shunyata. This way she points to the gate to the void. Her second pair of arms is in the same position but pointing downward. This is Anahata, the link to the cosmic forces and currents. While Shunyata is the link to acosmic or anti-cosmic currents, she shows the polarity of things coexisting together. This is the important part. Black versus white, Shunyata versus Anahata. She herself is sitting within the black lotus flower of 8 petals, and her body is completely black, as if made from the substance of the void, or of the night, pure darkness that does not really have a form. When invoked, she acts as a guide or gate to primordial consciousness, both that of light and darkness. She has straight black hair and no ornaments, although sometimes she can be seen surrounded by human skulls. She is the cosmic initiatrix, the opener of the way. She also comes with a vision of the trident piercing both triangles. It seems significant that together they constitute the diamond, the symbol of perfection. This means that the way of the goddess is that of both darkness and light. It is the primordial consciousness, the unity of light and darkness. But, in fact, they are not united or blended, but proceeding separation or coexisting together. This mask of the goddess is the one that opens the path to the void. She who binds the opposites and unites the outer with the inner, manifest with non-manifest, allowing for creation within the void. She is calm and appears in meditation or trance, showing that she is in a higher state of consciousness. Her eyes are closed. She does not have the fearsome, violent aspect of the Hindu goddess Kali. Instead, she is above all that, beyond or before. She is a binding force, a bridge between the opposing principles that constitute the universe. But she herself is none of them. She exists beyond time and space. Anahata is the bridge to infinite creation, Shunyata to infinite void. Lilith Kali is the bridge between them. The gateway to her gnosis is through the portal represented by the sigil, the 8-petal lotus flower, and the cosmic or acosmic serpent representing infinity. This is what she is: eternity, infinity, continuity. She is the diamond, or she holds the mystery of the diamond, perfection, indestructibility, unity. The diamond is the key to her gnosis. Other concepts associated with her gnosis are clarity, ascension, and integrity, access to higher and lower planes, ability to travel and connection, being connected to everything that exists in the universe. There is no movement or change in her essence. Like in Kali's workings, but primordial stillness, the heart of all being and non-being, primordial consciousness or mind, similar to the Hindu concept of Brahman, which Kali is often identified with, and which may be a mask or aspect of hers that connects her with Lilith.
I get that.
That's what she decided to show me. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I told you I've been through the void. When I passed my mum over. I think I can't put into words. I was stood by a bed, there were people around the room, and I crossed her over. She didn't want to go. So we went through this blackness that I told you about. The nothingness. There was like, it was just nothing. I can't explain it. I can't decide, you just can't. It's a self-experience. And you're going through that, and she's showing you the void that you think is the nothingness, but there's more in there than you think. That's where we come from.
Yeah,
and that's where we go back. That's what I believe, and I've gone right, Deucey.
what we think is nothingness is really the pure potentiality where everything originates. It's
Yeah.
the womb. Yeah.
Yep. The portal.
And she is the gateway. She allows the creation of something within nothing. That's what it's saying. She connects the two. Creating the diamond, the triangle going through the two circles, black and white, before the separation. So it's not a unity of the two. It's before the separation even occurred. There's so many layers, like.
I get that totally. It puts in perspective some of my experience, if you understand. Oh, my battery's going to go on my laptop. Well done. I've not used it for ages, that's why.
Plug it in, charge it up.
I'm nowhere near. I'd have to go upstairs to do that, darling. I'm downstairs at the minute.
Oh, no.
How are you doing, Paula, anyway? I've not seen you for such a long time. Good.
Yeah.
Good. I heard you were upset about some of the haters that are worming the way through these woods. But don't take it on board, darling. You're better than that.
Exactly.
Much better.
You're not worth
better. It takes you a long time. It made me ill about some of the stuff that goes on these.
Yeah.
So don't let them do it to you, darling. You're worth more than that.
Turn nobody.
Yeah.
Well, apparently I'm here to bring the truth. So I'll do what I can and then leave the rest, you know?
Yeah. Like I said earlier, everybody's truth is as individual as your fingerprint. You can't disregard someone else's truth, but lies I can't stand.
Yeah, straight up lies. And that's what has happened in another YouTube community. Straight up lies against me again. And this time it's personal, and I'm going to bring the facts through the Philosopher's Stone, and then I'm just going to let people decide from there if they want to believe the liar or if they want to believe me. And then I'll know who's a true friend, who really loves truth, and who really loves lies.
That's right. That's all you can do. Fair, darling. That's what I did. I just walk away. Because you know what your truth is. Let them think what they like. It's other people's opinions is none of our business. But we make it our business, and that's what makes us ill.
Yeah, well, the thing that happened with me was that a conversation took place in a private chat that this lying liar is lying about. And it's crucial to what people will believe out in the YouTube community. And so what happened was he got in my ass for not defending him to a lady 3 weeks ago now. And then the next time someone was attacking him, because he got in my ass, I defended him. And then instead of him saying thank you to me, he said, I don't need you to defend me. What the hell are you doing defending me for? I'm a big boy. I can defend myself. And I said, well, that's what I said to you last time when you got in my ass for not defending you last time. And he said, I never said that. You're a liar. Oh, did you just bring that shit on? Now I know why my rune changed from Rune Joe to Thor's hammer. Because the Thor's hammer is about truth, and I'm going to smack that fucker right in the head with it, and then I'm going to walk away.
The truth always comes out in the end, Paula. You just have to bide your time. It always does. I only had to wait a little while. I didn't say a word. Nothing derogatory about this other person. They did it all about me, and it came firing back.
Yeah, but I got that Lilith energy strong in my So it is my job to smite a bit. That's a liar like him, and then walk away. I'm just gonna smite him and walk away. That's all. Melissa, do the rest.
Yep,
Yep.
you're truly right there. I've always spoke my mind, as Doc will say. Or you've probably seen me before anyway, Paula. I know I've seen you on panels. Even on your own channel, you use my bad. I don't know what it's called now, though.
Yeah, I've been. I didn't hear everything you said because we're echoing because back in the mute. Yeah, I've been doing more on my own channel lately. The only reason I haven't, since the beginning of this month was because YouTube reached far into my past 2 years ago and randomly picked a video to cancel me for the next 2 weeks. So I couldn't do my video on the Philosopher's Stone.
Wow.
Because they knew it was going to be important. And what kills me is the video that they canceled me for 2 weeks about was a frigging astrology video.
Oh, yeah, they'll cancel you for anything on here. The most stupidest things you'll get cancelled for. And it's unfair. It really is unfair because, you know, there's lots of other people saying a load of bag of crap out there that are getting X amount of stuff and their videos just fly by without a strike or a warning or anything. You start getting the truth out and you're slapped down straight away.
I mean, I must have hit the bullseye. That's all I can figure on that video, and that's why they were able to shut me down for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you said the truth. That's why they usually knock you down.
And Lilith is all about the truth. So is Thor's hammer. So is the Philosopher's Stone. And so I'm not going to stop. The only thing that's going to shut me up is death.
Yeah.
But if they free me from this body, I will still have Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
Now I know why I want to play Hulk Smash once I leave this body, because I got Thor's hammer.
And
I'm gonna play like Hulk did to Loki in the movie there. Just picked him up
the last
and over there and over there and over there.
Was that the Last Kingdom? I've not watched it all yet.
It was the one where Hulk called him puny god after slamming him into the floor.
Oh, yes.
The most hilarious scene in the world.
Yes, I know which one you mean now. I know that one of the Marvel ones. Dominica.
Yes.
I don't know who that is.
That is my most favorite scene out of all the movies.
Yeah. Is Doc gone? I think everybody's gone. It's just me and you, Paula. I think.
I could have swore I seen everybody come back.
I don't know. Rick's still cooking. I hope he's doing something nice. Yeah, it is. It's just me.
Well, no, Albie wasn't in here, and now he is.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Left and came back. So, and Dominic's in the back, but he has to wait for Rick.
Yeah.
To be available again. But yeah, you know, I literally came here to bring the truth and the facts of any situation that I know of. You know, if I know of it, then I can bring the truth of it. And that's why I'm here. It's in my chart. My astrologer thanked me for being here to help this world and not to destroy this world. And I think that speaks volumes.
Yes, it does.
I'm going to try and get that up on my channel here, because that's going to prove a lot where this lying liar against me is concerned.
Yeah.
And I've already got the video at the top of my page that says I'm here to speak truth to the masses. Everybody keeps telling me, shut up and leave it alone. You don't know my chart. I can't shut up and leave it alone. I'm here to come against them.
You do what you want on your own channel, Paula. It's not, nobody else should dictate to you what you do on your own channel. No, not at all.
No. Yeah, that's why I went back home, so that if they show up at my channel, it's on my stomping grounds. Yep. Oh, he's doing his little thingy. But yeah, you know, it's
I'm
why
just going to try something. I'm going to get a battery pack.
So I was boot camped growing up. Dealing with
Yeah,
liars
bless you.
right out of the womb. My
I'll be
whole
there in
life.
1
I mean,
second, Paula. I'm going to try and get a battery pack for my laptop.
if you bounce out, he can't let you back up unless he comes back over here. Okay, so you're back? Oh, no, putting your headphones in. Then you'll be able to hear me. There you go. But can I hear you?
I can hear you. I can
There
hear
you
you, Paula. I've got a battery pack on. My battery thing's not going to die. Thank the Lord. My husband loves gadgets.
Yes, mine too. Yes, so
Yeah.
you got a portable charger you can plug in with.
Yeah, it's just, I never
Yes.
even thought of it. He's got a couple of them.
Yes.
But it's handy if there's a lot
Yes.
EMP or something, because you never know.
Yes.
Well, they wouldn't work in an EMP. They've got electronics in it, you daft bats.
I've just been called a daft bat, did you hear me?
Yeah.
It's normal in this household, Paula.
Yeah.
I usually go upstairs and
So glad for the portable chargers.
yeah, it's brilliant. It really is. But I'm glad you're finding your feet, Paula. Don't let the haters get you down. It's not worth it. We've been here before, because I remember there's a big to do with I can't remember.
They
her
always
name,
come
and I don't want
against
to.
me. And you know why? Because they lie. Liars always come against me. They think they can take me down. No, you can't, because I use the truth.
Yeah.
You can't take the truth down with lies you wish.
The last time I watched you, Paul, we used to do the Bible studies. I know you're not doing that now.
Yeah.
But you were into that a lot. I used to watch you then. So I don't know how long ago that is.
Oh, fuck. That was a while back. Yes.
Yeah.
I've grown since then. I mean, I found the
I
truth
think we
that
all
was
have.
in there. You know, there is truth in that book. It's just that
yeah.
lies.
Yeah, I bought myself a new one to highlight bits of truth, because there is.
Mhm.
It's coded.
Yes.
I
mean,
believe.
the Bible will actually tell you, it tells you that there is good and evil in the world. And then it's for you to discern what is good and what is evil. And these Christians or religious people, they go around reading it all like it's all good and pure. No, who's fucking told you some of this shit is a fucking lie, you dumbass? That's what I've come to the conclusion of. It straight told you, don't believe this shit. And if you're believing this shit, you don't have good discernment.
Yeah. Well, straight off the bat, they're on about genetic manipulation. Took Adam's rib and made Eve. Cloning.
Yeah, which makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, yeah, woman came from man. How about you eat shit and die? Man came from woman.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just off the bat.
I know, that's just right off the bat. What the hell are you talking about? Woman was made from a rib from a man.
Yeah, I know.
I kicked my own ass for ever believing that shit.
Well, I did too. It's a learning curve we had to take to get where we are today. It really is. I mean, I got smacked on the head by a nun because I'd come out of history and we'd learned about us coming from, oh God, what's that? Neanderthal man and
Yeah.
monkeys. And then we're going to that class, and we came from Adam and Eve. So I put my hand up, got knocked on the head, and said to the headmistress, because I asked the question, well, why is she telling us that and you're telling us this?
Yeah.
I wanted
Exactly.
to know.
I have questions. Yes.
Yeah. And we weren't allowed to, apparently.
No, you're not allowed to ask questions. You just get indoctrinated and get in line and shut up and be
Yeah.
seen and heard. And yeah, screw
Yeah,
that.
that's another one. That's another one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, the people that are dropping from that is
What's your
unreal.
birth sign? Oh,
I'm a Gemini.
Hey, listen to
Gemini. Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, hang on
I
a
am
minute, Paula.
she who is the torturous serpent, lady of lust and demoness of impurity.
I'm a Leo.
Spirit,
You
lady of
probably know that if you've watched my videos.
beautiful maiden, devouring mother, scarlet woman, end of all flesh. I summon Lilith. She who comes with the wicked serpent.
Or heard my voice, my husband says. He thinks when I talk, I roar. I have a powerful voice. There's nothing I can do about that.
I call forth the queen of the night.
So,
Sorry about that. My husband was just giving me some local news. I'm a Gemini, Leo moon, Scorpio rising.
oh, Leo moon, nice. What I
Yeah.
can remember right now is that I'm Leo sun and then Libra moon. So I'm well balanced. People who don't know me don't realize I'm well balanced.
There's an app I got, Astro Matrix it's called.
Yes, yes, yes.
I think that's where I got my birth chart from.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Astro Matrix.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it gives you, you know, what you're going through the moon cycles, and it's usually about right. You're a lunar. I usually call myself a lunar with a tick.
No,
Before
you're
anybody
not.
else says.
You're not a lunatic. I love that your moon is in Leo. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, Leo moon. Yeah. Scorpio rising, so I've still got the sting in the tail, even though I can be calm and collected.
First appreciator of man, the seducer and savior. I lean my soul in the culture to be empowered by your
Oh my goodness. But yes, you've edited my channel over the years too. You might want to go take a second look.
I will do. Is it Paula Integrity? Is that
Yeah,
the channel?
it's the channel over there. Here, you know what? I can go comment in the live chat, and then you
I'll
can
get
go. You can't go to my channel unless you have a wrench. Okay, I'll share my channel back here in private chat. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Your darkly splendid world. I have found love, desire, and life eternal, and I rise in flames to become the pillar of ascent. Lilith, queen of all pleasure and all suffering. I give myself to you completely with no hesitation and unconditionally.
The link I shared in the back is a reading that a lady from TikTok did for me. It's a little piece, a big little piece from my birth chart.
Cool.
And that's the first one you should see. And it's how I know what I know, you know, without reading a book or anything.
Right.
I just know things.
I've subbed to you, Paula, so I can check it all out now. Brilliant.
Yes, because it's got some good updated stuff on it now. I try to usually mostly stick to spiritual stuff, especially now that they're, you know, shutting me down for mentioning anything political. Because, you know, when I did that astrology video, I was like, with all these planets retrograde, you know, that's why the world is shit out there right now. And I'm sure that's what got me canceled for 2 weeks. But I did that video 2 years ago. But I've been so good lately, they had to dig way back in my past to videos I forgot I did to shut me down now, bastards.
Have we got a troll in the chat?
Of course there's a troll in the chat.
Hello, troll. They love it, don't they? Well, I'm not trolling. I'm sorry, Mr. Baggins. I really am. It's just that we've all been buttered a bit by people that I don't know. So I do apologise. We're doing good, thank you. Who's on about the full? I'm getting confused.
Yeah, that I don't think that's a troll. No.
No, sorry. I do apologise. It's on my phone. I can't see it from here. I turn YouTube off.
Yeah, accidents happen. We didn't block him. We didn't ground him for 300 minutes or seconds or whatever. Yeah, that's good. I can tell a real troll. So, you know, once I got there, I was like, oh, no, it's just someone you're not used to seeing, and so you didn't know.
No, I'm not. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to being on. I haven't been on the internet for ages because of that kind of thing. Because, like I said to you, it does get to you. I don't care what anybody says. All right, tough you are.
Yeah.
But it does get to you.
Yes. I hear you.
Yeah. But you're
it's hard to hear you over Doc, but I hear you.
Pardon?
I said it's hard to hear you over Doc, but I hear you. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I says you're in good hands now in this group. You really are.
Oh, yes.
Oh, damn, I got kicked out. I didn't think I was even...
You only got kicked out for a millisecond.
No, I got kicked out. I thought that was... No one was supposed to hear that, actually. I mean, I don't really care. But...
Oh, well, we were all in. Well, me and Paula were just having a chat over you anyway.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So it was kind of all of the above. And thank goodness we weren't echoing. So whatever you were doing, you stopped the echo.
Yeah.
I was doing I mean, it's fine, but yeah, no, I didn't even know that you heard me because I went to fix my... to try to fix the echo, and it kicked me out, and I thought Rick was still gone. So after I did, I was gonna see if Rick could get me back in. So I thought that I was still backstage because when I checked it last, I was backstage. So I didn't even know that I was in.
I didn't even know you
for milliseconds you were gone. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was standing in front of my altar
again. It was weird. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a queue in the back, I think, trying to get in. God,
but what I did was I had left my channel and I was looking for other people, and I found a bad apple. And that bad apple turned on me like a rabid dog, and he thinks he's going to get away with it. And he's not, because I'm a Leo and I have the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, and the strength.
Wait, where's Rick? How did I get back in there if Rick didn't?
I don't know.
He's still cooking. He's still cooking. He put in the back chat.
Then how the hell did I get back in? That's what I'm trying to understand. I said I was backstage.
Your chant? I don't know. I'm guessing your chant.
Yeah, we could hear you chanting.
Well, I don't know, man.
The invocation. Yeah,
we could hear you, but even the people in the back could hear you because they've just said.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
We
you
heard
will
all of
cover the
it.
whole realm.
Okay.
I
I
do
guess.
apologise for my cough. I've got a chest infection. So the doctor
No,
said.
you don't. No, it's gone.
Yeah, it's going. Yep.
And it's not going to win.
Oh, no. No.
No.
I know. They have popcorn listening to us in the back. I
Yeah.
think that's funny. Whoever you are, you're making me laugh.
Yeah. You know, they're trying to take us out with all the smoke from all the burning trees and chemicals. And
I know
but,
what they're doing is terrible. Oh, it's
but they're
awful.
not going to win, because there's going to come a time when you will seek death, but it will not find you. And
right.
I had a heart attack just going on 3 years ago now, that very good cardiologist and 6 nurses have no idea how I survived it. I should have been dead. So it
Wow.
seems I can't die.
No. No,
So
yeah.
they can't
I've
kill
had
the
that
good ones.
experience too.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, someone's got crystals and singing bowls. Oh, do I know you? Do I know Dominico or whoever it
I
is?
don't know.
Dominic
He's
Tazini?
new to me. I've had him on as a guest on my channel to get to know him better
Oh,
a couple times. Yeah.
we have to wait. We have to wait for Rick. To be fair,
But somehow I got through. I don't understand that.
well, you wished it.
Pretty cool, though.
Well, I needed to do that. I'm sorry if I interrupted anybody, but
It's okay.
it was like I needed to do that. I feel better now.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Dominic, I told her that I've had you on as a guest twice on my channel so
They
that
said
I
I
could
was
get to know you
backstage.
better. Yeah. But you're still new to me, bro. I just met you.
Yeah.
So yeah. His mind works differently than mine, but I can understand what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he talks. So if Rick can ever get back and let him, you know.
I love your avatar, Paula, because it's like a younger you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's an actual picture of me that I ran through an app that turned it into a painting.
It's beautiful. It really, I can't stop looking at it. The eyes. And they say that's the window to the soul.
Yes.
Because I've seen you live before, but yeah, that is captivating. I keep getting goosies looking at it. It's the thing of me. I've even had someone named a star after me and called it Goosey, who I'd read for, and then they bought one for my husband as well and called it Adson in the Sagittarius. Yeah, because he's been poorly for a while. A good friend off the internet.
Wow.
You know, there are good people out there.
Yes, there are.
Know.
They're few and far between, the real ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, who I worked with at the time blocked him.
Yeah, sometimes you have to jump into the Shark Tank to find others, though.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, I've got, you know, like around 500 people following me after all of these years of speaking truth on my channel as I learned it, or as I already knew it. But I think because I'm not preaching from the Bible anymore, most of them don't come to, you know, my actual lives anymore, or to my videos that I upload and post. I guess they're waiting for me to go back, but I can't go back.
No,
I know too much now.
Once that place has been opened, and you just know.
Yeah.
There is no
So
going
it was
back. It's
like-
forward movement all the way.
Well, exactly. Well, and it's like I've been saying for years is we had the old test. Are you going to pass or fail believing the lies, over the truth that's in the same book? And then we had the new test, same test. And then now we have the now test, which is a new script that hasn't
Yeah.
even been written yet. We're writing it as we
Yeah.
speak it now.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah.
true. We've all got a blank slate.
Come out of her, my
Everyone.
people, means come out of the old test and the new test and start the new test.
Yeah.
Yes. Shouldn't need that Bible anymore, because if you misinterpret it, you're going to be enslaved by it.
Yes, and for a lot of years, I think I was in my childhood.
I was born with the truth in my mouth and love in my heart, so I really never needed the book. It was the reason I resonated with it when I read it was because it was basically telling me about myself. All the
Yeah.
honest, truthful stuff was telling me about myself. It was telling me about the liars that I was forced to call family, and it was telling me how to deal with them. And so I think I did read it right, but others don't, because they're believing what someone else is telling them that it says. They haven't read it for themselves.
That's
But if
true.
you-
You've got to do it yourself. You can't
if
go
you-
on someone else's interpretations.
Right. Exactly.
Because it's like people's different experiences. Some of the things I've experienced, I can't put into our earthly world to make someone else believe what I'm saying. And to be fair, I've got to the stage of life now where I don't want to. If you don't
Yeah.
believe me, that's your choice. Everybody doesn't have to believe what I say. I'm only one little dot in a big whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own truth. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit like that. I'm looking for me
we
watch.
all have our
And I
own
took it
truth.
off because the battery's dead. I seem to be doing that at the moment, but we've got the Lionsgate tomorrow, haven't we? Or the one they put out there when October is really the 8th month.
Yes, we know the facts about that as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
But it's still
trending,
Lionsgate, I think, if the truth were to be known. Lionsgate is from the 22nd of July to the 22nd of August. And I say that because not everyone is a master number by birth. And I looked it up and I put my birth date in a chart or in a calculator, and it said that I was one of the few on earth that has a master number of 22. And I'm a Leo. And so I think the whole entirety of from 22 August or July to 22 August is the Lionsgate, the entire month. I don't care what anybody says. I think that is the actual
that's
truth.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm actually a 33/6 master healer.
Really?
How can
You're
you-
33?
really?
Wow.
Yeah.
I love
33.
it.
Yeah. You're the builder. You build things.
Yes. From the foundation up.
Things up.
Yes.
Was it 7 serpents?
Yes.
I don't know whether it is wife. She was the only other 22 like you.
Oh, is she a 22 as well? Oh.
I think so. I've not spoken to her for years, apparently.
Well, she's going to be showing up at my next live, hopefully, because she wants to be there. And the time that I was going to do it for, she would be at work. So I've left her a message on Seven's channel, and I'm hoping to hear from her soon so that she can give me a better time and that I'll be able to go live where she won't be working.
That'd be a good match.
Yeah, and so she'll be there. If I got anything to say about it, I'm going to try.
Yeah, bless her. It'll happen. It will.
She's on the other side of the world over there, and was it
she's on
England?
my
Or
side.
somewhere?
Yeah,
She's over there with
north.
you. So,
Yeah, she's up Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
for
try.
sure.
I'm gonna try and make sure she can be there.
It's difficult with the time lapse, but it can happen. It can happen.
Yeah.
I did it 2.5 years with someone who lived in America,
Yeah.
Los Angeles. So yeah,
Yeah.
it can work.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey Rick, I hope you enjoyed your dinner.
Yeah, I tried to eat a little early and not so late.
Yeah.
Just because I sleep better when I eat early.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spring, I'll be back. Mr. Baggins wants to come into the show. Yeah, you could come on. Let me put out the link.
Dominica, were you going to speak?
Hey, Dominic, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah,
Hey,
we
guys.
just say that.
Hi.
Hi, Maggie. Hi, Rick. Hey, Paula. How you doing, hon?
Hi. Where'd Doc go? He left. He never came back.
No, he did that thing chanting, and then he was talking to us, but his avatar disappeared. He didn't actually disappear, just his avatar,
Apparently.
which is strange.
It was weird.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of weird things going on.
He blinked out.
Intertwining the two channels.
Yeah. Oh, talking about weird. Paula, you were talking about you got a strike on YouTube?
Yeah, 2 strikes.
Guess
now.
what? I got a
What?
strike today too.
Today?
For what?
Yeah, on my backup channel, not this channel.
Oh.
I haven't used my backup channel in months, and not only that, the video that they pulled down was from a couple of years back.
That's what they're doing now. They're going through everybody's playlists,
And they're saying that it was misinformation, some kind of medical shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
About the C word.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah, we got cut. Me and that friend, the grannies. You know about the granny show, don't you, Rick?
Yeah.
We got shut down halfway through a live because of talking about that with Thomas Sheridan.
Uh-huh.
It's crazy. You can't
I
even
went
discuss
through my
anything.
channel. I went through my channel and tried to delete everything that I think they might come after me for next, because one more strike and my channel's gone.
Fuck that.
Oh,
We'll go to
you
another.
don't even know what to look for though, because they're pulling people up on stupid stuff.
Hello, how are y'all doing?
Hi,
Hello.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had the stream open, so it's hard for me to hear you. Okay, I'm here.
Oh, make
Hey,
sure
how you
you have YouTube closed.
Yeah, I was wondering why I was hearing y'all twice. It was making it hard to hear, but I closed YouTube.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
How are y'all
Meet
doing?
you. I'm doing okay.
Doing great.
I'm sorry that y'all got mistreated at some point by Christians and churches and such. I saw that. That sucks.
I'm not a hater or anything. Everybody to their own. It's just my experience with it. And I bet Paula will say the same thing. Just my experiences with it.
Yeah.
It was hard.
Yeah, I think that everybody deserves love and respect no matter what.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
basic human decency.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's what we strive for. All of us.
We're all on the same path. We're just on different parts of the path.
Yeah, we're all like that. Intertwining, and sometimes we cross, meet, and
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been with Rick for years.
Like a DNA strand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I say, I used to go over to Paula's channel way back when. But life experiences takes you all over the place.
Yeah, I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw this stream. I have no idea, honestly, who y'all are. Honestly, I just stopped by and y'all were talking about interesting stuff, and I was like, hey.
Yeah. Curiosity, and you get to talk.
Yeah, I was curious, and then y'all were responding in chat, so I was like, hey, I might as well try to say hi.
Yeah, I do apologise for because of said YouTube shenanigans. I do apologise.
Yeah. People can be hateful as such.
Oh yeah, truly can. Yeah.
I mean, just because they don't fully agree with everything you say, they think they treat you less than a human.
Yep. Yeah. And I don't see the point.
Nah,
Rick,
they're just hateful.
yeah. Now, Rick, me and Rick have had similar kind of experiences. In fact, Rick, have you still got that video where all the orbs are dancing in your hallway?
It's it's in my channel.
Yeah, that's something to behold. I thought
have
his
a
life
few.
is the same as mine. Okay, gooses again.
And this is a channel where we understand that we're not all on the
The
same
same. Yeah, everybody's
frequency at
different.
all times. We're not on the same page at all times. We understand that we're on the same path, we don't let that get to us. It doesn't cause a lot of conflict here.
No.
We understand that you're where you are and I'm where I am, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that I have received the love of Christ, and I feel like I'm here to share that love with everybody else. That's what I feel like I'm called to do.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't know whether you heard me earlier on, but I've always called him my mate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him as a higher figure. I see him as a contemporary. If that sounds, it's just I've had that kind of banter with him, although he's not around a lot at the moment because
While I fully don't understand exactly how you see him, I still respect that.
Yeah, I see him as I don't see him as this idol that you're supposed to put up.
Mm-hmm.
You know. To worship. I don't anything that asks you to worship or bow down to it, I don't believe is the right thing to do, because we're just as in fact we're more powerful because we have a physical body. We're physical, we can feel, sense, and spirit can't, for want of a better way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only yeah, who knows? We could be in a computer simulation. My husband's just said that. Who knows? We don't know. But we're all experiencing in different ways. And we all interpret it in different ways.
Yeah, it depends on which way you need it at the time, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Oh,
I
sorry,
don't-
I wasn't reading Dominic's message.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Where are we out?
Well, why is Dominic typing when he's in the live?
I'm practicing.
I'm
practicing. I'm using my eight fingers and my two thumbs. I'm practicing, guys.
I'd rather speak. I mess up when I do.
You know, I had to poke fun at you.
Yeah.
Poke away, Paula. Just poke away. Remember, I'm a dragon. Poke away.
Yeah, I'm no good in chat at all. I'm usually way behind. How I always get behind, I don't know. I'm answering a question that someone's answered about 2 minutes before, and someone's already probably answered.
Maybe you don't want to affect your beautiful hands, Maggie.
Pardon?
Maybe you don't want to affect your beautiful hands.
My hands?
Your beautiful hands. You don't want to hurt them, or maybe you spend time creaming them today.
No, I don't do any of that.
Oh, even better. Even better. I enjoy actually typing, and I also
That's
enjoy
not
talking.
me. That's not me. No, I'm definitely not that. My nails look nice because I had them done because I was 60.
Are you in the UK, Maggie?
Yeah.
What time is it over there? Just out of curiosity.
Hang on. It's 9:51.
Over here in the US, it's 3:51.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, for me, that's 4:51.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah, over here in the mid US, it's 3:51.
Yeah.
I'm in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma,
Hi
nice.
again. To be fair, Rick has done me a favour because we've been planning this for a few weeks, Rick, haven't you, to get me on?
Oh yeah.
I've been on with Rick years ago, but it's a time difference, so he's come on early, bless him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I could get my UK people over here because there's a lot of of people that watch me from UK and
Yeah,
from
there is.
Europe, and the times that I usually do it late at night, I usually get people from different portions of the world, like Australia or that side.
Yeah.
So we gotta share. So we gotta give some time for my UK and for my Europeans to
So
come
Rick,
through.
how would you describe your channel? What would you say it's about?
Oh man, it's a bag of everything.
Yeah.
I've seen that. It looks like it.
It goes from light to dark to light. Talk about
Yeah.
any topics, anything that comes to mind.
Yeah, he welcomes everybody and everybody's opinions.
I see you've done a lot of collabs, a lot of interviews type things.
I've
Or
done a
just
lot of
talks.
shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of shows, over 400.
Oh.
400 shows and over thousands and thousands of hours.
Yeah.
So you just have anybody on here to talk about anything?
Yeah, what's on their mind, because the show's titled "My Mind Over Your Matter." So when you say it to yourself, is my mind over your matter. So it's your mind over everyone else's matter, and everyone has matters, and everyone has stuff to talk about, and I let them come in and talk.
Yeah.
That's pretty
And
cool.
Sometimes
usually-
just talking is the most helpful tool to help anyone, because people need to get stuff off their chest and people need to express themselves, and I give them a platform where they could come in and speak upon themselves.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Been
I mean,
like
talk
that
about
for donkey's
everything.
years.
We go to like Dark Illusions. He's more into the darker side, and then like Timur, and then we have some with the light, and we talk.
Yeah.
The light and the dark, they talk. And
Have you had Miss Maggie and Miss Paula on here before?
Oh
I've been
yeah.
on before. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A long time ago. Yeah.
For years.
Yeah. It's just we all seem to have gone in different directions, and it just seems strange that we're all coming back in from different directions as well.
We're intercepting each other again. Our energies are crossing.
Yeah. And you can feel it. It's really strong.
Can you feel my energy?
You've got a quiet, nurturing kind of energy. It's very inquisitive, highly intelligent when you want to be, but you can act the fool as well. That's just what I'm reading from your energy. But you
That is
are
very
an
interesting
nurturer.
because I honestly would agree with you, even though I personally don't believe in that. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
it's
only
funny, like,
talking words.
yeah,
I'm
I
only
don't
talking words.
personally follow that doctrine, but it is interesting what you say because I think you might be correct.
Yeah. It's what I do. Energy reader, same as Rick.
Yep.
But
Would you be able to tell like what month I'm born in? Or close?
I'm not that.
It's okay
I
if
don't
you.
know
It's
why
okay if it's not.
Taurus is connected to you, but that's not my thing.
Miss Paula, are you a she here?
Yes. Taurus,
I'm
Would
still
you be able
here.
to, I heard you talking about star signs earlier. I don't know if you can maybe sense what I am.
Oh, I just read the astrology. I don't read people other than positive and negative energy.
Yeah.
My bad. I don't really understand all of that.
No, it's
Because
very
I
complex.
grew up around negative energy, so I know what it feels like, and then
Yeah.
I prefer the positive energy. So, yeah.
Can I ask you, Mista, are you interested or curious or a seeker in those kind of arts or crafts?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are you interested in those kind of arts or crafts?
Oh,
You
like
seek-
astrology stuff?
anything to do with that? Are you interested in that kind of stuff? With sincerity, please. With sincerity.
Yeah, let's try to see. I like astrology, but more of just the science behind it.
Okay.
I'm personally a devout Christian, So the only thing that I believe is what's in the Bible.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay.
But
So you,
pardon.
so you believe the part where it says that the Lord's speech pours forth day and night up there? That
I would
he's
have
speaking
to.
to us from there, from the signs above?
I would have to find the exact verse that says that, but if that's a verse, then I would believe it.
Okay. So are you more
Okay,
into
let me go find it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So are you more into the material aspect or the spiritual aspect when you exist in that form?
Of astrology or of
No,
just...
I'm not. No, put astrology aside.
Oh, okay.
Are you more into the material side or the spiritual side when you're in that form?
In what
The vessel
form?
that you're obtaining right now.
Oh, like me?
Well, if you want to call yourself me, if you want to be attached to the material, or if you think you are the material, but are you more in the spiritual or the material aspect? Because most people can't see air. They can only see its effects. That would be something what's called in the spiritual. I'll change the word. Spiritual, prana, air, chi, whatever word. Are you interested in that kind of stuff?
I mean, I know I have a soul.
Okay, good enough. Okay, and does that soul reside in the material?
I believe that I was given this body, yes, and
Okay,
that my
good
soul
enough,
is
good enough.
within.
And of course, when people read things like in the Bible, I don't care if it's the Bible or the Quran or whatever, was that written work given first, or was this something given to the human race? Because the written work is after. You're not born with the ability to actually read or write or speak. More sound and frequencies involved. Just ask a couple of questions. That's something for to ponder.
Certain gifts can be innate, for sure.
Okay, good enough. As long as you're aware of that. Because it's your journey. It's always your journey. Unless you realize that you've never really been outside that vessel, unless you understand astral planes, mental planes, all that kind of stuff. More times now, you're living precariously through a set of eyes. Some people could go philosophy. They can play the Plato's Cave game, or you can play the third eye game. I see it from a point of view. You know, because behind every language speaks differently. We have many languages in this realm: numbers, colors, Sanskrit. What else? We can go with Greek and go with Hebrew. So a lot of those things that were written in past, in different ages, there was a reason, if we want to use reason to apply to it, such as Greek or Latin. So,
I also believe that genetic material itself was written with a language.
Yes, it was. Well done. Yep. Whether it's creation or formation language.
Well, also the TACG, like what's in your genome, how your DNA is written with letters, and those letters mean things. I believe there's a language that we were written with.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
And I think that could only be done with an intelligent creator, personally.
Well, source, we just have to look outside. We see trees, we see water, we see clouds and all that kind of stuff. The human race does not actually grasp that. The being part might. The human form has already been stamped. It's going to decay. When you look at everything outside of you, it's slowly decaying. When you cut yourself, what people might call life is actually from within. That's why we have many words and we have many receivers in the body, whether you're intuitive or not. The mind, man, creation, that was created, actually works throughout everybody. So man can be in one moment helping a person do a surgery work. In another moment, it can actually be helping a child learning math. This is why we're going backwards and we're learning about AI.
Yeah.
And then you can use all these different kinds of crap. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Very good. I was looking up Psalms 19, what Miss Paula put in there.
There is nothing you want more than the slightest way out of hell.
Like I said, Maggie, I enjoy talking just as much as I enjoy typing.
Oh, no, I like it. I was tuning in quite heavily there. I could take that all on board.
So, I don't know if Miss Paula is here for me to answer her question.
Well, sure. I'm here.
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
She'll just be muted so you can speak.
That's fine. Jesus. Basically, I believe, so Psalms is wonderful. I love Psalms a lot because I'm a very poetic person. And Psalms is just like hundreds of books of just poems.
Yeah.
But I do think that when it says the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands, I think that is a testament to God's being and his love. And I do agree with it.
Well, the part that jumps out at me is that it pours forth speech day and night. So it's what he's trying to tell us about ourselves and the world.
I see where you're going with that now.
Yeah.
Okay, the whole star reading thing. I get it now. I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've read all of Psalms, but I've never read that one. I've never had that aspect of that revealed to me. That's interesting.
Yeah, it didn't capture you. Yes, exactly.
Well,
But
I mean, the
it's
Bible
important.
does say right here that the skies can speak to you. So you are correct.
Yes, I mean, you can look up what Bible scripture means in the stars as well and learn it in a different way, so that you can learn how to just look up and see what God is saying to you daily, because it does change.
But
You're only young from my picking up on your energy.
I'm 20 years old.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
only young. And believe me, my thoughts at your age were very similar. You will have experiences ongoing for a long, long time. And your thoughts and mindset will change with every experience you experience, because there'll be something new in there.
One thing that I personally grasp to, no matter what I'm going through life, is scripture.
Yeah.
For me, one thing, that's the one thing that doesn't change and that I can always fall back on to know what's good and true no matter what, because sometimes life is confusing.
Oh, yeah.
So having something solid that I can fall back on no matter what happens to me is very reassuring, and it brings me a lot of peace. And I want other people to have that.
I totally understand where you're coming from, but at some point, don't mean to be disrespectful, you will find that power and stance is in you and not from the book or them words. It's you.
Yes, that's what the Bible is telling you. It's telling you the story of you.
It's all about the self. It all starts with this. And it's all known before you've even come.
Then what would he must increase, I must decrease, if it's all personal and all about myself?
That was John the Baptist saying he must increase and I must decrease. Yes, because John the Baptist came judging everyone and speaking, their fate if they kept on in their evil ways. Christ came along with forgiveness. So the storyline changed. And so the law must decrease, because the law of love, which is forgiveness, must increase.
If I can share something, Paula. If a person observes from within outside, nature actually does not have angles. Something else is creating angles. And in those angles, man-made stuff, whether they're being guided by something else, doesn't have chi to it. It doesn't have harmony. You can't actually just create a car and another car actually duplicates. That's manifested. So whatever created this form is by far more advanced. We're just mimicking it a little bit with the positive and negative in a car, and the grounding as above, so below. When using nuclear energy, electricity, those are all things that are here to a certain point. So once a person becomes aware of that kind of stuff, then they realize, well, then who gave us certain things? And if you start questioning things like reason and all this other stuff like senses and all that, then you might come to the aware there's the essence to things. Some people might call it an orb. Some people might actually call it what animates the vessel. And then you can see that in animals such as cats and dogs. And then some things are domestic, some things are wild. So there's a lot to be observed. A lot of it's from within. I just chose to be the observer, not the different types of paths that are out there, which is great. Yeah. Each individual person, as I say, a persona, because that's all a persona. I'm a child, I'm a parent, I'm a plumber. Those are personas in the concept called an illusion. So, now, if you practice things and understand or want to learn about the polarities, what you call it, masculine, feminine, yin and yang, understanding and wisdom, because there's usually a bright light between one tree and another tree. One is the spiritual, it's called good and evil, spiritual material. That's how I perceive it. You live in an evil world. You live in a material world. You just don't see the words that you share with other people. You don't see hand. but you say the word and then you describe it. Once you realize you're living in an undescribable world, then you realize, oh, I'm somewhat aware. I said, yes, you are. And now you can enjoy it for just what it is. Because death is something you shouldn't fear if you've never experienced it. Unless you have. Then you start talking about the reincarnation and the rebirth process. Now, that might be a lot for you, but again, if you practice other things like chakras and all that, you can note those things. That's why they have notes, colors, numbers, if you want to get technical.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot
how
to
confusing
digest.
everything life can be. I stick to one thing, and I've done pretty well doing that.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to add that when I was 33, I read the whole entire Bible in a month because I was sick and dying from a rare illness called Behçet syndrome disease. It started out in Jewish men, and that's why it's a Jewish name for the disease. And after I read the Bible and realized I was healed and that being sick was a lie in the first place, I was healed from the illness that I was told was a death sentence. So I guess you could say I'm a healer too.
We have a crazy cool testimony then.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a true story because I remember that from years ago. I can remember you telling us, Paula.
Yep.
Well, I'm very glad that you're here today.
Yeah.
Me
She's
too,
the
me too.
expert on the Bible.
Yep, I'm the expert if you have questions.
Yep.
I've been studying it for myself for over 20 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I definitely believe that the scripture has healing properties to it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's words, spell.
Yep, spells. Yes, words are spells. Yep, we spell them. So they are spells.
It's a very deep hole you're asking about, mister.
No, she was saying words are spelled because they
Yeah.
are, and it was just kind of funny because it's true.
Yeah,
words are spelled, so I guess technically they would be spells. I mean, the Bible says you can speak life and death through the tongue, so speak life.
There you go. Speak life, not death. That's right. And what is death but lies? Because
Yeah.
let's see,
You're
what is
an
the
eternal
word?
being.
I
Live.
believe our souls are eternal.
Yeah.
Live is evil backwards. Well, what's
Yeah.
the opposite of live but death? And what causes death but lies? Right?
Yep. Deep.
Those are often intertwined in scripture, yet death and lies and
Yeah.
the enemy.
Yeah.
And your blood is
But
the
there
most
is-
used word
Mhm.
in the Bible, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Right back down to your DNA.
Yep. Right on down to the marrow in your bones. Yeah.
Yep.
Words are a very, very powerful thing.
Yep.
I do agree. And that's why you have to speak good over people.
Yep.
Because your words have a lot of weight, even spiritually.
Yes.
Yes. Your words can either lead somebody to heal, or your words can bring somebody to get sick.
And you'll notice, as to piggyback off of what you're saying, anytime Jesus in the Bible healed anybody, he spoke life over them. I don't think there's one time he healed anybody without speaking over them.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
He always said, "You are healed," or "Get up and walk," or "You can see."
Yep.
And he
Or
spoke in the
sleepers better
winds.
than sleeping. Yeah.
Yeah, he spoke and the winds, calmed, and the sea calmed just from his
Yes.
words. So your words do have a lot of power. I agree.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Spellcasting in its essence.
Yeah, it's basically what it is. It's spell casting, and
Yeah.
and that's where you get the word divinity from, or divine. Yes, it means magic. Have you ever looked that up? What divinity or divine mean? If you haven't, I highly suggest it. You're
I'm
going to
sorry,
have to
you're echoing
remember to
very
mute up
hard.
when you weren't talking, Doctor. We're going to all start echoing. Thank you, sweetie.
That's better.
Did you hear what I said?
Not the very last thing, because you were doubling up.
I highly recommend looking up what divinity or divine means,
Oh yeah.
so that you can connect the dots in your own brain properly. I'm all about connecting the dots. I
It's
love
critical thinking.
connecting dots. Yes, I have good critical thinking skills. That's why I'm canceled for 2 weeks on my channel.
On YouTube or TikTok?
Yeah, YouTube's very good at it. I call it
I'm on my
boobies.
6th channel on TikTok.
So
So what do you think?
you got YouTube, JR.
Yes, yes.
Congrats. Nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, people. It's been very busy in the evening here at work, so I have been jumping on and off. So
No
my
worries.
apologies.
Drive safe.
Sometimes work is disturbing hobbies, or how did it go?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's nice when you can be here.
Yeah,
it's lovely
thanks. I
to
love
meet
it.
you.
So, and hi to Rick too. Thanks for the summer swap. It was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Very interesting.
It's been
Mhm.
really good. I've been enthralled. I have.
Yeah.
Everybody's different perspectives. I just soak it all in because you're
Yes.
learning every minute.
Oh, Maggie, I was
Yes.
going to tell you, January, that's my month.
Oh,
I don't know if it means anything to you. I figured it
So
might.
you're
Aquarius.
Capricorn?
Yes.
Capricorn.
Ah, see, I should have
You
said
got
it.
brother. Yeah, you should
I'm a
have done.
goofy little sea goat.
Yeah,
I
you
should have said it. My
you
husband
were,
is a sea
you're
goat.
playful.
Yes.
I always thought when I first learned what, like, the different months, like their creature they got attached to, I thought it was really lame that I was a little sea goat out of all like lions and cool stuff.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well,
man, I
I'm
don't want to be a
two-faced,
sea goat.
apparently.
My husband was born on the 6th day of Christmas, or the 12th day of Christmas, the 12th day of Christmas, on January 6th.
Wow.
Okay, I'm January 9.
You just missed it.
Barely.
My
Just
husband's
barely.
birthday's the same as Doc's, just different years.
Well, Doc
Exactly
is
the
a
same day.
Scorpio in Western astrology and the serpent bearer Ophiuchus in sidereal astrology.
Oh,
Sagittarius in
yeah.
tropical.
Oh,
Ophiuchus.
Sagittarius. Okay.
Yeah.
And mine's December 9th.
Hey, let's go.
Oh,
bro.
wow. Oh, I
Seagoat is primordial, man. That's the primordial. That's the abyss. That's like when God moved across the waters before there was anything created. So don't be hard on yourself.
Yeah.
No, for
Hey,
real.
I'm a Scorpio too.
Scorpions are
Yeah.
cooler than goats, in my opinion.
Well, it's a sea goat, though. It's not a normal goat.
That's true.
You're talking about a primordial being that existed before creation. It's from the abyss. So before the waters were separated. In other words, when it talks about in Genesis, when God moved over the faces of the deep, that's what it's talking about.
And
It's
I
a
think, I have my own opinion on it as well, considering it's half land animal and half sea animal. They may
Right.
say that it's a water sign or land sign, or an earth sign, I mean, but I say you're both.
Well, I'm terrified of the water, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, Ophiuchus is fire and water because it's the serpent bearer, which really is the goddess. When you really get down to it, it's Kundalini. It's the
Well, isn't it also Christ?
Ah,
He was the serpent lifted up on the pole.
Christ was something that most people can't even begin to comprehend. That's what
If
Christ
the
was.
serpent be lifted up on the pole, you shall be healed, you shall be saved.
And then they tried to put him in a box and sell him wholesale. But the fact of the matter is that most people have no clue in the world what he was really trying to teach. And that's why they took most of what, early Christian, what before it was Christianity, and they call it heresy and this, that, and the third. But the fact is that some of the oldest texts of what became Christianity were called heresy. Well, how is it heresy if it's older than what was considered authorized? Authorized by who? The Pope? Who did what? Slaughtered everyone that he didn't like? Like, Jesus
That's why I
was...
don't pay attention to the King James.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't pay attention to anything that any authorized church or synagogue or anyone tells you, because even Jesus told you all through the text, pay attention. You know, the letter kills, the spirit gives life. You know, all through the Bible, telling you, you know, you read you read white where I read black. You know, your law is a curse upon man. You know, what kind of God gives serpents when you ask for food? He says, "You've never seen my God nor heard his voice. He dwells in inapproachable light." Well, my question is this: all of the so-called you know, judges and pastors and bishops and what have you, who put themselves in the place of the knowers and oracles of God, which it says is blasphemy in the Bible, which is interesting. You know, it says you should set up no man should set himself up as an oracle of God. It says 2 or more in my name and I am there. That's where Christ is. This is the Holy Spirit. You know, is not, and it says God also is not a respecter of persons. It makes that very clear. So really, Christ is something that is individual. That's why it says, "Study to show thyself approved, rightly dividing the truth from lies." And even Scripture is for you know, can be improved and you know, meditated upon. So, you know, for me, I openly am very much against religion, but I have zero problems with what people call Jesus. It's just they've created a caricature of what he really was about.
Yeah, I'm also against religion.
Yeah, if you really read it, man, like
the Bible tells you that it's not religion; it's a relationship.
Right, exactly. And there's texts even where they're like, they're saying that he's doing witchcraft after the order of Beelzebub. Like there's texts where he's like basically dodging the Pharisees because he's saying, "Look, I am one with God, and if you knew God, you would know that I am one with God. But because you don't, and you are blinded, and you cannot see, because you've been blinded by your law." And they're like, "Well, what are you talking about? Aren't you from our? You're from our very Father." And he's like, "You're drunken. You don't know what you're talking about." He says, "Moses saw through a veil. You don't see me." He says, "No one." So my question is, if he says no one has seen my Father nor heard his voice, then who was Moses talking to? Did you know the earliest Christians said that the God of the Old Testament was not the real God? A lot of people don't realize that. The first 3 centuries of Christianity, there were sects of Christianity that said that the God of the Old Testament was not the God of Jesus. These weren't just Gnostic sects. This was actually original Christian sects, and then they just, you know, they burned them as witches. A lot of the so-called witches that were burned were Christians who just didn't agree with Rome and said that we don't need Rome, we don't need priests, we don't need, you know, your salvation, your indulgences. Just like, what was it? You know, Simon Magus and so much in my brain at once. Who was St. Peter? Was it St. Peter? Was it St. Peter? Was trying to basically purchase the Holy Spirit. And he's like, you know, what he thought he could. And when he realized what he had done, he committed suicide. And then that's where the upside down cross comes from. And then the Pope says, "Oh, well, that's why we have the upside down cross. It's because of St. Peter." No, it's not. It's because you're a bunch of evil, you know, whatever. Because you look at the Vatican, it's completely evil.
I agree. I agree that church is completely gone.
It's gone, man. It's gone. They're not like just like stepping out of their like walk with God. Like they're habitually on purpose, like mocking God. You don't
Well, they're
just like
leading people astray.
well when you're like worshiping God one minute and touching children the next. Like I don't think that's something that you just like made a mistake one day. I think that that's just like you're living a double life, and you just don't want people to know that you're living a double life. And you got people like Benny Hinn and like Creflo Dollar and all that, and they're just like, oh yeah, the kingdom of heaven will rain blessings upon you, and all this and
It's
this
just give them all your money. Yeah.
Antichrist. It's all
they're
it's all of it.
Antichrist.
Well, the purpose of the Antichrist is to lead people astray, and I believe that's what the Pope is doing.
And so when you see the unholy thing sitting in the temple where it ought not be, know that the end is near. Well, we have pinpointed that, haven't we?
We already got the Messiah in Israel. Okay, they're already talking about the Mashiach recently.
Yeah, the Euphrates is drying up, right?
It's been a couple of years now. They got their precious little Messiah over in Israel. Yep.
They got trans people teaching children. Look, I have no problem with trans people, but I got a problem with trans people and drag queens teaching people in church that God, be ye transformed, is talking about, oh, aren't we lucky that we have a God that's so open-minded, that saw into the future, that knew that we would one day change our bodies. Like they're teaching children.
That's just a
like that is some psychotic. Like they're teaching children this, brother.
That is filth.
That is disgusting beyond words. Like oh yeah, God said it's okay to mutilate yourself at 4 years old. Are you a boy or a girl? Like what? And then they got like like I said, they have the Mashiach they're waiting for. And like if you read their text, they talk about Armilus, which is like the anti-Messiah. And they basically kind of like how the Quran has Revelation written in reverse, where it's like, you have like Muhammad comes like in the last days or whatever. They have Jesus coming back in the end, just like in Revelation. But Jesus like comes back and he's like, oh, well, basically thank you for observing, and paying attention. And knowing that I am coming, but you are mistaken, for I am pointing the way to Muhammad, for he is the true Messiah. And just like they have that, the so-called Jews that say they are Jews but are not, okay, the same ones that were in control then are the same ones in control today, okay, and they have what's called Armilus, who is their anti-Messiah, and they claim, and I can show you this, their anti-Messiah is Jesus. So they believe that the true Messiah is their Mashiach, who will unite the world in world peace, okay? And that Jesus is the anti-Messiah. So it just flips it all upside down. So to them, Jesus is the evil one. And so, it's just like this big game. They're playing with like ISIS and it's just like you look at what's going on in the world, and it's like they're playing the last days like a script, like a Hollywood script, scaring the hell out of everybody, and you got like the Church of AI, and you know what their tech
gosh, I haven't heard about that yet.
You know what their text is called? It's called the Emmanuel. I'm dead serious, brother.
Bro,
it's called Yes, it's called the Emmanuel for the Church of AI. The AI.
That's so blasphemous, bro.
It's incredibly blasphemous. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These people are sick, and for some bizarre reason, man, they just really don't like Jesus, and I don't understand why people don't see this, because it's so blatant. They never have anything to say about Yahweh or anything to say about Muhammad. It's always
well,
Jesus.
They want to bring up the conspiracies against them and the allegations against them because, you know, because they, I think because they want to obscure him and because of what he was teaching.
He showed man his own divinity. I know a lot of people like that. You know, like I said, I'm not religious. I am not Christian. I'm an occultist, in fact. I'm probably one of the only ones who see a lot of what Christians see and can sit and agree and probably have long conversations with you about it, because I see what you see. And it disturbs the hell out of me, because I see what they're doing, and I see how they manipulate the spirit of what Jesus was saying. And even I have to admit that what Jesus said was true, man. Like,
so
the rest of the what they put in that book, you know, is full of slavery and genocide and incest and all this, you know. But what Jesus was pointing out is true.
Woman hating pig stuff's in there too. Yeah,
it's true then, and it was true now, you know. But what Jesus was saying and what he was exposing is true today. You know, things are still working in the same way. We still have money changers. We still have these people who set themselves up as oracles of God, of the divine, and they're full of dead man's bones, just like he said. You know, they clean the outside, but inside they're filthy. You know, and I could sit here and go on and on and on and on and on.
I have a question, boss.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man.
So I'm openly a Christian, a follower of Christ. What would you say you are, if I may ask?
I'm an occultist, man, and I used to be just
that's quite broad. I'm a little confused.
Basically, I'm a witch.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in the way that you would perceive me.
Occult just means hidden, Doc. You do hidden stuff.
Yeah, I know, but you know, it says never to suffer a witch to live and all this. But like, if you really look into it, Jesus himself was doing magic. You know, it's.
So Jesus was a witch himself.
So what do you think happens when you die? If you don't mind.
I don't think we do die.
Yeah, you do. It's not the end.
Okay, so what about when the body dies? Sorry.
The flesh,
the body's gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
it goes
So
back
what
into the
happens to your
ground.
soul?
It goes back into the.
Or
The soul is
back.
the soul is eternal, man.
Yeah, but
that
so
never
what?
dies.
What would I agree? But what would you say like happens to it, basically?
I don't think anyone really knows. I don't think it
I know
goes
I've
anywhere.
been here before a couple of times. I know that. I know I've been in the same realm as Doc.
I mean,
Without
yeah, no, I've
even
been here
knowing
before for sure.
Yeah.
See, my main thing is I work with the goddess. I guess that's the best way that I could explain it. And that's my number one issue with all religion is the denial of the goddess and the demonization of the goddess.
And who
Because
is that?
I've had many experiences with the goddess that
Well, who
are
is that?
very healing, very paranormal, very life-changing, really.
But who is that you talk about? The goddess.
Well, a lot of different ones actually. Kali,
You could
Kali,
even put Mary up there as a goddess.
Lilith. I mean, you could even
in your
marry
perspective.
really.
Yeah.
So do you follow any kind of like texts in your?
Yeah, a little bit of everything. I'm an animist, if you know what that is.
No.
So,
explain.
okay, well, animism existed before religion. Animism is the belief that everything is alive, everything is conscious. So basically, everything is God. In Hebrew, they have a word called they have a phrase called Ein Mavada. There is nothing but God. If you're familiar with the Kabbalah,
I'm familiar with him saying "I am the I am," basically saying
Right.
"I am everything."
Right, I will be what I will be. If you actually take it back, Esher Iya Yesher Ya. It's yeah. I've studied like Sanskrit and Hebrew and all that. Like I'm a seeker, man. I've studied everything, and that's how I got to where I am. I've had experiences with what you could call, I guess, the Christ. So strangely, I actually do believe that it exists. I just believe that it's way different than what they say.
Mhm. And would you say that someone like me who holds scripture to such a high, sorry, I can't really hear myself.
Doc, you'll have to mute, honey. There you go.
Oh, sorry. When I hear my own voice, it's hard for me to. Okay, so I was saying, would you consider somebody like me who holds scripture to the highest extent possible, just below God himself? Because, well, actually, on the same level as God, because he says that he is the Word. Would you consider someone like me misled or uninformed, perhaps?
No, brother, because I think we're all in a process of unveiling, and I don't judge anybody. Like a
Well,
good
no,
Christian should.
not that if you thought I was uninformed, you'd be judging me. But as in, like, maybe I could know more, if that makes sense.
I think maybe you should put more faith in your own divinity and your own ability to, understand and decipher and, to know the truth. Religion kind of makes you afraid of your own intelligence, which is kind of insane if you think about it. It goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden. They make knowledge a fearful thing, a scary thing. No, you don't want to have knowledge. Knowledge is scary, And if you look at like the history of the church and all that, people forget this is the cloth of Christ. He touched this, and if you don't believe me, well, slice your head off. Like that really happened.
Yeah. So you might have to mute up a minute, Doc.
I think the fact
Christ said, "Ye are God."
Who is telling you that I'm an occultist and I work with the goddess and I work with the dark goddess, so called, okay, and that I'm a witch. I think you're good, man, because that takes a lot of open-mindedness.
I'm sorry, but whatever you were talking about before you just said what you just said, you were completely muted. So would you mind repeating what you just said?
I said I think you're pretty good, man. The fact that you're sitting here on a panel talking to someone who's openly telling you that they are a witch and that they are an occultist and they work with the goddess and the dark goddess, and you're open-minded enough to sit and break bread. I would say that you're in a good place.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that's Christ-like.
I think so too, and I think that Christ also, if you really look at it, man, like he wasn't going after the righteous. He was hanging around prostitutes and sinners, so called.
Yeah,
and they were like, "Oh, well, we should stone this person," and he's like, "Why? Why would you do that?"
He was without sin. Right. He was telling you not to judge others.
And I still very much, and everyone here will tell you, I still very much almost channel Jesus sometimes. Like it's deep. Like, yeah. And I'm an occultist. I can't get rid of it, man. Sometimes I wonder.
I have.
God is, and I talk to Jesus. I still talk to Jesus. Crazy as it sounds. Like, what the hell is this about? Why are you showing me this? Why are you? But I'm so far removed from it all, man. Like, seriously, like I sit and wonder sometimes, like, what is this all about?
Well, you can
like,
never.
Why
be
are
too
you?
far.
Well,
you can never be too far from me, honestly.
But man, I've gone the complete other direction before, and
so did Saul.
So did Saul. Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, that's true.
I mean, I don't think that you're out here murdering Christians. So I mean, you can't be farther gone than Saul is.
No, because that's the thing, man. Like when I meet people like you, it actually it feels good, to be honest with you. Because when it's someone who's not just talking, you know what I mean, who really understands what that spirit was, what he was really trying to get across, what the true Like I saw you in the comments when it was still giving me trouble with my mic, and you were saying you were filled with the Spirit and all that, and I felt that, you know, and that made me smile.
Well, I was honestly about to dip because I had to go mow the lawn, but when I got invited on, I was like, hey, that can wait a minute. I like talking to people.
That's cool, man.
I think you've come to the right place at the right time. Like I said, it's a learning curve. And 40
I want
years
to
ago, I
talk to
was
him
where you
about
were.
Saul.
Yeah.
Sorry, Miss Paul, I didn't hear you.
I want to talk to you about Saul. What was that you said I caught? You said he's not as far gone as Saul?
I could have my names mixed up. The one that went around persecuting Christians.
Yes, Saul. And who did he become?
Paul.
And what does that make him? He's the Antichrist of the Bible, in my opinion, because Jesus said, you're not listening to me, but one's going to show up after me. Him you'll listen to. And these idiots thought he said, don't listen to me. Listen to the asshat that's going to show up after me. And that's not what he meant. What he meant was you should be listening to me and not the asshat that's going to show up after I'm dead. I think Paul was the first Antichrist of the Bible.
But did he ever have the redemption arc that he sees in the Bible? Where he becomes a very stout Christian?
Well, see, but he kind of twisted things. He kind of twisted the original message. See? And what did they tell us about that? That if somebody comes teaching a different message, do not believe it.
Did he though? I have mixed opinions on that. I kind of understand that perspective, but at the same time, I think Paul actually probably brought back closer the original message. Kind of like my favorite gospel. In fact, I still read the Gospel of John because it's so different than the rest. And the reason why is because really it's Gnostic. If you really look at it, Paul and the Gospel of John is very Gnostic. Like if you look at the rest of it, and especially if you look at Judaism, okay, this is why he's saying in the law it says this, but I say this.
Kysyttekö te kaverina tuosta?
45 euroa, mulla on 45 euroa.
Vitittekö kysyä kaverilta? Se on sama hintaista, menee isolla tai pienellä autolla. Kun kaveri on...
There we go. Okay, so I'm just saying we wouldn't be going through this end time thing if Paul hadn't wrote it down.
Was that the him in Revelations, Miss Paul?
The Vatican twisted.
Was that him in Revelations, Miss Paul?
Revelation was written down by Serentus, and it was written down as an apocalyptic text, and you can actually look into this. This is a fact. This is historical. Then they tried to change it. The Jesuits hijacked it and turned it into something which they called futurism. This is cool. Okay? For the longest time, Antichrist was the Catholic Church. Period. It wasn't until later on that it became this supernaturally endowed human being. For the longest time, and it is. Come out of her, my people. It's the Church of Rome, which then took over the Protestant Reformation completely. So now the Protestants are Catholic too. They just don't know it.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's dark.
I'm saying ponder what I said. That's all. Think about it.
But Jesus was here to save us from ourselves. I think Jesus was here to show us how to save ourselves. Like he came to show us our own divinity, and then they turned it into something else.
I just believe that I'm called to be a slave to righteousness.
Okay. You might have to mute up so we can hear him, Doc.
Can
He
I
said
just
something.
say goodbye to everybody,
Oh,
please?
goodbye, Miss
Oh,
Maggie.
you have to
Yes.
leave. Oh, bye. I love you.
Love you too, Paula. Love you all. It's been a real breath of fresh air, all of you, tonight. And
Aw.
I've really, really enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you, Rick. You've been
Oh,
on
you're
for nearly
welcome.
5 hours.
I hope I
I
didn't hijack
know.
y'all's conversation.
No, it's okay.
No.
That's not. This is
That was an
discussions.
integral part of the conversation. You coming in, mister. You know,
Mhm.
very brave of you to do so.
Yes,
But
it was.
yeah, it was. It was because
It
you're
was meant to
very
be.
young. Yeah, definitely. Like I said earlier, there seems to be an influx of like-minded, if not like-minded, people coming together. Soul-minded, soul-connected is another better word, I think.
Yeah.
But take care, everyone, and much love. And thank you again, Rick. Thanks, Doc. I'll see you all soon, and you again.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
of you.
God bless you.
Take
All
care.
right.
You too.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, you were saying something.
Hold on, Paula.
Who's
Paula, come
before
on for a
you,
second.
Baggins?
Paula.
He
She's
said
gone
something,
now.
but Doc was talking, and so I couldn't hear him.
I was going to say, Paula, since Maggie's gone here, are British jokes up for grabs now?
The British. Yeah.
I'm teasing.
The,
Go for it.
Because when I leave, I'm hoping the Canadian jokes are up for grabs. Because you can still do it while I'm here.
I don't even know any Canadian jokes.
Something,
I don't even know
something,
any
maple
British
syrup.
jokes, really.
Anything's
That's all.
Canadian.
Isn't it?
Anything's a
I
joke
wanted to
about.
know what he was saying
Oh, sorry, Paula.
when Doc was talking, because I couldn't hear him. I can only say Baggins. I'm not sure how to say that first word.
Oh, it's just Mr. Baggins. I just like Lord of the Rings.
It's like
Mr.
Mister.
Baggins. Okay, so
Yeah, it's what
Mr.
Gandalf calls.
Baggins, what were you
So-
saying? Do you remember now?
Oh crap! What was I saying?
You're gonna have to rewind the show and listen again.
Can you do that on this? Oh,
On
you mean on
YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
recording, so we're live, baby.
Also, that's a sick setup, Rick. Yeah, that
Thank
looks
you,
cool.
thank you.
Oh, I believe the last thing I mentioned was being a slave to righteousness, and then you were kind of talking about what that means to you.
Oh, is that what you were saying? Yes, a slave to the truth, to what is right, to what is pure, to what is holy. Yes, that's who I
guess
am.
it kind of means what righteousness means to you.
That's what it means to me. It means to be the best you can be. Never tell a lie. Have no secrets. Tell no lies. Be honest, even if it pisses people off, because usually it does.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, righteous means to me.
To
Okay,
what?
can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. What righteous means to me, a person who's always going to be, honest and speak the truth. I mean, being honest, like your divinity, your sparkling vein, your sovereignty, speak a piece of your mind. So righteous means, being the truth itself, I usually had it down pat when I had it, but righteous means to me means you're always honest, speaking the truth, and to how you feel about spirituality or something. But
Yeah, so basically righteousness means no matter what you see as truth, as long as if you are projecting truth, you are righteous, no matter what it is. If it's true to you, then it's righteous.
I believe that there is, like our girlfriend Maggie was saying, everyone has their own individual truth is the main thing that goes around the communities. But I do believe that there is one singular truth that sets you free from all lies.
And which is?
Which is the truth that sets everyone free, which are the facts, not the fiction. That is the creator, source, whatever you want to call it. Two atoms slamming together depends on how you look at it. Everybody calls it something different, but it's source either way. And that is the singularity source that I speak of, because everyone wants to say, well, that's your truth. No, there's a truth that is the truth. And it's the one that's true for everyone.
Yeah,
whether they
personally,
believe it or not.
people saying, "Oh, this is my truth," kind of turns me off, because
I don't prescribe to that one, but they say that.
I personally think it's kind of childish when people say, "Well, this is my truth."
Well, it's
And
their
like
truth
they
is they're
live in their own
growing.
they live in their own world, and they expect you to abide by the rules that they abide by.
That no one else knows, right?
Yeah, and it's like I can't tiptoe around your feelings all day long. Like I don't live in your head. I'm gonna be me.
Yes, yes. But they do have their truth until they find the truth. And I do believe that their truth will lead them to the truth, because the truth wins. The truth reigns supreme.
Personally, I believe that Christ is the truth, the one and only truth, the Godhead, if you will, the three, Christ, God, and the Holy Spirit. And I think that that's the ultimate goal for everybody.
And that is, if you have the truth in you, you have that in you. Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's quite simple, and I personally believe that all this religious stuff is just all crap. You know, all these popes and archbishops and whatnot. Like, it's you and God, and that's it. You know.
Yes.
And that's all it boils down to. And people want to overcomplicate it, and people want to scare you, like, oh, you're gonna go to hell. Like, just have a relationship with
You can't go where you already are. See, Christ came into hell to set the captives free. And where did he come but here? We are in hell. That's why he came here. You can't go to somewhere where you already are.
Yes.
Yeah, well, heaven and hell are here now. Actually. Opie, you're going to have to mute up. You're going to have to mute up. Okay. So, yeah, heaven and hell are here, but we can't see heaven because hell is stomped all over it. So what I do daily is fight to get through all of the muck and the mire and back to heaven, paradise, whatever you want to call it, because I was born homesick and I don't fit here in this hell realm where truth doesn't reign supreme. And so I'm going to get back home if it kills me.
That is cool.
Yes. So I hope you sub to my channel, because we're gonna chime together over there.
No, I dropped a subscription. Yep. Just because I like talking.
Yeah, there is one singular truth that is for all. Most don't know it yet, but it's there. It's waiting.
And I think that that's the job of people who know that truth, because I believe that God loves all, and we're called to love everybody. And if you truly love somebody, you're going to want them up there in heaven with you. You're going to want them to reconnect with their Father. So anywhere I can, I try to spread that message, because I want you to be in heaven, and I want you to be in heaven, and I want this guy to be in heaven. Like, I want us all to have that experience.
We're gonna have
reconnect
it
with their God.
We're gonna have it. Oh yeah, and soon probably.
Judging by the way things are going, I do believe that we are. If we're not in the end times, we're extremely close.
Oh, we're there. We're so there. It's ridiculous how there we are.
I just know that the world is just beyond my comprehension of the word evil.
How do you define evil, Misty? How do you define it?
Anything that's against Christ.
Okay, so could you grasp the idea that you live in an evil world?
No, I accept that I live in an evil world.
Okay.
Satan rules down here, bro.
So when I say material world, evil world, good and evil, spiritual material. Remember, you're talking from a written language. So Whatever people want to call gods, they don't actually deal with human affairs. Actually, they're still resting. But what they created, which nobody has ever seen, is creation, is the one that formed something in the garden. This is why Lilith, the serpent, had said to Eve, did God say so? God never actually spoke to Adam. That was Lord God, ruling God. That's why we have rulers here. Now, whatever created all this stuff, and then there's another thing that's forming things. So if you start seeing man-made structures opposed to some other structure. So when somebody says the root of all evil is money, well, the root, think about a tree, of all material is people will chase money, because most people aren't going to singularly say, give me $1,000, I'll cut down a sequoia tree. If you pay people enough money, because it's a little bit one step above slavery, because in slavery you actually had to, shelter the people, and you had to worry about the climate and all that. So money is the system that most people will work for, even though it's just an IOU. But most people have got away from working with nature, understanding signs, and realizing when do I plant my crops and all that kind of stuff. Even when people go into a church or a synagogue, you're going into something, but outside is actually what the gods created. Now, if you want to read a scripture, question is now, do you understand how it actually affects the hemispheres from left to right? And why did we go away from a scroll to a written form, where you read from one hemisphere to another? This is why in the old times, whether it was Jesus or Socrates, they never wrote anything, because they understand the oral teachings opposed to the written teachings. History is only based on a written work, and it's actually not that old. Until people understand that for themselves, they're not going to be aware what the light is. The light is actually between two trees. Now, whether or not people can deal with the ideal that Lucifer, whatever, Satan, whatever word you want to use, is ruling here, most humans here have been disobedient. Now, if you choose that you want to go, sorry, go ahead, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was
go ahead.
going to piggyback over what you said.
As long as you grasp it for yourself, that's what's the most important thing. Because it has to be something within yourself.
I was just saying that I agree that we all fall short of the glory of God, and it's
whoever we are. Forgiveness. Yeah, whoever we are. Like if you want to think this the material part, that's already been stamped. So now some people play with the ideal that they were in the vessel. I don't play that game. I chose to rebirth after the vessel. It's its own intelligence. That's why it understands sounds and frequency. That's why when I tell somebody, I said, who taught you how to breathe? It wasn't you. It was something else that already knows everything. So for example, that's why people can speak in tongues, because most of us have to learn the crap, where somebody else says, listen, Gabriel or whatever can just jump in and say, I can make you speak whatever language you want to speak, let alone learn any other craft. But that wouldn't be really, if I'm going to use the word fair to everybody else. This is why there's things called walk-ins. Now, biblically, they talk about it. Now, it's when people bring in their likes and dislikes that actually masks themselves. When I hear people talk about good and bad, I said, just say good and evil or right and wrong. Change the word wrong to left, right or left. Those are just directions. The hemisphere stands where your king are. But if you want to use your intuitive part, that's where the mind works with the midsection. But I get it. Some people want to experience different types of paths. But you can also elevate yourself and be the observer of those paths. Whether it's one lifetime, many lifetimes. But a person doesn't believe, listen to the word, doesn't believe, opposed to knowing, and even knowing is just the child to wisdom and understanding. Meaning, do you have discernment? Most people judge. That's why they have their likes and dislikes. Well, I don't agree with other people. That's the ego talking. Self-aware, that's the ego talking. It's when you're aware of the self, you're going to pursue the things. Now, I could be full of crap, and I'm okay with that. But even shit, it has its value. It depends where you want to use it. But you're at that age now, whether or not you're an old soul or a young soul or just a soul that just never existed or didn't exist, just it is what it is, you're going to learn. And then also you're going to have to deal with other people. If you want to learn about diets, okay, there's many different types of diets, and it's not just a physical diet. There's other diets. There's a lot to be learned in this particular realm, but most people forget, okay, that's overgeneralized. They disrespect the rulers here. And there's many rulers here, the ones that rule over the grass, rule over the trees, rule over the mountains, rule over the clouds. Some of them actually have to lose a game in cards to actually rule over the human race, because it is kind of a thing to do with. And then there's animals. You got to deal with the animal, plant life, wild and both domestic. Anyway, enjoy.
I mean, there's a lot to observe in what you said, and I feel like it takes a different perspective of thinking to fully understand it.
Very interesting.
I just feel that you know, the human race should really stop pointing fingers at everything besides the mirror. I think that we are the purveyors of evil. It's not something that exists in nature. It exists because of us. You know, why people say, why does God allow evil? Because we exist. You know, it's really that simple. Evil exists because we do. If we didn't exist, it wouldn't exist. You know, and they say, well, you know, the devil is evil. Well, okay, but what is the devil? You know, how did the devil come to be? Well, God created him. Okay, well, why did God create him? Well, he fell. Well, okay, well, how did he fall? If he's created by God, God is perfect, right? Okay, so if God is perfect, then how did he create something that's imperfect? Well, he wasn't imperfect before. Okay, but again, how does God create something that has the ability to even fall in the first place? So then you go and you talk to the people that, you know, who hold the original tradition of Judaism, and they'll tell you the idea of Satan falling is insane. The idea of anything being against God, having an anti-God fan club, or something trying to compete against God is insane. And you know, any rabbi worth their salt will tell you that it is an internal battle. You know, when Job and God are having their little conversation, Satan has the permission of God to test Job. Why does he do it? Because Job was proud. That's why he did it. So did all of that really happen? You know, literally? Did he really lose his family and lose, you know, his home and lose all that stuff? Or are we talking symbolically? And this goes back to what Dominic was saying.
Symbolically.
Are we talking about written language, which language is suffering? You know, this is all word games. This is magic. This is spelling. You're casting spells. This all goes back to the word. The word can kill. The letter kills, but the spirit gives life. So which are you going to choose? The word is a sword. Okay, and the sword is related to the mind. Okay, as I told you, I'm a witch. Okay, and the sword in the tarot is related to the mind. It's related to air. Lucifer is the prince of the power of the air. Lucifer is the light bringer. Okay, but if he's the spirit of darkness, then why is he the light bearer? Well, the light bearer is the serpent. But wait a minute, the serpent is the woman. The serpent is the oldest symbol of worship on planet Earth. It goes back 70,000 years, way before there was a Bible. Way before there was religion at all. So who was the serpent in the garden? Well, Satan, right? Well, no. Again, go ask the Jews who the serpent is. The Nahash, the bright shining one. Oh, well, that must be Lucifer. Well, there is no Lucifer in Judaism. Lucifer is a mistranslation of Isaiah. In Isaiah, of the Babylonian king. It's comparing the fall of the Babylonian king to the fall of Lucifer. But Lucifer, again, is Heliel ben Shahar. Heliel ben Shahar was a Babylonian god of light, Venus. But there was a twin, Shahar and Shalom. And Shahar and Shalom were the rising star of the morning and the descending star of night. Venus has been worshipped on every continent on earth from the beginning of time. So this is symbolic. This is why Jesus spoke in parables. This is why I say that Jesus is way beyond people's understanding. Okay? So you get back to the word, which is written language, and then you have symbolism. Before 5,000 years ago, all of our cultures were symbolically literate. We had hieroglyphs. And the Druids didn't have a written language. They had an oral tradition. Okay, so this is how we learn. Back to the right side and the left side. You have the right-hand path and the left-hand path. The right-hand path is the active masculine, the solar phallic principle. Okay, the left-hand path is the darkness. Okay, but it's related to the female. But the left hand is related to the right brain, which is the creative, the abstract, the chaotic, the primordial, the darkness. Like I was talking about the sea goat. That's the primordial. That's before creation. So you're talking about what's known as the acausal, outside of cause and effect, before there is order. You're talking about what's called Leviathan in the Bible. The great serpent, which supposedly did battle with Yahweh. But there's a male and a female. And in Revelation, it talks about the 8-headed dragon. Well, here's the thing. As I said, Satan, okay, and Lucifer are not the same thing. And the serpent has always been the female. So who was the serpent? Well, it doesn't say. And if you, like I said, if you go and you talk to those who are practitioners and studiers, people who study the Torah, whether they be Kabbalists or just Orthodox Jews, they'll tell you that it's all symbolic. It's not to be taken literally. Everything in the Old Testament is symbolic. And Jesus himself said that these are parables. So everyone in the Bible is us. These are all things that we all go through, that consciousness goes through. So every story in the Bible, the reason why it resonates is because these are trials and tribulations that each one of us go through at some time in our life. And every one of the apostles or disciples or whatever, there may be one that we identify with more so. And it's because it's the book of life, the book of our life. And it's not something that happened, it's something that's happening. And the people that are in control and have hijacked this book, okay, and are now using it in the way that I was describing earlier, how they have this Mashiach in Israel who's performing miracles and all these like end time type scenarios. They know how to get to the roots of the most atavistic and primal parts of human consciousness and direct and lead it in certain ways. Yeah. They know how to do this. And so this is also why Jesus said, if they say that it's over there in the sands, don't believe them. If they say it's in the sky, the fish will precede you. If they say it's in the sky, the birds will precede you. If they say it's in the sea, the birds will precede you. It's within you and all around you, but you don't see it. The kingdom of heaven is right here, right now. It's within you and all around you. So I don't believe this is a hell world. It's become one because it's been hijacked and our perception has been hijacked. But the kingdom is here right now. It's just people have spat upon it, and what was supposed to be, holy, quote unquote, has become debauched. But originally this was supposed to be paradise, and so Eden means bliss.
And it will be again if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, I mean, the people who are in control, they have a great hatred for Jesus for some reason. Like I said, I've gone into this very deeply before.
It is interesting to ask the question, what does the hatred of Christ even stem from? Like, what do they have to gain from leading people away, honestly? Like, what do they really have to gain? That's why I feel like there's more going on than people realize.
There is.
Like what do you as a politician have to gain from leading me away from Christ?
I have the answer to that if Doc will mute up.
What is all the mockery and like comedy and movies and all that? Like, what is the purpose of it?
I have to answer that, please. Thank you so much, sweetheart. The way I see it, everything in the Bible is mostly already completed. And we have already had the 1,000-year reign with Christ. And now is when the devil or evil has been released for a short time to test who? This is a pop quiz for you. To test who? Do you know?
Oh, wait, to test us, right?
To test the saints. So why are they being evil? To test us.
Okay.
That's why the government is doing what they're doing, and the government is causing other people to do what they're doing out there in the world right now. It is to test us alone, the saints only, those who are of truth. And everyone here, believe it or not, is of the truth. So we are the saints that are being tested. And that's why I was born homesick, because I remember a place where I could be me without disturbance. Do you realize that that's where we are in actual Bible scripture after the 1,000-year reign with Christ?
I mean, that can make sense for sure with the way things look outside.
Yes, because see, Armageddon and all that mess, it don't happen till after the 1,000 years, until the pit is opened again. Just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah, the
Since
only
you're sub to Nintendo.
the only I'm a strong believer in, because I know that the Antichrist will be present in the end times to lead as many people away as possible as kind of a last hoorah. And I believe that unless I see Jesus tear the sky open like a cloth with trumpet horns, then that's not the real second coming.
They are going to fake it. Yeah.
But do you think that that is literal, or do you think that that is symbolic?
I think that's literal.
You do?
I think it's literal because I don't believe that God would play around with that, if that makes sense. I think that he would be very literal in saying, hey, if this does not happen, then do not follow this person, because the devil is cunning. You know, the Antichrist is going to be smart. He's going to lead a lot of people away. And God says in Scripture that Jesus, the second coming, he will tear the sky open like a cloth, and you will hear trumpet sound and him ride down on a white horse with a legion of angels behind him, and he will take up, you know, his people and leave the rest here to burn in a second hell, or the new hell, sorry.
Do you recall when it says about how it would be rolled up like a scroll, and there would be a book that was not, there would be knowledge that would increase, and things would move to and fro at a rapid pace, but basically nothing would be gained. And then there would be, like, at the end, there would be a book that wasn't to be opened until the end. And there's like all of these very what's the word I'm looking for? Well, first off, Revelation is incredibly like esoteric to begin with. And so I get what you're saying. And at one point I always thought almost the same thing, where it's like, okay, everything is so deceptive. Like, there's got to be something. It's like a dead giveaway. Like, okay, this is God, you know? So I definitely understand what you're saying. So what are your thoughts about all this going on with Congress and supposed UAPs and all this?
Well, if anything, it's just a distraction, personally.
Yeah, I think so too.
Even if it's true that there's unidentified objects that carry life forms that we don't know about, I'm only worried about this world, because that's all I am called to care about. I'm called. I feel genuinely and spiritually called to care about God's children here on earth. I have a very strong feeling of a sense of calling to help people, which is what I'm trying to go for. What part of the road should we be concerned with? The people in their relationship with Christ. The spiritual side. And do the animals. Well, I believe that we're called to be shepherds of the land, and we can take and eat all we want, but it has to be in Thanksgiving.
So what happened when they start speaking? And language that they can communicate, and they start saying things. Well, let me understand this. You enslave your own people, but you don't eat them. But you enslave us, but you eat us. Interesting. I'm playing an advocate at that point, jokingly. But the human race, whatever you want to call them, have shown a lot of, we'll say some nice things. I'll throw in breakdancing and singing, but we have to attend to the fact that a lot of people have become so comfortable or disheveled that they'll go to somebody else's grocery store, but then complain about them. They'll go to somebody else's gas station, but then complain about them. Do you see the finger pointing going on here? They'll go to some church thinking that somebody should save them. Well, where's the example of the Christ? Be the example, because you're living in somebody else's realm. And if humans at least show, or the beings showed a little respect of why we're here, for whatever reason why we're here. Some people come here to learn, some come to observe, some come here to learn, some people come as imprisonment. But to think for some reason that God's going to save us, which could be, that's always a possibility, but why would he save something when he created everything else? It's like I'm coming to somebody's house and say, okay, but you disheveled it. Can't you see the animals are squealing when you're killing them? Can't you see that you're polluting it? We've become very civilized, but the humans have acted like aliens here, or the human beings, which we could have, because really, what was the name of the garden east of Eden if we're going to play this game? Did it ever say so? No, it didn't. And were they there, or was there another place called Eden? And we've chosen to come here, or in this case, jump into uniforms. I get it. You're 20 years old, like a lot of people. There's people 80 years old. I get it. You're going to learn things, but are they really going to see how the spirit really works? Hence, even when Doc's talking about it, they're metaphors. Why? Because are you here to learn about morality for the physical? That's only the acting realm. Or is morality more inside?
Good point.
Go ahead, Doc.
That is true. I guess it's a perspective game.
Well, isn't everything perception, really?
Yeah, I mean, my universe is just in my head. It's how I perceive it.
That's when things get really interesting.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I feel like just as a human being, as whatever I am, I have found this book called the Bible, and I've just made the choice to just stick to it like iron, you know, like it's just strong as I can. Because I just believe that this world is gone, and I believe that there's one way out, and that's through Christ. And I want to take as many people with me, if that makes sense.
Well,
because I believe that God loves you, Dominic. I believe God loves you, Doc. I believe God loves Rick and Paula, and I want y'all to have a relationship with him because he's calling to you.
Well, you're talking to a person where I value the concept of truth is an energy. Love is an energy. You can observe it. This is why my father and my son, those are energy. So when a person says, am I a human having a being experience, or am I a being having a human experience? Because there's something that animates the vessel. That's not who I am when I talk about the lower and higher self. Those are programs. So right now I'm using a language called English. Now I can use other languages to describe it. That would be, I would call the lower program. But as I'm communicating with you guys, I'm hearing you guys. Who's running my blood? Who's running my water? Who functions in my body when I go to sleep? That's called the higher self. That's a program. It's like looking at a laptop. You got the ongoing program, you have the hard drive, but what's the electricity and Wi-Fi going to it? Those are different energies. So now there's other energies. That's why people use the word there's a walk-in. Why? Because I've already walked into this vessel. Now, if I want to identify myself as the name Dominic or Domenico, depending on the different energy I want to use, but I know I'm not those things, but I can get attached to those things. That's why I tell people you should question things. I'm not talking just the material. Question reason, question thinking, question feelings, because you might become aware, but then I'm not those things. Then what are you? Well, now you've just started your journey. You're the student now. Most people just become an initiative. So they're not really going to realize what is know thyself, who's the knower and who's the self. Those are two programs. Then you realize, then there's the observer, and then there's the observe, and then you realize you're in the material realm. You actually don't see any of the words that you describe or have thoughts on any of those objects, wherever you are. You can look at a wall. Where do you see wall? You see the color red. Where do you see red? That's all. That's where we play the game of subjective, objective. Again, trying to use words to describe things. And what are those things? The material. We got to give a language to it. And then behind each language is sounds and frequency. Once a person becomes aware of that, I said, well, then why am I using a lesser language called the written work? Let alone even orals, even the oral, even numbers, colors, braille. Those are all just different languages. Now you can combine those things and then become aware. So how does that serve me? First and foremost, you got to be a little bit rationally selfish, even though most human beings aren't going to be honest with themselves and say, well, you're self-absorbed. So once you realize you're self-absorbed, then you can say, okay, how can I be of service to myself? Because spending time being self-absorbed, you're not really going to interfere with anybody else unless you're going to say, oh, now I'm actually in privilege. Why? Because somebody else made the train, somebody else made my boat, somebody else made whatever. The guy or the person that chooses to work with nature will discover whoever these gods are, they've already given us all our needs. What am I lacking? What are my wants? What craft do I need to know? Do I have to read the signs in the sky? Do I need to know how the soil works? Do I need to understand what grounding works? Do I have to understand what's above, which is electricity or magnet, whatever you want to call it, or what's below? Once you start doing all of that, you're going to say, well, the Bible's limiting that. Sure it is, because it was written by fucking men. And you should be able to apply discernment to it, because if any of those books that's called the Bible was inspired to be written through inspiration, you should be able to comprehend it. But most people don't. They follow like it's a parrot. Like, oh, well, a whole bunch of people. Can 1 billion Muslims be misled? Sure, they can. Can 1 billion Christians be misled? Yes. So would you take your chances trying to change everybody, or would you actually try to change yourself? But the thing is, you don't have to change yourself. That's constant. So if you want to repent, in this case, change, because it didn't serve you in this moment, next moment it might actually serve you. So I went way too long. Sorry.
Well, what if it isn't to serve?
No. That was good. I agree with that. I have a question for you, and I don't know where this came from. You might not like it, but do you think that Satan, or Lucifer, for the sake of argument, has a purpose?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
On Satan?
Yes. Do you think he has a purpose, or it has a purpose?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, besides being the purveyor of all evil, as they say.
Yeah, well, he definitely has a title, but it is different to have a purpose. I agree.
Right.
But I think that he does serve a purpose in the grand scheme of God's
And
plan.
what is that purpose? Isn't it to punish the wicked? Isn't it?
Okay. Right. But I'm
Yes,
asking,
his purpose is to punish the wicked.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, look at Job. But okay, I was okay. Let me put it to you this way. I was the type of person that was like, anytime I went to church, I would sit and I would basically go and try to talk to the pastor afterwards. Basically, because I was like, anytime they got into the word, as they called it, okay, I would still be hungry. I would still be thirsty. Okay. And I would be like, all right, so like, let's go deeper into this, and they would be more about self-aggrandizement, or what about this church, or what about this pastor, or what about, and basically it was an ego trip. And anytime I started asking deeper questions, it was like, go pray, go ask God, this or that or the other or whatever. And anytime I wanted to get into anything really deep, everybody just kind of looked at me weird, and I just felt really empty. And I'm not going to get into all the abuses of the church and all that within like family and whatever, because it's not important. Because honestly, with all the crap that I went through, I should be an atheist. That could never happen. But like I was always the one who would like always ask people who claimed that they were, really religious, or really, really read the Bible a lot, or portrayed themselves as like very, enlightened by the Spirit. Even so-called, my uncle was a so-called prophet, and all that. And anytime I got like really deep and really started asking questions and getting into like parables and just like the metaphysics and all that, it was like nobody really wanted to talk about it. And so like after all that for so many years, and then looking at the world and talking about like the things I was talking about earlier, about how people mock Christ and all this, I kind of went to the other side, you could say. And I was like, okay, so what is this devil? What is this Satan? What is this Lucifer? What is this serpent? What is this all really about? Is it really like this energy is the evil. This is the evil, right? This is what everyone is afraid of. This is what tempts everyone and makes everyone do terrible things and all that. And so I started studying the occult, and I started studying left hand path, right hand path, white magic, black magic, whatever, you know. And you know, I started to realize that all of this is neutral. Power is power, energy is energy. And what I started realizing is that really it has to do with intent in the heart of the person. And it's kind of like Paula just said, what, you know, like I said, what is the purpose of Satan, of Lucifer, whatever? And she said, well, it's to test and to tempt. Well, okay, God created Satan in order to see basically who was really by his side, you know, or at least that's what it says.
That's what it says.
Know thine enemy. Okay. So I say that all evil proceeds from the heart of man. The heart is deceitful above all things, for what man can know it. Right? So instead of running from the dark, I went into it. Okay. And I went into the darkness of my own soul. And I started working within the darkness and within the light. And I started realizing that they're one and the same thing, at least in my perspective. And you know, I started realizing that people are made to be afraid of their own shadows so that they don't heal them, so that there's someone who can always come and save them, so that there's always someone that you can give money to, or whether it be a therapist or a priest or, you know, whatever it is, you know. And so that's why I feel the way I do. It's kind of like, you know, like I said, it's like, help me, save me from myself, you know, because not too many people have the courage to actually judge themselves. Because what are people afraid of? Judgment. Well, if you can judge yourself and you can look at yourself completely in the mirror and look at the good and the bad and be honest with yourself and look into that mirror and say, damn, you know what? I fucked up. You know, I fell short, as you say. You know, you know, I wasn't perfect. I wasn't as good as I'd like to be. In fact, sometimes I was pretty horrible.
I feel like that turns a lot of people away. It's like they don't like people telling them that what they're doing is just wrong.
It does. And so this is what I'm saying.
I have to add, when you fall short of the glory of God, you have fallen short of the truth, because it is the truth that is the glory of God. Continue.
Well, see, I believe that God is within us, and that's what makes me like evil and blasphemous and whatever. But, you know, that's what I didn't come to that overnight. You know.
So do you think that he exists anywhere else besides in?
No.
This. So does he exist in the vessels that are humans, or does he exist in like our souls or something else?
I think that there's nothing but God, brother. I think that the only thing, I think it's just like every ancient tradition on earth has said. Put it this way. I think that every tradition on earth has had communication with what. Okay, I guess you could say yes, it does, but yes, it doesn't. It's both and neither. Okay, because everything is God. Okay, there is no reality without God, if that makes sense. Okay, like if there was no God, there would be no reality. If there was no God, there would be no us. Okay, so we don't exist outside of God. We exist as a dependent existence of God, as an extension, as what do they put it as? We are a appendage. We are part of the body of Christ, as they say. Okay, so in the Vedas, you know, they talk about Krishna. You know, it's the same thing, or Brahman. You know, it's non-duality. In other words, so light and darkness are really the same thing. Darkness is ignorance. Darkness is light that can't be perceived. As an example, night time is darkness, right? But yet the stars, okay, there's billions of stars in the sky and billions of suns all throughout our galaxy that are infinitely bright, but yet it's dark. How is that possible? It's not. Our perception is unable to fathom how bright it actually is, so it appears as darkness. It's a perceptual error. Everything is perception. We do not see what there is to see. We only see a very small fracture, a fractal of what there is to see. That to me is reality. It's not that this is a simulation or an illusion or anything like that, or a prison, or I don't believe any of that crap. It's just that our senses, our five senses, are very limited, and they're not meant to see the glory of this reality, which is equal with what man has called God. I don't know what God is, but I know what it isn't. Okay, and I know that no priest or church or synagogue or ashram or anything else knows what God is, because God is beyond words. God is beyond form. God is beyond. The only thing we know God by, the one thing I will say is true, is by relationship. We know it by contrast to other things, just like we know the wind exists. By, it blows, and we can tell that its presence. We can feel its presence. We can see that it had an effect on something else. Okay? But I believe this externalization of evil, okay, is just a way for people to be afraid of the boogeyman, when really the true evil exists in us. And that is really hard for people to swallow.
Is it our ability to do evil that we're scared of?
Yes. So we point the finger somewhere else and we say, no, it's not us. We're the good ones. We're the righteous ones. We're the godly ones. We would never do such a thing. And then people snap one day and it's like, I don't know what came over me. Yeah, what came over you is you were afraid of your shadow. And something happened to you. Something came over you because you thought you were so holy. You thought you were so good. You thought you were so, and then all of a sudden now you're molesting children. Yeah, because you repressed your natural instincts for so fucking long that, but in that case, I think some of these people are just full of it, and they never really cared about God at all to begin with.
Like it's an act.
Yeah, no, literally, like it's an act. And not only is it an act, it's a blasphemous act. Like
that's why there's pastors of mega churches that have 7 or 8 private jets. It's all for their own personal gain.
It's sick, brother. Like I feel like it's legit blasphemy on purpose. Like they're performers.
Like Joel Osteen, I made his lazy eyes.
If you look up the origin, the etymology of the word hypocrite, it actually means a performer under a mask.
True.
So when Jesus said scribes and hypocrites, that's what he was saying.
Good stuff.
A performer
I have
under a mask. So when he says, but depart from thee, I never knew thee. That's what he means. He's not saying, oh, you fucked up, so I don't know you. He's saying, I never knew you. You never knew me. Meaning, you say you knew me, but you never actually did. You tell people you knew me. You claim to. You claim to. He's saying, no. You never knew me. See, people always used to say that meant, oh, well, you screwed up, so now, you're unforgiven. No. He's saying you never knew me. Just like Barabbas. And this is why I say the Bible is very esoteric and symbolic. It says with one voice, they said, give us Barabbas, the known liar, murderer, and thief. They had 2 choices. Jesus, who represented the truth and the life. And he says he came to give life, truth and life, and to give life more abundantly. That was his charge. That's what he came to offer. And then they had Barabbas, the liar, the cheater, the murderer, the rapist. And it's just as relevant as it was then today. And this is why I say that this shit is way deeper than people understand. Jesus was crucified at Golgotha. Golgotha means the place of the skull. It's your friggin' brain. Golgotha is the place of the skull. Kill the truth. You killed the truth within yourself. You're crucifying the truth within yourself. You're saying, give me the lie. I don't want the truth, because the truth and the light will shine the fucking light on all the darkness within me. And then people will see who I am. I don't want that. I want the cover. I want to be a hypocrite. I want to be a performer under a mask. I want to be a murderer, a liar, and a thief.
Whoop them tables, Doc.
Comfortable. That's comfortable. I like that. Look at the world and what they support.
It's like a
Look at what
blanket,
they
Doc.
support.
Sorry, Doc. It's like a blanket. For some people, it's like a blanket, a warm
It
blanket.
really is.
Self-reflection is uncomfortable.
It is. I'm telling you, man. It's crazy. Like, they want it. I swear, like, that really is like super symbolic, because it's like that's what people want. Like, you don't have to be a Christian to realize that's like people wanted the comfortable lie. What reason did they have to kill him? And it wasn't like they sat and, okay, well, 50% said Jesus, 50% said Barabbas, 60% said Jesus, 40% said Barabbas. No, with one voice, in unison, with no disagreements, they said, give us Barabbas. We want the lie.
Because it's more
We
comfortable.
don't want our truth. We would rather kill an innocent man than for our sin to be known.
Is it because he was pointing out their faults?
Yes! Man, I could be one of those, like, pastors and just hide my occult leanings. I swear to God, because I understand this better
that
than they
reminds
do.
me. I have
understand
kind of an
it better than
off-topic
they do.
funny story.
That might be funny. I would never do that, but it just makes me sick that people can't see this shit. Like, it's
Yeah, it is kind of obvious. But
It's
do you know
disgusting.
who Kenneth Copeland is?
Mm-hmm.
I served him and his wife at Cracker Barrel one time.
Oh man.
And he was a butthole, I'm not gonna lie. He told me that I was gonna make the most money I've ever made, like on a tip. And
Wow.
he gave me $5. I was like,
It's okay,
really?
man. He probably blessed it. Your seed is a coming, just like Rupert Murdoch. Oh my God, those people make me so sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
Talk about Satan's Marvel not for even Lucifer. Angels appear. Satan's angels appear as servants of light or whatever.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay, man. He probably blessed it. Your harvest is coming. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Like Rupert Murdoch, just sow you a seed.
Can I share something, Doc, for a second? Sorry, can I just share something?
$10,000. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm
Just for a minute, so you have at least a chance to take a break. Where a lot of those characters that I'm hearing you guys talk about, there's an anchoring going on here. There is the adversary here, and it's not an adversary personal with any individual person. It's here to rule this realm. So there is the material realm that it rules over, and it does it from the spirit, so from the air. So what happens with a lot of people, they forget. I said, well, you're going to meet a light. Are you ready to go through it to understand the other tree, or are you going to keep coming back? That's its role. And there's some people, whether they're aware of it or not, they're actually helping in the process. So these people that we'll call them evangelists or whatever, whether they're aware of it or not, for us to spend any type of energy on them is missing it. We're going to easily be misled, because if they're doing it intentionally and they are following the rulers, so I don't have to fight with you. It's the ones that are wise that could still be misled. And once you realize that, I'm here just to assist. Now, am I here to assist the anchoring process, or I'm here to assist when the time comes if you want to go somewhere else? Why? Because the story of Jesus, he's not coming back pleasantry next time. He's going to divide you from that fucking physical vest from who you truly are. And then they're going to say, why did you spend so much time getting caught up in the material? Nothing wrong with experiencing it, but why are you getting caught up? Because that already has a stamp on it. Now, if you want to play games and go in a car and all that, you could probably delete it, but we'll just add that up for later, because people don't realize for themselves, well, then who runs the vessel? Again, there's an anchoring going on here. People think it's about fiat currency. They think it's about digital. No, it's an anchoring process. The devil will give you whatever you want here. I'll create you cars, no problem. I'll give you a house. I'll give you a church. I'll give you money. That's all the things that you can enjoy. Now, people are going to turn around and say, oh, yeah, well, Jesus, Satan's going to come here and he's going to rule for 1,000 years. Well, how do you think it's going to look like? Because most people, their suffering is not about resistance to pain. And I think Doc's been talking about it a numerous amount of times here, where it's the attachment to all your pleasures and your comforts. Now, the word mind, it's there to serve. It's kind of like the AI. One day that AI is actually helping a computer, helping a person doing a surgery. Another time it's helping a child. What do you think the mind is? It works through everywhere. So that mind, what I'm talking about, now we talk about hemisphere, the mind usually works through the gut, but it's there to help. You know, you want to say, listen, Dom, I want to commit a crime. I'm here. Dom, I want to help other people. I'm here. I want to actually revenge somebody in the previous lifetime that's harmed me. No problem. You want to get them what, before he's 7 years old, or do you want them after? Take your choice. We need to be the observer of those things. Now, I know some people are going to get caught up and say, yeah, but what happened if they die? They molest them. I said, we really don't know the bigger picture here.
Okay, so then it went silent.
Yeah, that was interesting.
It is interesting. I do feel like I have the wrong perspective to fully understand, if that makes sense, what Domenico talks about.
I don't fully understand Dominic either, but I know that he's where he needs to be, and I have something that I can still learn from him, so I keep him around in my back pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually kind of do understand. He's over the rainbow, and I like it.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Doc. There's a little bit of wisdom and understanding in what I'm actually sharing.
No, I get it, man. You
do. You get it. But for
you're
some
like
people,
spirit, man. You went too far. Like you reached for the secret too soon. No, I used to fucking get into like 6-hour conversations like this, like back in the day. Actually, you remind me of an old friend of mine. To be honest with you, no joke. I'm not being funny.
I just feel like there's a lot of terminology used that isn't understood or explained, so it's hard to follow.
Trying to show the separation between between words and the vessel and the physical and the mental and the spiritual and the like it's a lot. It's a lot. Unless you understand that way of thinking, it's hard to chop up. Like you have to.
I don't have the
like a lot of foundational knowledge in order to really grasp and dive deep into it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But because I, think like that already, it's kind of natural for me.
You can be our Dominic translator.
Yeah, yeah, no, I totally understand.
Yes, we need a Dominic translator. Yes.
No, it's like, well, no, it's because you realize like everything is it's kind of like when I went into altered states and it was like everything is vibration, everything is sound, everything is frequency, everything is like there is nothing else, and there's just colors and they're dancing around in this like this it's like the Natriana, the dance of creation, but even that is perception. And then like he says, like you're the observer. I get what he means. Like you're observing things. So you're not really participating in anything. You're just kind of watching things happen, And so you haven't really chosen anything in particular. You're just consciousness kind of floating in the ether. And so like really
That's
it's kind of
what I understand. It's the other stuff I don't understand.
well, in the beginning was the word, right? So in the word is vibration, right?
The word was God, and the word is with
Before
him.
there's even the vocal cords or words to be spoken. It's just vibration. It's just sound. It's just so really, like, even this, like, it's kind of like what I say about how everything we see is not what there is to see. Like, the idea that we have linear time is an illusion, right? So it's kind of like when I say that, every aspect of our life is not what it is. Like as far as we know, we could be experiencing this life in a different order than it actually is. So what I mean by that is we could have like let's say our life is a DVD, okay, or a Blu-ray, because we're higher technology now, right? We're civilized. We call ourselves civilized now. So we have a Blu-ray, right? So now we're higher technology. We're more civilized, okay. And then this Blu-ray, right? You can fast forward and rewind and pause and all this, right? So how do we know that what we're experiencing right now in linear time, because they say, like, that past, present, and future coexist eternally together, okay? So the past, it can affect the future, and the future can affect the past, which then creates the present, okay? So if that's true, then that means that, like, the world that we're experiencing right now, okay, is just a perception. So the events that we're experiencing as today, tomorrow, and next week, next week might have been yesterday, and tomorrow might be next week, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying is, like, we could have, like, skipped around on the Blu-ray, and we wouldn't have even known, because the idea of sequential events is an illusion. So we don't really have any clue what the hell is going on. We're an observer. We're being shown, this idea and that idea and this sequence of events and this meeting with this person, but we don't really know that that's actually how it's occurring. That's just how our brain is deciphering the information, which is nothing more than data, which projects itself as sound, light, color, whatever. When you get down to the most raw elements of it, everything is an idea. An idea is a concept. Ideas and concepts, and even that is just and that brings another dimension to everything. Is the word, and then the word is vibration, and the word. So basically, our brain is making all of these assumptions and creating something coherent and something that really is total chaos. It's taking something that's infinite and limitless and creating something that can be navigated.
Would you say existence is entropy?
No.
No.
No, because I don't believe there was a beginning, and I don't believe there can be an end. I think that's an illusion. Everything just is, like I said. And going back to what my definition of God is, the supreme, the absolute, which is what I like, the absolute. We are it. We are it. We are it looking through. We are it experiencing itself through different. We are vessels for it. We are different. It's like peekaboo. It's looking through different peepholes. It's looking through different perspectives. It's experiencing through us. Okay, because God is unmanifest. The true divinity is unmanifest. It's not a part of this world. It's outside of it, but it's not outside of it as in it exists outside of it in the sense of the way we define that, but it's outside of it as in it played the ultimate game of it. It's hidden because it became the universe. Like, I would have to get into Kabbalah and all kinds of esoteric stuff to really get into this. But it's like shamans even understood it. Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, I believe that every culture on Earth has approached you got to think about this, man. Like, you really think that before Christianity, no one knew what the divine was? Like, all the time that we've existed on this planet, okay, and all these cultures, okay, they were all just misled by the devil for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. All these shamans and different spiritual traditions that have existed with the Native Americans, and these different Aboriginal tribes in Australia and Africa and in America and Europe or wherever else. Like they were just all no one knew. No one had any idea what the divine was, and so all their experiences are just invalid. Like you got to really think about that. Like they said that they had the Great Spirit, the one Spirit, and they believed in it. And they believed it was one Spirit that was over all things. So what makes you think that God can't use endless masks in order to communicate? And that maybe that throughout time, it has used these endless masks to communicate to people, and that people have tried their best to put into words their experiences that they have had to try to lead people to this divinity because it's touched them and changed them and transformed them at such a level. They're like, whoa, I got to get this out. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. This is just absolute love and peace and harmony. And I'm just like, I'm shaking and I don't know what's like, if you ever had an experience like that, which I have, by the way, okay? So I've felt that divinity that people talk about in non-religious contexts, okay? And so it's like, I believe personally that God does exist in that sense. I just don't believe it's in any book, okay? So I think that God is in all of these traditions, and I just believe that, like Jesus said, okay, what happened was everybody had an idea, a piece, you could say, of the puzzle of what divinity is. And then people came and they said, well, it can only be this way. And here's all the laws and the rules. And you got to do this and you got to do that. And this is what that Antichrist Paul was trying to say, too. Here's your law, and you can have your law, and your law is a curse. And what kind of God gives you serpents when you ask for food? And what kind of question? He said there is only two laws. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and love thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul and all thy mind. And that's it. Go and sin no more. Why? Because sin isn't fucking real. Sin only exists when you allow it to exist. You create sin. It doesn't have an existence outside of your acknowledgement of it. Evil exists because you allow it to exist. Satan exists because you allow it to exist. It's not, evil isn't something. It's a type of nothing. It's a deficiency. It's a choice.
Is it a separation?
Yes. It is a deficiency of love. It's a deficiency of, it's an absence. It's like a cancer. It's an absence of the good, an absence of God, you could say. It's a
that would be my definition, personally.
Well, then we're on the same page. It's the rejection of what is good. It is the absence of love, the absence of unity. It's trying to tear something apart, trying to create division. The whole thing was, you shall be as gods. Well, it's kind of hard to be as gods when you already are. The whole lie was that there was something to gain. Adam and Eve were already perfect. You can't be 101% perfect. So you're bowing down to something lower than yourself, essentially. And that's what every priest and pastor and church and that's what it is. You just give us your money. No, we'll make sure you get to heaven. And that's why I mentioned St. Peter, because it's the same thing. They're trying to buy the Holy Spirit. It's in the freaking book, and yet people are still doing it, and they're just like, I got tithe all the time. Yeah, what the fuck? You call yourself Christian? What are you talking about? He said that's enough. No more sacrifice. No more tithing. No more none of this. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Love thy God with all your heart and all your mind and all your soul. Done.
So based on what you were saying, would you say that, let's say, the Indians in America who were worshiping corn? Okay. Do you think that in a sense they were worshiping Christ, they just didn't know it?
Yes! They weren't worshiping corn.
So, well, no, not that they were, just for an example.
Okay.
And like the people in in Asia and such worshiping Buddha, are they in a sense worshiping Christ? They just don't know it?
The Christos. Yes.
God meets them where they are, does he not?
Jesus... if you go and you talk to a rabbi, they will even tell you that God will appear how it needs to in order to get to the person, even through idol worship. If the person seeks God truthfully and with an honest heart.
So then I have one more question whenever you say that. The people in the desert, God's chosen people, led out of Egypt by Moses, when they created a golden calf to worship, they honestly and truthfully believed in their heart that that golden calf was a god and it was going to save them.
Yes.
Were they in the right because they just believed in something?
Well, that's a little bit more because they knew
mentioned idols.
They already knew. I mean, that's a little bit more nuanced because they had direct communication. I mean, it's kind of like if somebody was talking.
Yes, because
it's kind of like if was talking to Jesus one day, and they were like all about him and they were following him, and then all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I just
So idols are only incorrect when you already know better.
Well,
when you don't know better, it's because you don't know better. You can't know better if you don't know better. He came for the innocent ones that didn't know better so that they might know better. Then once you know better and you still turn away, that's the no-no.
That does make sense. The knowing better but doing otherwise. But I am running low on my time. Actually, I got to get to bed. I got to get up at like 3 a.m. for work.
Yeah.
It was good.
Right on.
To meet all y'all.
Yeah, you too.
It was very interesting. Very good.
I will be aware of your live streams, Rick. Thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome, man. Thanks for coming by. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and God bless all of y'all. I will pray for all of y'all, as always.
Thank you.
Much love.
Much love. Maybe I will catch y'all later.
If you see my channel, you'll catch me.
If I see Rick live streaming with anybody, I might ask to hop in and say hi. But
yeah, that's not a problem. I let people come in.
I see that now. That's really cool of you, by the way. But I'm gonna get y'all. Be well. Take care of yourself.
All right, take care.
Easy, brother.
Easy.
Well, that was cool, huh?
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
420, he is further along than I originally thought he was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So
I could tell.
Was awesome.
I could
tell.
I
That's
have a
awesome.
question to ask. When you might get over constipation of thoughts or energy, or somebody's trying to mentally communicate to you, there'll be an angel, demon, guardian, or ancestor, but it causes you to seize up like anomalies, like certain pains in the body, or you lose some kind of control of your behavior. How true can that be? Like suppression, oppression, or being possessed. How can that? I don't understand how that happened, because I'm kind of blind in that thought. Did you guys hear what I was saying?
Till that last part.
Well, like somebody's trying to oppress you or suppress you, or somebody's trying to control you or possess you, something like that. And your mic gets overrun.
I got possessed in my dream last night. Like, I remember my dream. I got possessed, and I started pulling hair out of my mouth.
What?
Yes, that was my
Well,
dream. Like, yeah, that was my dream. I like
I had
someone
a
possessed me.
dream almost like that. I had a dream sort of like that. I was going to my old middle school, and one of my old friends, you know, he got in some deep shit, and hair started coming out of his mouth and crap. I don't know what that's about or means.
I just thought it was interesting, like because I remembered it. I remember it was like black hair coming out of my mouth. I was like, some, I don't know, some kind of like, it was just weird. It was weird. And then the weird part was I didn't want to wake up. I wanted to find out more. Like I was like, okay, something possessed my dream, and I was possessed in the dream. And I was like, that's really freaking interesting because that's the first time I ever dreamt like that. That I was, I saw myself possessed.
I've never been possessed.
That was so crazy. And that was last night's dream. And then, of course, you know, the rude awakening when you have to use the restroom woke me up. But then when I
right.
went back to bed, the dream continued. It was like a continuation. I was like, what? And then I woke up a little later. I was like, okay, that was interesting. You know, that was just, it felt too real. Don't you have any of those dreams that feel so real that like you felt like you were there at that moment in your dream? Like so real that you can smell flowers, you can smell what's cooking, you just reacting and acting in your dream. Like those are the type of dreams I have.
Dominico, I'm Hanuman. We're two of a kind. It's just I'm a shapeshifter. I change rules and change. You got to get to know me more. It was a misunderstanding. Trust me. I know you more than you think.
I honor the fact that I'm in your presence, Doc, and who you truly are. Thank you.
I am an observer too, man. All I was saying is that you can be an observer and a participant simultaneously. They are not necessarily. You can be them separately, but you can be them at the same time as well. So I was not discounting what you were saying. I was just saying that you can be the spirit, the mind, and the body are all one. You can detach from them, but and focus on one, but ultimately the spirit or the body is a reflection, a embodiment of the spirit. So it's just but like you say, it's a spacesuit. You know, it's just the avatar of the soul of the spirit, but it's not like some separate thing. They are one. They are connected. But at the same time, you are also right that ultimately what we are seeing, what we are perceiving, is only just images and sound and vibration and frequency and and all that. It's just a show, really. It's very real though. It's interactive. It's a dream. I'm against the idea of it being a simulation. I believe it's very, very real. It might as well be a simulation for as little as we're able to actually perceive, as opposed to what it actually is. But yeah. And no, I'm not 100% Luciferian or 100% a Satanist or 100% left-hand path or 100% right-hand path. I am Hanu fucking Man. If you know anything about the story of Hanuman,
actually I don't.
You'll understand.
Maybe
you don't.
Yeah, maybe you can show.
Right. The story of Hanuman, and you'll understand very clearly who I am.
Thank you.
And you'll understand what a trickster I am.
Mhm.
Uh,
Oh, I get the picture in you. For me, I'm actually just being the student right now as the observer. That's the
Yeah.
student I'm being, because eventually I get the experiential part to a certain point. I can't say I know everything about all the different
I'm
paths. But for me, that's what I'm learning. That's why when I say I'm the observer, I'm being the student. So when I'm hearing another human being, in this case, another observer sharing with me, it's humbling, but it's at the same time, I have something to learn. That's why I'm the observer. I just didn't realize I was in the classroom when I was around you, actually. So thank you, by the way, Doc.
Oh yeah, man. Well, the student is always the teacher, and the teacher is always the student.
From
So
within, yes, yeah.
yeah, absolutely, man. I'm always the more I teach, the more I learn. So it for sure. You know, and that's the exhilarating part for me, honestly. I can't even put into words how much I've learned from and even the most subtle experiences and interactions, and you know, and some of it's stuff that is impossible to learn through words, like you say. You know, so I completely understand where you're coming from, believe it or
Yeah,
not.
you hear my struggles.
But sometimes I don't want people to know how well I know either. That's also another part of me, and I
Because
apologize.
you could be enabling us. You could be enabling me at that time.
Well,
Comes
yeah.
from my own sake and-
Yeah. Well, I like to be the silly monkey. Again, you gotta know me a little longer. If you talk to Rick, he'll tell you. I'm definitely the fool, man.
Rick's just a
And
cuddly bear. He's a
I will
cuddly bear.
appear how I need to at a given time. You know, before I got into this, I was all about Jesus, actually. Believe it or not. Was never Christian, but
I believe it. I was there.
that's why I'm able to. That's why I was able to talk to Baggins, because I understand. But then I could talk to a Hindu too, because I'm a fucking shapeshifter. I'm very, very, very eclectic, because I see divinity in everything. Because like I said, there is nothing but God. I really believe that. You know, it's just endless permutations. You know, it's light and shadow. The Natriyana dance of creation and destruction. But Hanuman purposely forgets his own divinity. That's one thing I will tell you. He does it on purpose. And he actually believes that he's a monkey. He's an aspect of Shiva, but he actually convinces himself that he's a monkey on purpose. It's part of a game, and there's a lot of deep symbolism into that. And the story is very interesting. But yeah, there's a I actually did a video on it years ago. But he was the first god I ever worked with, was Shiva, and his many aspects. And Kali, who is one of his consorts, one of the Shaktis, and one of Lilith's names is Kali. So Kali led me to Lilith. So there's overlap there too as well. So yeah, I'm no hands path. I'm not completely left hand path. That's just what I'm experiencing, as you would say. That's what I'm experiencing right now. That's my current experience.
So it sounds like when I hear you talk, it's like a hide and seek.
That's right.
And you seek. Okay, I see it. It's a virtual cycle.
Yes, I'm a monkey. I like to play.
That's what makes it fun. Monkeys are friendly, and they also can be very vicious when you play too close to them, or you being sarcastic. And I appreciate it. The last time we had an encounter, I got to experience that a little bit.
Yeah, but for the most part, we're playful, and you know, we just like to have fun. Yeah, it's I've always identified that, and like you said, the fool. Like I've always identified with the fool too. My card is the magician, but I've always identified with the fool for sure. Rick too. Me and Rick's card is the magician.
Hence the shapeshifting with it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, for me being the fool, I like to carry, even though I get caught up in some attachments, I try to carry just a stick in the bag.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, going off the cliff. Yeah. My full card is it shows I'm gonna be doing tarot again soon, actually. So look out for that. I'll be doing that again soon. I miss doing that. Yeah. I had my hands full on a lot of other stuff, but I do miss doing that. But in my tarot deck, the Fool is actually stepping into a wormhole. It's pretty cool. Stepping off a cliff into a wormhole. So that gives you an idea of my mentality a little bit. I like to push things. I have very strong Shiva energy, like in my so it's not only is he the first god I ever worked with, but like when I started getting into Vedic astrology, I did my chart in Vedic astrology, and like 70% or more of my chart is Shiva energy, and Shiva is all about creation and destruction, endless creation and destruction. So basically, Shiva in Sanskrit translates to that which is not. So basically, it's endlessly changing. That's why I say I'm a shapeshifter. It's kind of a joke. Really, to be more accurate, I am the alchemist. My card astrologically in the tarot is Temperance, the alchemist. So I am constantly transmuting everything. And also taking opposites and making them work together. Fire and water, for instance. You know, that's what transmutation is taking what appears to be conflicting elements and making them work together.
Yeah.
But then also creating something new from that friction. So just to give you a little bit about me, also in Western astrology, half of my zodiac chart is fire signs. So I'm very fiery. 3 is
good to hear that, because my wife is actually triple fire, so I enjoy the fact that you're fire.
Yeah. So give you a better idea.
So being a shapeshifter, you play with all the different elements, opposed to you might even be the potential or whatever. It's a circular thing that it's around the 4 elements.
Yeah. I'm very. I used to be very impulsive. I got that under control now. But I do kind of like to dial things to 11 sometimes. I have an intense personality. And like I said, like, you know, I'm mainly fire. So, you know, I'm very much about action and bringing things into form.
It's the fire. That's your fire sign. Fire signs are usually all about I actually play under the premise of 11 for myself personally.
So, just to give you a better idea.
Sounds like you know yourself quite well, Doc. Well done.
Yes,
That's
I
the
do.
most important part. You know, when a person's honest with the self, whatever that is to them, as long as they grasp it.
Yeah. I feel like when I was ranting about, you know, self-reflection, like that might have actually gotten through, and I'm happy about that, because I feel like that's something really important that a lot of people don't think about. You know, because everyone's afraid to be judged by God, but it's like, well, why don't you judge yourself first? You know, why don't you? That's what every church and every, fuck, even politics kind of plays with that. You know, it's like, oh well, I'm not, you know, it's not my fault, it's the politicians, you know. And it's like, well, is it though?
I think for myself, what I've learned is the replacement of the self. Self-reflection opposed to reflecting of the self. Aware of the self opposed to self. That's usually the ego still stuck when they put the self first. So when a person becomes aware of the self, they're actually doing the work. Hence the old terminology, know thyself. Who's the knower and who is the self? because both of them are still what today's age they would call it a program. That's not who we are. But I get it. For most people, they're going to think that's who they are. I said, you can't be the program. No, let alone can you be the computer. You're not those things. You can play those things. You can experience those things. So when I hear people talking, they're actually unannounced to them, not realizing their gatekeeping is revealing themselves.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm learning to be the observer. And in that observing, it's like a lot of times when people actually become more than just the observer, they forget some of the simpler things. So for me, when I hear people speak, regardless if people want to play with the language and the tone and all that, it's the placement of things. It's like when you do elements, it's the placement of it. When you put numbers, it's the placement of it. And that can change. Like right now, we're living in a 7-day cycle, opposed to maybe a 10-day cycle. That plays a major factor in a lot of people. Now, that's whether or not we live on this plane or another plane. So the ones that are here, healers are usually former warriors. Somewhere along the line, they've caught up in their vessel and they've harmed somebody, so now they have to become a healer, which is fine. Each their own, and that's their learning curve. So when people don't understand me, I say, well, you're missing it. You're not here to understand me. You're here to understand you. Now, again, I could be playing a game with myself, but that's a game that I enjoy playing.
Well, we all are.
I'm just aware of it to a certain point. I'm not saying I was fully aware, because if I was fully aware, then I would realize then you don't have nothing to say then, though.
Well, it's like Baggins said, it really is like, I'm glad he got that, because that it is kind of what I was saying. It is peekaboo. We're playing peekaboo.
Yeah, a lot of people use that are very valid, where people are still pointing fingers. They think it's the responsibility of the government to do things for them, and at the same time complain about them. I said, okay, well, where's your responsibility? Because most people are reacting. How can you be accountable if you're not responsible for oneself? I get it. Even myself, I know my own hypocrisy where I'm wearing a mask and I realize I've chosen, or I'm no longer playing the sovereign being anymore. I'm no longer going to, I kind of understand where the sun and the moon needs to be in certain situations for certain energies to work. But outside of that, I'm playing that peekaboo game too. It's like, okay, does that really serve me? I really don't want to get caught up just in the experience part. Even though I know I have to play it, because when in the crazy house, you got to take the pills. If I got to go to work for fiat currency, and if it's not fiat currency, I'm exchanging my energy to grow something in exchange for something else. But that's there to entertain my vessel. Whether I fast long enough to realize, Dominic, you're not the body, but you get to steward it. Whether you do a good job or bad job or an indifference job, that's for me to learn. As I say that out loud.
Oops.
Well, now that it's finally quiet, I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna go have dinner. I've cooked it and now it's time for me to eat.
Yeah,
I love you
I'm
all.
gonna. Same here. Same here. Peace and love, Paula. Thanks for coming through, and everyone else too.
Peace and love, and you're welcome. I brought Doc to you. He didn't know. I knew he didn't know, or he wouldn't have went live twice. And I knew you didn't know, or you wouldn't have went live without him. So I fixed
Yeah,
it.
we went on the same time.
Yeah.
Then
So I'll
that's
see
what
you guys later.
Alrighty. Take care. Oh boy. I'm feeling more pain in my neck than ever before, and there's a line of thunderstorms supposed to be coming out this way in a few hours. And it's been raining all day here, and this evening is supposed to be even worse with thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. I would love to see a tornado, but not here. The weather's going downhill, and I'm getting tired here too. So we'll wrap it up in a little bit. And that way we could enjoy our evening. But it was an interesting show. That's why I enjoy you guys coming onto the show and participating, and we go wherever the flow goes, and whatever comes our way, we just handle it at that moment. And it's pretty cool. It's interesting. It's fun how others think, and I love doing what I do here. But I think we should, because I've been on here for 6.5 hours. It's been 6.5 hours. It's a longie. So I think if Doc wants to do a show on his channel, he could do one if he wants. It's always interesting to hear Doc talk, and I gotta go back and watch what he did earlier, because I know you should get on at the same time. Well, we got on together at the same time, but like I didn't know. It usually happens that way, because I kind of felt like he was gonna get on, but then I was like, well, I'm gonna get on. So, and we both kind of got on at the same time. And that was pretty cool that, Doc just dropped off of his and came over here, and it was very educational and very enlightening. And we got to continue doing this, moving on forward, because we're gathering little by little, individuals, and they're coming through, and they're speaking their minds, and it's refreshing having new individuals come through. Oh, I think with that said, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Dominic, thanks for coming through. You too. You're so enlightening, and you're good fresh air that we need here.
Be upwind when you're smelling that air. Thanks, Rick. I really appreciate it. Doc, once again, like always, thank you very much. Albert, thank you too very much. Enjoy yourself, guys.
You too, man. Thank you so much for coming through.
Yeah, be easy, brother.
All right, Doc. I'll see. I don't know if you're gonna do a show or not, or what. I'm
nah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, but what time? Because then I'm not doing one tomorrow. This is more than enough for 2 days.
Yeah.
Literally, it takes people. It's 6.5 hours. Imagine someone watching.
But when Maggie came on, man, I couldn't not like.
Yes.
Off like.
That was the cream on top.
When Maggie came, like, I hadn't talked to Maggie in so long.
Yeah.
And then when you actually an open-minded Christian, that's really rare. So I had to chop it up a little bit.
Yep. Which is so refreshing to have, because it's like we're all learning together. We're all applying our knowledge together, and we're listening to one another. And that's
as long as nobody tried to save me or tell me that I'm a sinner or anything else. Like I don't, what I'm saying? Like I don't have no problem.
Like, it's gonna be like the witch trials again. Like, wait a minute, hold on, not again.
But he was really respectful and open-minded. So
yeah, he's been here before. I remember his screen name, the Mr. Baggins. I've seen him before, and I know I've seen him before here. So it's not his first rodeo to the channel, but it's his first time coming on to the show, and it was so pretty cool. It was welcoming. It's whatever topic we talk about, whatever topic it is, and it went that way, and we were entertained by you and Dominic and Paula. Everyone that came through was super cool. and Termir, he's working. He's busting his ass working. So,
Yep. That dude works like
but
16 hours a day, I swear.
that dude, man, wow, it's a lot. I know how it is. I've been there before, so I know.
Before I got sick with all the pain, like, shit. I know you too, Rick. Like, you used to bust your ass. I know it.
Yeah, I used to work a lot, man. 100 hours a week. I was like full-time daytime with overtime and full-time nighttime.
Yeah.
And then at the hospital, and that shit was crazy. It was crazy.
We're gonna work for 2 lifetimes. We're done. We're retired.
Yeah, that's just talking about work and talking about all the stuff I went through. I could write a book. How many doctors are caught sleeping with nurses in the parking lot?
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. Why is that car going up and down? It's like, a lot of scandals in my hospital. It's definitely like you could do a sitcom, you could do a show about it, and it'd be a good a lot of scandals. It was just oof. Sex, drugs, and alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Always fun.
Yeah, these doctors are incredible.
Any cute girl?
There were a lot of them. This is in South
Yeah.
Florida. So yeah, the nurses look like dancers.
Oh
Like,
yeah, okay.
You'll find them in the strip joint.
That's a
like,
whole other show. That's a whole other show.
Yeah, it was just like
That's an X-rated show, though. We talk about.
yeah, that yeah. It was just a lot of silicone. It was just everywhere.
Oh, that's no fun.
No, people,
I'm too touchy. I don't like silicone.
yeah, no, they had their boobs done, and you could tell.
Hey,
It
those-
was
I like to touch. Like, if I can't touch and squeeze and
nah, she could wipe her face with her boobs. Like
right,
that's how crazy it was. Like what? It's like yeah, like literally she can wipe her face with her boobs. It's like this is
see,
crazy.
I like to touch and squeeze and wipe my face. Like no, I like it.
My director got caught up in a scandal. He was in a sex scandal in the hospital.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's married and everything with kids and all, and he was caught. He was caught having some kind of like some crazy sex ring that was happening in the hospital. Yeah, it was like a sex ring.
Oh, we really do need to have an X-rated show. This sounds interesting.
It was so scandalous, man. It was so fucking. It was just. It was
I can tell you about
bad.
all the clubs and like Rachel's and Cabaret and you know
When I used to work as a bike patrol officer down in Florida in the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, when it first like during the beginning years of it, I used to catch so many people having sexy time in their cars and in the jacuzzi, in the cabanas, and
That
then
was me.
I would have to tell them, hey, you know. Sorry to bust your bubble, but you can't do that here, and I gotta escort you out of the property.
I had sex in the jacuzzi a lot.
I had people offering. Listen,
They
man,
were
I had this one dude. He gave me $500 so he could let him finish. For real, he gave me $500. And I was like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me, right?" I was like, man, These people, horn dogs, man. It was just so fucking. It was so a lot of fucking. That's what it was. It was just everywhere. I would never swim in that pool. You know how much semen is in that pool?
Yeah.
Oh no, the jacuzzi on the top of the. It's kind of like a volcano in the middle, but on the top is a jacuzzi. I would never step in that jacuzzi. That's where I caught the most people screwing.
The sex in the jacuzzi is fun though. I have to say, I was young though. To be fair, I was young, but I mean, like, it was fun.
It was wild.
Oh man, we should have a show that's mundane, like normal, like just like everyday crazy shit. Like when I was younger, like all the crazy clubs and strippers and fucking.
Oh Lord.
Yes. Yes. Maybe I could get one of them to come on the show.
Oh Lord.
I know a couple like that. Like
get the chunga.
One of the girls, dude, I know is a good friend of mine. She actually opened a yoga center and everything. Like she was always spiritual, but like she like had like a fucking like incredible like experience, and she got away from the drugs and she opened like a yoga studio and everything. Actually, I just remember. Yeah. But like we hooked up and shit, and
oh Lord.
When I was younger, Rick, I was always with older women. That's why I'm the way I am, bro. That's why I'm the way I am. Everyone's like, why is Doc so, so Doc? That's why, because I grew up around older women and like dancers and just like.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
I've always been really sexual. I don't know. It's just
it's something that it happens. It's just when you hit that certain age, and it's just like go. It's like a.
Now I'm still that way. Now I just have one woman.
Yeah, it's like it's that horny dog, It's like he humps everything, he's humping everything. It's like get off.
It's me.
What he's doing? He's like, the little chihuahua, how they like go at it. It's like holy shit.
That was me. That was me.
And it's every day.
But they seduced me, bro. Like I was younger. Like they seduced me. They were older. They knew. They seduced me. Like they were hot, bro. Like what am I supposed to do?
The cougars. That's what they call them. Cougars.
They were. Oh my god, Rick. They were beautiful though. Like oh my gosh, I don't regret any. No bad experiences. I could say like I never had one bad experience. I'm lucky in that.
Oh
bad relationship, yes, but no bad like experiences like that. Like
yes.
It's kind of crazy to even think about. Like I've settled down so much. Like I used to be crazy. Like wow. Think about it. Like
oh boy, that's another show. That's a different show. That's
when I talk about it too. If I start talking about it,
we're gonna call a show Tundra or something, or call it some kind of. But I'm gonna wrap it up, man. I'm gonna get going.
Okay.
I'm tired, and we'll figure it out tomorrow when you come on tomorrow, and I'll be there.
Okay. All right,
man. Take care.
All right, take it easy, bro.
You too.
You too. Later, LB.
Later, LB. And thanks everyone for whoever was watching this whole 6 hours and 46 minutes of nonstop educational programming. With that said, thank you for watching, and I'll catch y'all again at another time. Peace.